Right. So my experience with watching The Other Me, I was shocked because it was this guy who's like a young aspiring architect
Hmm.
who gets diagnosed with like a debilitating life changing eye disease.
Oh, that sucks.
His vision constantly gets worse. He's losing like his job. His marriage is falling apart. He like his condition gets worse, and he meets like this like artist in the woods. They and then he starts cheating on his wife with this artist lady in the woods, and they talk like
When you meet an artist in the woods,
right. I know, and they're like talking to each other in poems, and like I read the synopsis because I was confused, and when the synopsis ends with the sentence "they bond over vodka and a sexual attraction," I realized I was watching the wrong movie.
you were watching the other me.
The other me. Yes, that is correct.
Well, thank you for giving us a 30-minute rundown. Well, I got a lot of that out in post.
Welcome, everybody, to the DCOM Duo podcast.
I'm Benji,
I'm Kelsey.
and we're the DCOM duo.
Podcast.
But today, there's a third of us here.
Hmm.
Yeah.
My name's Will. Sometimes I sleep at the foot of the bed when they let me.
Yes. Hi, Will. This is the famous Will Browning from the movie The Other Me.
Dude, I was like, I was gonna save this for later. Like, did you guys pick this on purpose? This kid had cinematic parallels for me, and I think maybe that's why I started to like care about this movie way more than it deserved to be.
Yeah, no, I didn't even really click it together until we were watching it last night. I was like, oh my god, we have Will on, and the main character's name is Will. It's not the first time we've done this either. I mean, we had a movie where we brought on our friend Ben, and the main character's Ben, and then of course we have BenG. So there's 3 Bens we were talking about.
Mm-hmm. That's why
They need more unique names.
I mean, literally, like the opening scene was my middle school experience. The first line is like some random dude, check out the yo-yo. What the dork?
What a dork.
Dude, I was a killer on the yo-yo in middle
Mhm.
school. And first off, I was pissed that this Will was not, he was throwing terribly.
Yeah, I felt like
He's throwing a plastic responsive and he's just doing a simple tug bind. Dude, get an unresponsive metal if you're gonna throw a yo-yo. Do some slack tricks. In fact, so like I have a I put the fun in functional. So I was having a couple drinks during this movie. When I went back and so I watched it twice. On the night I was watching it. When I saw that opening scene again, I got so mad. I bought a yo-yo again. Like like you. So like thanks, I guess. But his name is Will Browning.
Yeah.
Okay, sweet. What the hell was his friend's name? I feel like they said it once and I must have missed it.
Chucky.
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 Okay.
Yeah, I have all the names down. We'll go through
Sweet.
the factors here. First off, for the people at home who have no idea who you are, this is Will. You want to tell us anything about yourself, your history with Disney Channel original movies,
Okay.
why you're on this movie?
For sure. So I grew up. I love watching TV, playing video games, and the best stuff for TV for me is on Cartoon Network, Nickelodeon, and Disney Channel. I was a huge fan of Drake and Josh,
Mm-hmm.
Sweet
Mhm.
Life of Zach and Cody.
Yup.
I loved High School Musical.
Yes.
Whenever I meet people that are like I know I'm never gonna meet them again, I love to lie to them and say that I'm Troy Bolton in a local theater production of High School Musical. It's either that or I tell them that I'm gonna be Seymour in a theater production of Little Shop of Horrors.
Mhm.
It's really fun to lie to strangers inconsequentially. It's not
Yeah.
it's just they're just like
It's not even malice. It's just
Yeah.
adding in spice to life.
I met an interesting fella today. He's Seymour. Um, and yeah, so I initially, I'll be honest, I was a little peeved at the two of you because I wanted to do the Phineas and Ferb movie,
Yeah.
and I had that spot for a second, but I gave it up to our good friend Tate. Peace be with him, God rest his soul. He's fine. He's fine. But yeah, I love Phineas and Ferb. I was a huge cartoons guy, and yeah, I'm here because they gave me this one. They said this one was good.
Yeah, I
I was
pitched this one to you.
You did, and I was like, oh, that sounds like an interesting concept. I came into it thinking, okay, this would just be like some fun little light romp. I'll, crack a couple of beers and make fun of some shitty line deliveries.
Mm-hmm.
And then I got way, 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 way too deep into this. Benji and Kelsey can tell you I had 40 pages of notes. I'll be honest, I only 10 of them were typed by me. Only 10 of them were typed by me. And the rest were, some questions about ethics and theology.
Questions that were never really considered within this film.
They brought it up. They brought it up and then just left it. So okay, you know what? This is not going to make sense. Like we got to do a plot synopsis first because I'm a tangent killer.
Yeah, we'll go through the factos and then we'll start going into the movie.
Be a good chance to do that. So I'll get into the factos here. This film released September 8th, year 2000. It was the 21st DCOM, despite the Wikipedia page at this moment saying it's the 23rd.
Liar.
Get on that Wikipedia.
Yeah, I could edit it right now. I'm not going to. Deal with it.
You have internet access?
I mean, anyone does. It's Wikipedia.
Oh, really? I thought you had to make an account and get verified.
You have to make an account. I don't think it has to be verified, but there's accounts that are protected.
Hey, I donate to Wikipedia and I'm a bum. You guys should too.
Wikipedia is awesome. I should donate to it.
This episode brought to you by Wikipedia. These guys just got sponsored.
Yay!
go. The director of this film is Manny Koto. We have talked about him once before because he also did Xenon, the sequel. For this podcast, we're talking about good sequel names, and the sequel is a pretty good one. It's no squeakquel.
It's no squeakquel. It's no chipwrecked. It's no road chip. But
it is.
That's up there.
It is Xenon the sequel.
That's I'm gonna give that like an A-. That's
pretty good.
Pretty good.
And that's the best part about that movie. Honestly, this is a pretty big gap in quality, in my opinion. They're both like sci-fi-ish films. And like this exact type of like grounded, realistic sci-fi is very heavily biased as like we like this a lot in our DCOMs.
Mhm.
In our overall rankings, we have a lot of stuff in here.
We like the sci-fi one.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But yeah. For Manny Koto, he really hasn't done that much directing, but he does a pretty prolific writer and executive producer. He
Mhm.
won the Emmy for 24 for Outstanding Drama Series.
I remember that show.
I heard 24 was good.
Was that about 9/11?
No,
No.
I don't think so.
No, it's not about 9/11.
But I mean,
But it's
okay,
like
when it came
9/11
out,
America was like
Yeah.
a big part of its success.
oh my god, there were so many like disaster shows, cop shows after
Yeah.
9/11. It's crazy.
Mhm.
See, almost every episode would be like before 9/11 or post 9/11 because they changed the size too much, and she always calls me out on it.
Yeah.
I'm happy someone else did it this time.
Mm.
Uh,
Wait, does that happen on this podcast a lot? I've seen a couple episodes. I've seen
Yeah,
3.
no. At least
9/11 comes
there-
up.
there is, first off, there is a specific 9/11 DCOM
Oh,
about 9/11.
we have
Excuse
already
me?
talked about it. Yeah, we've already covered it.
It's bad.
It's called
It's bad.
Tiger Cruise. for a
They're
little
all
bit.
on a big aircraft carrier.
Yeah.
And 9/11 happens while they're on that aircraft carrier. So it's all like,
So then they deal with.
are they going to have to go to war with these kids on the boat?
Mm-hmm. And that's what the movie's about.
Okay.
And it's just really military propaganda because, of course, a recent post 9/11 about 9/11 film is going to be by the Disney Channel.
I'm gonna say I'll put my life on everything. I know way too much about cartoons. If that ever comes up, the best handling 9/11 in children's media was done by Arthur.
Oh
I
wow!
heard good stuff about the Arthur.
They did it maturely. They didn't like talk down to the kids. The Arthur 9/11 allegory episode where a cake gets set on fire or some shit. Absolute cinema. 10 out of 10.
I really have like no complaints with Arthur in general. We're getting off track.
Okay.
Sorry, this episode it's gonna be 3 hours long.
We've been there.
We
I've seen.
our record.
I saw.
Our record, I believe, is 3 hours 45 minutes.
Oh my! If you guys took the leash off, I could go buck wild. I told them before. I gave them a signal. Tell me when to like stop because we're getting esoteric here tonight.
Back to Manny Koto, the director. He also wrote and produced things like Dexter, Star Trek Enterprise, American Horror Story, a bunch of other stuff.
All of American Horror Story, or like which seasons?
I can pull that up for you if you're curious.
I was gonna say,
It
and
wasn't
also,
every season.
I'm guessing it's like a few episodes.
and also which seasons of Dexter? Because like this, my trust in this guy. Because there were some really good seasons of American Horror Story and some really good seasons of Dexter.
He did it looks like basically he did 11 episodes of American Horror Story,
Mm-hmm.
like that, the full name of it, and American Horror Stories. He also did 13 episodes, and a lot of 24 and stuff. He did 2010 to 2013 of Dexter.
Oh god, what season is that?
5, 6, 7, and 8.
Those are bad ones.
Yowza. Yowza.
Yeah, but that's just some of the stuff he did. And if you want to take it up with him and argue about how bad it is, sorry, you can't. He died of pancreatic cancer in 2023.
Unfortunate.
It's sad.
Everybody whose ass I want to kick, they always take the easy way out before I can get to them.
Pancreatic cancer.
Sorry.
Notably the easy way out.
Isn't that's like the worst one, I think.
It's
It's like
pretty
it's a pretty
bad.
bad
Yeah.
one.
Yeah.
For the cast, starring as Will Browning, as well as Tui or Gil Putman.
I was gonna ask if it was like a twin situation or if it was an Adam Sandler, Jack and Jill
It
situation.
is him playing both roles.
It's Adam
And
Sandler,
we-
Jack and
I'm
Jill.
surprised you couldn't.
I'm surprised you couldn't tell. Genuinely.
Identical twins are real.
No,
Yes,
no.
but
But when the
There's
editing,
a weird green screen.
yeah, the editing
Yeah.
of them right next to each other, looking in binoculars, and then they face
They
each
face
other,
each
and
other
they're looking
in
past each other.
completely different directions.
Mm.
One
They are
person is
not
staring at
staring.
a wall and the other person is staring outside.
I'm gonna say I'm gonna miss a lot of like the dumb blocking. Because I got enraptured in the themes. I like this is my like art house addled brain. I overanalyzed the shit out of this
Hey.
movie.
Look, we're into that as well.
Okay.
I think we haven't fully buried the lead of everything here, but this is like this is a top 5 DCOM for both Kelsey and I favorite.
I love
I
this one
liked
so
it.
much.
I-
love it.
It's so fascinating and like I'm not even gonna say it's a good movie, but like it's a great DCOM for the
Uh-huh.
simple fact, like same thing I say all the time. DCOMs are best when they're both like equal parts ironically good and
Uh-huh.
genuinely good. And this is genuinely good in the way that like I like a lot of the areas they explore and thoughts that they do for a kids movie,
Uh-huh.
but also so much of it is so awkwardly put down. It's
Yep.
so funny.
I would say for me, I this was an important movie for me.
Yeah.
It sucked ass, and I want to punch everybody on there, and then also give them a hug and thank
Yes.
them. Because
Yes.
what a beautiful disaster this was.
I know.
I had so much fun watching it, and I also got really mad watching it,
Mhm.
and then I was confused, and I'm like, am I supposed to take this seriously? No. Wait a minute. Their grandpa was in Nam? It's just-
I just love it so much. And God, sometimes you find a bad movie,
Mhm.
but it's bad in all the right ways.
It's a gentle bad.
Yes.
It's a bad that's so invitingly
Mm-hmm.
what I want.
Yeah.
And again, we've watched 120-ish of
Mhm.
these Disney Channel original movies.
Mhm.
And you gotta really love the fact that we could get some of these that are just like bad in the way that for Kelsey and I, it just works.
Mm.
This is what we want.
Yeah.
This is
No,
you're gonna-
I like this. I like this.
okay. I don't even think I have actually mentioned the name. Will Browning, Gil Putman, Tui, all played by Andrew Lawrence.
I love him. He's like one of my favorite DCOM boys.
He is in 4 total Disney Channel original movies. One of the most, and he's like the lead role in all of them.
Okay.
He's also in Going to the Mat, which we've already covered, and Horse Sense, which we've already covered. He's also in the sequel to Horse Sense, which, believe it or not, is called Jumping Ship.
I don't think horses do that.
No,
No,
it's
there's
not
no
about horses
horses.
anymore. It's not about horses anymore. They like
What do
go
they
on.
sense
They
then?
go on a cruise, and then they get shipwrecked.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well,
Well, it's not even a cruise. It's just they get on a boat.
they get boat wrecked.
They get boat wrecked, and they leave the horses behind.
So I'm gonna speed through his like credits a little quick because
Mhm.
we've already talked about him a lot of times, and I love his performance in this movie, but it's also I feel objectively bad.
Yes.
But also doing a double role thing is hard, and also he doesn't do it well.
Mm-hmm.
But I love it. He's the main role of the show Recess, the animated show.
Wait, he's Mikey?
Yep.
Yeah.
And Recess? I knew his ass sounded familiar.
Yeah.
He was in the show Brotherly Love with his brothers,
Uh-huh.
Joey Lawrence.
Joey Lawrence.
If that
and
rings a bell.
I don't know
Um,
names. You guys know I don't
Whatever
know
the
names.
other Lawrence brother is, I'm
Yeah.
blanking on right now.
And they're all in Horse Sense. They're in Horse Sense and Jumping Ship. It was
I
him and
haven't
his
seen Horse
brothers.
Sense, so I'm gonna keep it a buck.
I know. But like the Lawrence brothers are like a little famous.
Uh-huh.
And isn't it Joey Lawrence the one that goes, whoa?
I think so.
Yeah. And then they're in Horse Sense and Jumping
Mhm.
Ship.
I know the Jonas Brothers.
Yeah, no, it's different.
I feel really bad for that fourth kid.
Hey, Frankie was the host of a TV show about being related to famous people, so
Oh, Fran.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
I know the Lawrence brothers were like before our time, really,
Okay.
when they were famous.
Yeah.
So
Same with the Marx Brothers.
I don't even know who that is.
It's like
Groucho Marx.
the Stooge type shit.
Okay.
Andrew Lawrence also had notable roles on Hawaii Five-O, United States of Terra. He did a good amount of voice acting, like Battlefield 4 and Dead Rising 3 he has big roles as part of. Now he does like
my
a
God, I
decent
played
bit of
those games.
directing, largely of like lower budget Lifetime films, a lot of stuff starring his brothers or himself. That's kind of like where they're getting the money for everything.
Dude, Lifetime original movies. That could be. I feel like if you guys did Lifetime original movies instead of DCOM original movies, I feel like you would have had a mental break
Yeah.
or
They're-
not
look.
still be alive.
Look, we talk all the time. There's basically 3 Disney Channel original movie plots. There's one Lifetime original movie
Ah.
plot.
They would all be the same.
Tell me the plots. Because I'm new to this. But this is me dipping my toes, my first soiree into the DCOM. Because I watch B horror movies. Like my favorite movie of all time is Evil Dead 2, and then my second favorite movie of all time is The Thing. My third favorite movie of all time is Evil Dead. Technically, the third one, Army of Darkness.
There's your classic like this girl is obsessed with being prom queen and she's mean to the shy girl who's finding her way.
Okay.
It's like that kind. There's like the sports ones.
There's the High School Musical plot.
Oh yeah, there's
which
like
is
the High School
the
Musical.
most common one. Existed well before High School Musical 2 of just like I want to do X, but my friends all do Y, so I have to do Y. But wait, I can like defy expectations and do something different. That's what 90% of the sports ones are.
There's like also the niche sports ones, and a lot of those too are like, you don't understand me, Dad. This is my dream.
Yeah, and that's basically all the plots.
Yeah.
You can distill basically all DCOMs down into that.
Yeah, I had it somewhere. I had it described as oh, you need to live your own life. If you want to see your friends at school, you have to do your homework. While they're like also raising incredibly interesting questions about the like cloning, the ethics of cloning, the meaning of what a family is, the existence and the meaning of a soul, what it means to be human, and what makes a human life unique and valuable, which they bring up and immediately disregard so that like Tui can go eat pizza.
Yep.
He fucking loves pizza. He loves pizza more than I love being alive.
Yep.
He loves pizza.
This is all true.
Yeah.
Okay, let's keep going with the cast.
Andrew Lawrence also won a Young Artist Award for this performance.
This performance?
Which one was Andrew Lawrence again?
He's the main character.
Okay, I feel like he didn't earn it.
Characters.
Yeah.
So did Adam Sandler, and Jack and Jill was universally panned. Double standard? Hypocrites. Shame on you.
What about Lindsay Lohan in The Parent Trap?
Universally beloved.
Oh, good point.
All right. We're on the scale.
I rest my case.
All right. Playing the role of Victor, who is just one of the evil guys. He's the younger one.
One of the goons?
Yeah, one of the
Oingo
goons.
Boingo.
Is
Y'all
he
ever
the-
seen Weird Science?
Oh, no, only a little bit.
Okay, so I'll get this one. This movie reminded me a lot of Weird Science, where it's two creep-ass high schoolers.
There's a
build
DCOM based on Weird Science.
Oh.
Their perfect prom date.
Yeah, so there's a DCOM where they make like a hologram woman.
No. I'm talking about How to Build a Better Boy,
Oh, you're
which is
talking about
literally
How to Build a Better Boy.
Weird
Just
Science.
kidding. We're not talking about Pixel We're talking about How to Build a Better Boy. They
I've heard of that,
accidentally
actually.
make like
Probably
a
from you
robot
guys.
boyfriend,
Yeah,
Mhm.
who just shows up at the school.
and then
Oh.
it makes her popular.
So it's gender swapped Weird Science.
Yes.
Exactly.
All right, rock on.
Yeah,
I bet they
it's
didn't have
pretty good,
Oingo
actually.
Boingo on the soundtrack though.
I don't think they did.
Oh god.
So is this Scott McCord as one of the goons? Is he the tall one?
He's the tall one, yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
There's two goons. One's tall and one's short.
He's a pretty big voice actor. He's got like some big credits, stuff like Paw Patrol,
ACAB,
Patrol?
ACAB, including Paw Patrol.
No.
Bakugan.
Which
Uh,
one?
I
No
didn't
idea.
write down which one.
Bummer.
Oh my god. I'm
Total
sorry.
Drama.
He plays 4 roles in Total Drama.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I was a
He
huge
played
Total
Owen,
Drama
he
fan.
played Trent, he
He
played
played Owen?
Jock, and he played Brody.
My goat, Owen, bro. Owen was the goat.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's the one who won the first.
Yeah,
season,
fat guy,
Yep.
Canada Leaf shirt,
Yep.
Blondie, beat
Yep.
Gwen out. Dude, I swear, if Total Drama happened today, the way kids
The
nowadays,
Stan Wars would be insane.
dude, kids are gooning, man. The kids are gooning. They would. Owen would not have won. Gwen would have taken it.
Absolutely.
Because Gen Alpha TikTok kids are gooning to Gwen if Total Drama happens today.
Yep.
Yep, full agree. Camp Lake Bottom, Beyblade, also the Nut Job. He had some live action credits as well, like a major role in the show From, among others, but voice acting seemed like the bigger stuff for him. Playing the role of Conrad, who's the shorter of the evil goons.
Who seemed genuinely learning disabled. Like, these guys were kind of giving me Lenny and the guy that kills Lenny in Of Mice and spoilers from a 60-year-old Steinbeck novel. What was the other guy's name? Was it Tom?
Was it George?
George.
Thank
You're right,
you.
George and Lenny.
I remember high school English.
It's wild because we'll just so brush over these scientists being smart enough to create hyper clothing.
These guys need a Nobel Prize immediately. Why the fuck are they in a dumpster lab?
They just need to make money.
And here's the thing, even if they want money, you're gonna get a shit ton of money from this.
But they did not patent it.
And even if you did, there's
These guys don't know how patent law works.
it's wild that they're also this invention's gonna be forgotten to time because the contents of this history.
They're gonna get out of prison and they're gonna kidnap Tui at some point.
Yeah, that's the sequel we're waiting for. Playing the role of Conrad is Joe Grafasi. He's just a character actor. Tons of minor roles, hundreds of them.
He looked familiar, but I couldn't place him, so that's
He's a character actor. He's done stuff from 1974 all the way up to current day. Some notable larger roles he's had include Law & Order SVU, Naked Gun, Deer Hunter, Bull,
I just watched that for the first time.
Oh, Leslie Nielsen, what a legend.
Presumed Innocent. And I put it down because there was in his Wikipedia page, he's played 2 separate Yankee Hall of Fame baseball players in the movie 61 and in The Bronx is Burning. So it's kind of fun. Playing the role of Alana Browning, the sister.
Her head was shaped like an egg.
Yeah. This is Allison Pill, who is actually...
Her head was shaped like a pill.
She's actually quite a big actress. One that you don't expect, but she's in a ton of stuff.
I feel like you'll know when we say
Yeah.
it.
All right.
Lots of various TV movies, started her acting career. She did a lot of stuff as a child, but then she turned into a Broadway actress for a while. She got a Tony nom for The Lieutenant of Inishmore.
Haven't seen it. Love Broadway, though.
Some big film roles of hers include Confessions of a Teenage Drama Queen, Milk, Midnight in Paris, Hail Caesar, Vice, Rap, Scott Pilgrim vs. the World,
Great movie.
and the animated continuation of
I've
it.
actually seen 4 of those, which is surprising because you guys know I don't watch a ton of movies.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
she does a lot of stuff.
She's the drummer in Scott Pilgrim vs.
Wait. Him?
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
she's not a minor role, you know?
Her head doesn't look like an egg or a pill at all anymore. Good for her. Good for her.
Some notable TV roles she has include The Newsroom, Them, Star Trek Picard, American Horror Story Cult, among others. I didn't write everything down, but she's genuinely
The big one I
always
knew.
around.
The big one I knew was Scott Pilgrim.
Yeah.
But
Fun movie.
she's been big roles for so long.
Yeah, and it's incredible because we play this game called Cine 2 Nerdle. We did it for our...
I put BenG on Cine 2 Nerdle after
Yes.
watching Northern
It
Lion
was
do
so
it.
good. We did it for our 100 subscriber special, so check it out on YouTube. And just when we're playing casually, we love it when people play Scott Pilgrim because we're like, the other me. Good fucking luck. And then they skip us and we go horse sense. Like they don't even know what hit them.
No, that's your strat. You drag them down into the DCOM.
We do.
Literally, that's our track. That site is full of a bunch of cinephiles, you know? People who know way too much highbrow shit. So whenever we can get into the DCOM area, get them in our zone, we punch way above our weight in terms of playing that game.
No, and that's the same what Northern Line did. Just like really shitty 4 out of 10 like early 90s late 2000s comedies. He just smokes people, and he knows enough about the highbrow stuff to
Mhm.
play, and then he takes people into deep waters until they find themselves.
Mhm.
So yeah,
After this, I want to watch you guys play some Cine Tuner before I go home.
we can do that.
Oh yeah.
Playing the role of Chucky, the best friend,
Yep.
is Brendan Jefferson. He's also in the first Xenon, but only the first Xenon.
See the guy that was hanging around with Raven?
He's like the coding guy. He was on Earth.
For Xenon, are they spelling it with like the noble gas? Like, is it spelled like Xenon?
Zenon.
Okay, it's not. That's tragic.
Yeah.
Mhm. It's a girl's name, so.
What, girls can't have X in their name?
Mm-mm.
Maxine, Roxanne,
Can't start with
Charlie XCX. She's got 2.
Brendan Jefferson's probably best known for his role in Holes. It's not a giant role, but like he's one of the major kids in Holes.
Wow, if I had a nickel every time Andrew Lawrence co-starred with a guy from Holes, I'd have 2 nickels. Isn't a lot, but it's weird. Shout out to the Phineas and Ferb movie.
Shout out Doof, dude. People don't know. I wanted to do Phineas and Ferb so bad because I probably would have gone on a deep dive. I don't think as deep as this dive. Like I talked to a rabbi in person about this movie, which is embarrassing, to be honest. But oh my god, I would have gone on the deepest dive for the appreciation that Dan, his last name starts with a P, and Pavenmeyer, I was going to say.
Yeah.
And the other fella who's
Jeff Swampy Marsh.
They have such a deep appreciation and understanding of so many genres of music. It's great.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out Phineas and Ferb. Shout out the new season of it. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you guys already done that episode?
No.
Okay. Well, I want you to know, I'm going to watch it and I'm going to love it, but I'm going to click the dislike button on principle because that should have been me.
Yes, valid.
Tate is a pretty big fan.
Hey, you know what? If he can out-Ferb me, I'll let it happen. I'll let it slide. I'll eat my words. I will comment I got out-Ferbed.
Yeah. Other stuff for Brendan Jefferson, just like small TV roles. He had a main role on the show Thea. I don't know much of that. He did episodes of Even Stevens and Proud Family for some Disney Channel connections.
Family was good.
No.
Not the movie.
Not the movie. The movie sucks, but...
Oh, I never saw the movie.
Not what we're talking about today.
It's a Disney Channel original movie. We'll cover it eventually.
For you guys.
Yep.
Playing the role of Scotty DeSoto.
Oh, he hates you, man.
I love Scotty.
It's Tyler Hines. He started as a stage actor in Canada. He was Tiny Tim in A Christmas Carol on the Canadian Broadway. He has had notable TV shows and TV roles in the show Amazon, Neverending Story, Letterkenny, among others. Really transitioned, like right turn, very hard, very strong into Hallmark movies. Just like, that's what he does. He's done 23 that I would call fitting that vibe since 2018, which is a lot of work. And he's like the main role in all of them, including notably the one Hallmark movie I could probably have named because I had heard about this, which is Holiday Touchdown, A Chiefs Love Story, which features multiple members of the Kansas City Chiefs and is about the Kansas City Chiefs.
Oh, yeah.
Did they run out of football money? Why are you here?
Exactly.
Or here's the other thing. Because Hallmark can't be making all that money on like greeting cards. When was the last time anybody sent a card? Be honest.
Nope.
Not through the mail.
Dude, I have to. Because like, oh my god, I had a party to celebrate me graduating college, but it was supposed to just be like, hey, let's get wild, drink beer, and like play Magic the Gathering and Super Smash Bros. Because that's what I do. But then like my lovely partner Linnea, her like family showed up and gave me like gifts, like it was a high school grad party, and now I have to send them thank you notes because I got a really nice bag. Like it's like a backpack, but it can also be like a shoulder bag. Shout out! This is the hard part. No one put names on the gifts, so I forgot who gave me what. I got to do a decoding. For the love of God, I hope they don't listen to this. They might. But I'm sorry, Auntie Julie. I'm sorry, Stacy. You guys are great, but I thought we were just getting slammed at that party. I was unprepared.
It was a good time, that party.
Yeah, you guys were there.
Yeah.
Tyler Hines won a Young Artist Award for his performance here, which is kind of interesting.
Is that a good award? Is that a hard one?
It's the same. It's the same thing. Like, it's the one award we see people win pretty often because it's literally for kid awards. But like, it doesn't have zero prestige. There's other stuff going on.
Kids' Choice Awards. What's going on with that? Is that a Nickelodeon thing?
Yep.
Yes, the Disney stuff can be nominated and win within there, but like
Nickelodeon.
But Nickelodeon.
So, yeah, who's Tyler Hines again?
He was Scotty DeSoto.
DeSoto. Okay, yeah, that kid. He was.
I liked his performance a lot.
I liked him a lot too. He reminded me of the I forget his name because I'm terrible with names, but like Bender, the cool older troubled kid from Breakfast Club.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the guy with the flannel who was like obviously 30.
Yeah.
All you need to do is have one deep conversation with him, and then you're
then you're in.
Yeah, he pumps his fist on the football field, and then no one has forgotten about it since.
Mhm.
Yeah. Playing the role of Heather Johnson is Sarah Gadon.
Mm-hmm.
We talked about her already in Cadet Kelly. Wikipedia also says she's in Phantom of the Megaplex, but I literally could not find that credit.
Mm-hmm.
And we've covered that film too, but maybe she was like some minor role and it's not noted on our IMDb, which is wild. That's where it should be noted.
Mm-hmm.
Kelsey took the notes when we did Cadet Kelly, so I wrote down that she noted down. She was a voice actress for Total Drama Island as well. She was Beth, Ginger, and Izzy. She was also in The Nut Job. Yeah. So multiple Nut Job actors here.
Got a lot of nutters.
Mm-hmm.
She was also in Amazing Spider-Man 2.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Is that the one?
That's the Andrew Garfield.
Oh, never mind.
Notable roles for her in Letterkenny, in the third season of True Detective, A Dangerous Method, Indignation, 11/22/63, Royal Night Out, Ferrari. She's just kind of like continuously had decent credits for a while.
Good for her.
Yeah, she's kind of just survived.
Because you know what I'm gonna say, Will Browning. So in my notes, I never caught the last name, so I've got him as Clone Will and OG Will.
Yeah,
OG Will did her so dirty, dude. The absolutely demonic guitar sting when she gets introduced into the camera, like she's supposed to be ugly, but she just looks like the most normal middle school girl of all time, except for she has like perfectly clear skin and like well kept hair. Like she's a cute looking kid. Like, dude, like this is a normal ass middle schooler. How are you gonna give her like the ugly guitar sting?
Welcome to DCOMs.
Oh my god.
She had an award-winning role in All My Puny Sorrows as Alison Pill's co-star. Alison Pill also won for that. Those two had a reunion from this film into like an award-winning film years later, decades later. It's pretty crazy. Playing the dad of the movie, Patrick Browning.
I got words about him.
Is Mark L. Taylor. We've already covered him in High School Musical 2.
Did you not recognize him?
No.
He's Fulton.
He's like the worker of the main like boss of the country club.
The one Sharpay.
You know what? I must not remember High School Musical 2 that well because the last time I saw that was probably when it came out on the Disney Channel.
Classic. Yeah.
If you watched it recently, you would know immediately
because he's a pretty big role in it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's also in Eddie's $1 Million Cook-Off as the dad there. Kind of a great 3-movie stretch. We love his performance within all of these.
Fantastic 3D comms to be in.
Other films that he's done, like Inner Space, Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, Arachnophobia.
Goated movie, Honey, I Shrunk the Kids.
He's done.
And then he did it again?
Crazy.
The fact that he didn't get like hit with like the most insane divorce, massive alimony, no custody, no visitation after shrinking the kids twice. You know, one time is an accident. 2 times, why do you still have shrinking stuff in the house? Jesus Christ.
For TV shows, he's done Superman, The Mask animated series, Dexter's Laboratory, Powerpuff Girls. A lot of just like additional voice work is pretty common for him.
Mm-hmm.
You just got put into a category in my head. I have a category for people who say laboratory and laboratory.
Gotcha. I switch.
Oh.
I'm ambidextrous. That was not a good pun. Anyhow, playing the role of the mom, Catherine Browning, is Lori Hollier. probably best known from her debut role in acting, which was the starring role of My Bloody Valentine, which is
I
just
thought that was a band.
it's a cult classic film. I know not a ton about it, but I know it's like a big film of itself.
Super good shoegaze band by the same name. If you guys ever want to check that out.
Otherwise, she's had some notable roles on soap operas such as Days of Our Lives and Santa Barbara.
I used to watch Days of Our Lives, the soap opera. So I just looked, and she was on in 1989 and 1990. So I was not alive.
That's why I didn't mention
Yeah,
it.
I did not know who her character was. She did not come back. She was only in 48 episodes. So it was probably just like a few months.
I was a Melrose Place guy myself.
I don't know what that is.
That's the other big soap opera.
Okay, yeah. No,
Hey, don't forget about General Hospital or whatever.
Shaw.
Yeah, push Shaw. I don't watch General Hospital either.
Let's go.
Otherwise, various small credits, nothing too big notable. And that's what I got for the cast. I'm gonna mention very briefly that we have fan mail as a thing. We don't have any fan mail to read, but we never mentioned it before.
We forgot to mention that before.
Yeah.
I can send you guys stuff in the mail.
Yeah, you definitely can send. We've had people we know send us stuff. We also have had people write in who we don't know, which is very fun.
That's so awesome.
Yeah. Doesn't happen often, but sometimes it does happen. It's very fun. So email us at thedcomduo@gmail.com. Or comment on YouTube or wherever else.
Y'all got a P.O. box?
No.
You gotta get a P.O. box.
You know us. You can just send them.
That's kind of stuff to our actual
But I'm saying like internet strangers just love sending stupid shit in a box. Like I was probably gonna like 3D print something that just looks really, really, really dumb. Or, you know, find all of like the old Magic cards that just have the ugliest art possible and like put it in a picture frame just with an arrow that says "you" on it. So that's what I was gonna do. People, and hey, if there was a podcast that I listened to and they had a PO box, and they were like, "Yeah, mail us it," I would be doing that all the time.
Maybe.
PO box.
If you're interested in sending us stuff, let us know, and maybe we'll open a PO box. No promises.
You can send like I don't know, like a dead mouse in the mail. That's just totally legal.
Ew.
I know. Yeah, and then like you would open it and from Kelly out in Santa Barbara, a dead mouse. Thank you, Kelly. Moving on. Add a little spice to the podcast.
Yeah. So for fun facts, this is based on the book Me Too by Mary C. Ryan.
I totally forgot I was going to look into this book today, and it just totally slipped my mind.
I looked into it a little bit.
Okay. The biggest thing is that his name is Wilf with an F.
That's the main difference. Really couldn't find all too much about it. My favorite thing as well is this has like 6 reviews. It was decent enough popular, I think, of a book, but on Goodreads it has 6 reviews, and the top review in terms of like likes is by the author Mary C. Ryan, who says, "I give this 5 stars because I wrote it."
Good for her.
Hell yeah.
I'm like,
you gotta be your own biggest fan.
It's nice she's being honest too, of like, this is why I'm rating it this way. I wouldn't rate it this way if I didn't write it.
Hey, boost me up, guys. I wrote this book. Come on.
This film was removed from Disney Plus.
Really?
As far as I'm aware, there's not a specific given reason why. When it was first on Disney Plus, it was on Disney Plus to begin with. The songs "Bring In the Noise" by NSYNC and "Life Is a Party" by Aaron Carter, which are both in this film, were replaced by just generic sounding techno music. Apparently, people were not happy about that, so my guess is that's somehow the reason.
Wait, there were people that were complaining about that?
According to like what I could find online, yes.
Well, I mean, if I missed out on NSYNC, I'd be a little peeved about it too. I sailed the 7 seas of the internet to find this movie, so my copy had NSYNC, who I recognized, and then that other song that from a guy who I don't recognize.
Aaron Carter.
Rest in peace.
Rest in peace.
Rest in peace.
Did ours have an NSYNC?
I believe it was.
Okay, because we like bought it on Amazon.
Yeah. Oh, rock on.
Yeah. I'm just more shocked that there were fans of this movie that cared.
I'm also kind of surprised by that, but like I don't. It was like the IMDb facts page was like people were outraged. I'm like, were they or were you?
Or did you just not want to pay for it? Do you not care about this masterpiece of a movie?
Yeah.
You don't know what you have, Disney.
It's not going to drop like 99 cents in 2006 for like the NSYNC single on iTunes. But by God, he's got his copy of The Other Me, and he's listening to his music whether they like it or not.
The whole ensemble cast got nominated for a Young Artist Award, like the ensemble side of it, but I didn't see them win that one. So yeah, normally this is where we would do the Disney Plus description, but there's no Disney Plus description because this isn't on Disney Plus. So I have the Prime Video description. You ready?
I'm ready.
Science project gone wrong creates a clone.
Yup.
That's it.
That does happen.
Prime Video has much shorter descriptions. I also wrote down the Google description because it's much more similar to what the Disney Plus descriptions are typically like.
Mm-hmm.
When Will Browning is threatened with a military summer school if he doesn't get better grades, he decides to do a science project that'll definitely get an A. So he buys some ocean pups, unhatched sea creatures that will look spectacular, but he hasn't bargained for the cloning agent that the unscrupulous manufacturers have left in the kit. Next thing he knows, there's another him.
They focused way too much on the ocean pups part. And way less on the clone.
I wonder if that was like AI
I was
summarized.
gonna say, is Sea Monkeys licensed?
It must be.
I was gonna cut because you could always they have like a name too. They're brine shrimp.
Oh.
You can just call them brine shrimp.
Well, the point is too that like this is their front for doing their research, so they can't just be sea monkeys. They have their own company.
There's two things I want to say here. The first, I unintentionally got like way too. I mean, this is already very obvious to now everybody listening at home, but I got way too sucked into this movie and I put myself in the shoes. My disbelief was like fully suspended. I was there because I was an underachieving middle schooler with
a yo-yo.
With a yo-yo and a fucking almond mom who would cook like the nastiest healthy meals. Multiple siblings with really ugly shaped faces, but they did better than me in everything, and so I felt bad about it. And I just like didn't try it shit. And I got threatened with being sent to military school in 7th or 8th grade, which is when I'm assuming this took place.
Yeah.
They look middle schoolers.
It seems like junior high.
Uh-huh. And my name is like also Will too, so that was a big one. So like, I mean, like when I was, a couple beverages deep, I was like, it feels like my life. So yeah, I got embarrassingly into this to the point like I set up meetings with people at my university's theology and philosophy department to discuss the ethics of cloning. So we're gonna get into that later.
I am very happy that this movie has inspired you so.
No, I actually hate it so much and I piss it off and I have like the biggest we are like me and this movie are like the closest frenemies of all time. I love this like I want to punch this movie in the face and then like lay it down on the couch and plant a big tender kiss right on the lips as I whisper sweet nothing into this movie's ear and then punch it in the fucking face again, dude. I'm still confused. So I've got questions for you guys because I don't know what's going on. I sought out spiritual guidance from a priest, a rabbi.
It's set up to a joke.
No, dude, a priest, a rabbi, and atheist theology majors, atheist theologians. I went to like all the spiritual guidance you could find within 15 miles of my house.
Well, that being said, are we ready to jump into the movie?
I think we are ready to Eddie's $1 million cook-off into this movie.
All right, so we open up The Other Me. School bus, kids are getting off school. We see Will yo-yoing.
What the dork?
What a dork! Like kids are bullying him as he walks into.
I was going to say I know what it said on the subtitles, but what I heard I heard what the dork, and this is one of those examples. This is a soundbite. I'm putting the soundbite in. Man, check out the yo-yo. What the dork? So that'll be in there. That's up for the viewers to decide. I'm team what the dork.
Check out the yo-yo. What a dork.
Yeah, literally, they're just like, "Ooh, what's with the yo-yo?" They're bullying him as he's walking to school, so he puts his yo-yo away. He's like, "Okay, whatever."
Yeah, what I love about this whole establishing stuff, and we have to have this as a film and everything. You just the whole time, this whole like initial school scene and everything. Look how much everyone hates Will, and how immediately that turns around when Tui goes to school.
Yes, I was gonna say, dude, the clone is just better at
Everything.
He's just better at everything.
Such a depressing state.
I know. And this kid's all clearly already depressed. If
Yeah.
we'll keep going into the movie, it's not subtle.
Yeah. So he goes into school and he sees his friend Chucky. They mention that the report cards are coming out today. And Will is just sliding by with his grades.
Mhm.
He's not doing well.
He's really like lethargic in every aspect of his life, except Heather, who comes up and tries to flirt with him, and with that he has full energy of no, I don't want to date you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, fully he's
And-
just like, nope, I'm busy forever.
Yeah. Which, like, dude, no, you're not. You don't do anything. Like, lethargy. I was saying,
Yeah.
dude, I talked to people from the psychology department. This kid's like depressed and showing signs of like suicidal ideation. He's detached from his life.
He doesn't really go out, does he? He just wants to be
No.
at home in his room.
Yeah, alone. He wants to cut off like relationships with his family and friends and just
Mhm.
isolate himself.
He only has Chucky right now.
Only has Chucky.
Yeah.
And even then, like, I mean, I feel like, I don't know, man. Chucky, he always gave Chucky some weird looks,
He did. I feel
Yeah.
like he was judging Chucky.
right?
Yeah.
What was his last name again? Bolton? No, that's
Browning.
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 Will Browning, closet racist? It never gets brought
crazy.
up, which is possible.
So Heather
Mhm.
tells Will that she moved her locker next to his so that she could see him all the time.
You
What a
can do
sweet
that?
gesture. And like no school I've ever been to, I asked to move lockers because I remember in middle school the person you guys I went to school with BenG. I guess that's another bit of backstory. And BenG, I don't know if you remember a certain guy. He's not listening to the fucking podcast, dude. Stuart Sheldon did not wear deodorant, and he smelled like ass. And my locker was next to him for 2 years in a row because of our last names. And
That's so
he
funny.
smelled, and I wanted to move because it was gross, but I never could.
Like, sorry, it's alphabetical.
Yeah.
You have to be this way.
It was crazy. I in middle school used my locker every day, all the time, between every class. And then high school, I didn't use my locker a single time all 4 years.
I honestly forgot I had one.
Well, in my middle school, we weren't allowed to carry our backpacks around.
No, I think
Why?
I don't know. We had to leave them in our locker, so I had to go to my locker, and we only had like 4 minutes in between class.
Oh my god, pass
So I had to
period, right?
go to the other side of school or carry like my binders and stuff for 2 classes in a row. It was bullshit. So
Mhm,
then in high school, I got to carry my backpack around.
mhm.
I didn't have to go to my locker all the time. I usually just used it like for my textbook I didn't want to lug around and my coat.
Mhm.
That was it.
I think like universally for everybody that I've met, middle school was just the worst time of their life.
Why do they treat us horribly in
Well,
middle
I
school?
I don't know.
And we're at the worst time of our lives.
Well-
We're like hitting puberty.
But yeah, I was gonna say I was someone I worked in childcare briefly. I was like a daycare, like like Manny type situation. Middle schoolers are the most annoying subsection of
Mhm.
human beings on the planet.
Yeah.
And they're moody and they smell and they don't know what's going on. And this is the first time we're like, in elementary school, they kind of softened the bureaucracy on you. But like middle school, you have to like actually interface with the rules. And they don't make sense and they suck and you're dumb and you smell bad and you're awkward and you're crying and you're growing hair in strange places and you're sweaty and it's terrible. And man, middle school fucking sucks for everybody.
Mhm.
I have not met a single person who was like, yeah, middle school was cool.
Imagine,
I really had no issues with middle school.
imagine peaking in middle school.
Oh my god.
So sad.
What if Tui peaked in middle school?
he might?
Tui found dead in Atlantic City.
To be fair, how does Tui beat what he accomplished in middle
Oh
school?
my! In a week, we gotta keep going. 'Cause I've got words to say.
So to wrap up on Heather, she tries to invite Will to the dance, but he says he doesn't know how to dance. He's just not into her. So then in science class, the teacher mentions that their science project is due next week, and it's a very important project because if Will, she's like looking right at Will in front of the whole class. She's like, "Hey, Will, you need to be on this project, or you're gonna take it again next year."
Now, and my mom threatened to hold me back multiple times because I skipped a grade, and she was like, "We're gonna send you back."
You're like, "Oh,
But
to
I
my
was gonna
old
say,
age."
yeah, well, no, I was thinking, dude, so this is 2000. This is George Bush, No Child Left Behind. Has anybody ever been held back a grade since 2000? Like, I was gonna say again, Ben, we went to school together.
Mhm.
There were some brick-headed motherfuckers in our graduating class who absolutely should have been held back a grade. I don't think they do it anymore.
The one grade I think they do it is kindergarten, and I think it's kindergarten alone because it's like they want kids to know how to read at the same time. That's
Or
the
just,
only
like, the
grade I've
alphabet.
heard anytime recently.
And that makes sense because that's when it matters the least for sure. Of like you're
You're not gonna have
barely,
social
yeah,
stigma
you're
in
barely making
kindergarten
friends.
if you do it again.
Yeah.
What I think would happen, and this is what was threatened in high school, not for me, for other students, that like
Not for
if
me, I'm a genius.
yeah, if you fail biology, you have to take it again next year. It doesn't mean you're being held back. It just means you have to take that class again. So like you're gonna be a junior with all the sophomores in the class, and that's still pretty lame.
Like, which is like social suicide at that
Yeah,
point. 'Cause,
it's still bad.
oh,
I don't
dude,
think
it
you'd
was
be
like the
completely held back.
caste system. Oh my lord.
Yeah. After class, Scotty, the bully, runs into Will, and we learn that Will got him suspended before, so Scotty just hates him.
Yeah.
I was gonna say that's another soundbite I have ready. Scotty DeSoto. Man, does he hate you.
Walk it, Brownie. Scotty DeSoto. Man, does he hate you.
Would you agree that part of the fun of DCOMs is just the dumbest line? Like, why the
Yes.
terrible deliveries? Like, how much does it cost to do another take, you guys? Come on.
We have like basically a wall of fame of our favorite stupid ass line deliveries in history. There's stuff that we mention all the time. Like you made all the coasters.
I mean,
Use
like
coasters?
little. I don't use them as coasters anymore.
Really?
It's like little like wooden circles that I would paint
Uh-huh.
with our like stupid quotes
Okay.
that we love to say all the time.
Where did the fish go?
Where did the fish go? It was like, okay, so there's one of them called the Proof Point where it's also science fiction where like the parents are scientists.
Yep.
And they're working on like reversing aging, right?
Or time travel.
Time travel. And they are experimenting on goldfish and they leave and they come back and the goldfish are gone and they say, "Where did the fish go?"
I'm serious. Hit my line. I can edit these into the podcast. So like, there's just a little break and you can hear the soundbite. This one's gonna bang.
Hell yeah. All right, so at home, Mom is making weird tree bark thing for dinner.
Tree bark pot.
Yeah, and they all have to eat from the same pot. They don't get plates.
It's a communal bonding experience. I was gonna say, dude, this was patient zero for the almond mom.
Yeah.
Which this is another thing I related to because I had one of these growing up around this time. So it was also when I got sick. So I had like crazy dietary restrictions where like my mom was making me eat like almond and tomato puree for dinner,
Ooh.
partially because she was like a health nut, and partially because I was like deathly ill. But it sucked ass. And I was like, wow, this kid really is me. And
He's the other you.
he was the other me, right?
Alana, the sister, brings up report cards.
What a bitch. She was side-eyeing the hell out of Will the whole time.
She
She really just lives to see him die.
She does not like him.
Yeah. So she's like, "Here's my report card," and the parents are like, "Oh yes, lovely."
Alana, this is A+. This is great. And I want to say that here's my report card. She nailed that. If
It's so good. It's
for
not like
anybody
you wanna
who
see
hasn't
our
seen-
report cards or anything, it's just like, hey, here's my report card. It's so good.
that was the line, but I mean, can one more time?
Here's my report.
Oh my god! Like there's that like that snooty like debutante flair to it. You had it.
And so they're like, "Will, where's your report card?" And he like throws it
It's all
over.
crumbled up.
It's all crumbled up in his pocket. He's like, "Man, whatever." And they look at it and they're like, "Oh my god, Will, a D in science, an F in social studies. You can get a B in social studies just saying Washington for every answer.
I
I don't think so.
Maybe back in your day, old man, but I don't know. The new social studies. Well, like I bet the father would fail the civics test, like to become a
He
citizen.
probably will.
I can almost guarantee.
Okay, so all the teachers are saying he just doesn't apply himself. He doesn't
Mhm.
try. Well, if you can't get your grades up, we're going to Plan B, which is Camp Spartacus, which is basically a prison camp
Mhm.
for boys.
Classic military school threat plot.
Yeah, and again, this is what I was gonna say because I never applied myself in middle school. I got the same shit. This kid lived my life. I got the military school threat. A guy in full military dress came into my living room and went over the brochure
Oh
with
my
me
God.
and my mom at 9 a.m. on a Saturday. And then he took me outside and in front of, I used to live in a cul-de-sac. So, like all the houses are in a circle. And in front of my mom, my dad, my whole family, all the neighbor kids I used to play with. This guy set up a pull-up bar in the middle of the cul-de-sac. And since, remember I mentioned being deathly ill and I still
Uh-huh.
can't build muscle to this day? This guy yelled at me as I failed to do a pull-up in the middle of a cul-de-sac. I was big dog, I was 11. I'm trying to make you do pull-ups.
Oh, that's
Pull-ups are so hard.
Do my homework.
damn.
So I was like, you know what? Man, fuck. I really feel for this kid. I mean,
Yeah.
it's funny now. Like that's a stand-up bit. I mean, just picture it. Because you remember me as a young kid. It's really funny. I've got like a drill sergeant. And I'm just like red in the face, like my arms up in the air. All the neighbor kids sitting around. Oh
man.
God, it was funny. But yeah, no, I really started to feel for this kid, and then more things happened in the movie.
Yeah. So that night, Will doesn't think he can get the A's, but his mom's like, "You don't need to get A's. We just want you to try, you know."
Mhm.
And then she leaves, and Will yo-yos sadly onto
The depressed yo-yos.
onto an
Yeah.
ad for Ocean Pups, which are sea
Yeah,
monkeys.
they're sea monkeys.
Yeah, and
Which
he's
is we were talking. They gotta have that trademarked.
yeah, and he's like, oh, "Hello, science project." So cut to the Ocean Pups lab. We have our two goons.
Which are the smartest fucking men in the universe.
Oh, this is something that I love a bit about this movie is how much they just lampshade the fact that these are just the two smartest people like on the planet right now
yeah,
that somehow couldn't get any grants or anything for their research that are clearly like has immediate obvious potentials within everything here. And they're just have this most ragtag front business.
Dude, they're in like a garage. They're in like a mechanic shop.
yeah. So they're using the Ocean Pups as like a front for their research.
And then they show them through the whole time just being stupid.
Yeah,
But they're like
Dude, what was the name of like the older looking goon again?
Conrad.
Conrad, like I was saying, dude, they're genuinely Lenny and George.
Yeah.
Conrad
Yeah.
walks around like a big oaf. He like sucks his thumb. He looks around confused. Like I feel like half of the movie is just watching Conrad sundowning while Lenny or
the
what
tall one,
the
Victor.
tall one
Victor.
schemes. You guys are geniuses. You need a Nobel Prize in government funding stat. You cloned a mouse in 2 minutes.
Yeah,
You cloned a boy.
yeah,
Yeah.
So they're like cloning mice and shit. They want money so bad so that they can get a real lab. I thought they just wanted money to live rich, and they're like, no, we can get a lab.
It's like for DCOM villains, it's like the most wholesome DCOM villain plot, and they never act like they're in the right at all. But literally, we'll get into the ethics of cloning at some point.
You bet your ass we will.
But outside of the ethical question of cloning in of itself, this is clearly technology and research that would be extremely beneficial to like the healthcare industry
Oh, for sure.
immediately.
Like, I mean, again, ethics aside, maybe that's why these guys are sneaking around and do it backdoor.
Because they maybe did some tests beforehand that didn't
Maybe.
follow the ethics consideration.
Yeah.
Maybe.
If we have to rate that plot, I'm not going to consider it canon.
Dude, this is like the Tony Stark built this in a cave out of scrap metal. Like, dude,
Yeah.
these guys are cloning shit
In seconds.
in an auto garage with like massive contamination. And I'll get like a little scientific because this is why I went and talked to the biology department. Dude, there's this piece in mammalian genetics. There's this gene called Hawk, where it's fragile, and this is what not to get too dark. This is like a failure in the Hawk gene is what is responsible for like a lot of like stillbirths, because the Hawk gene is what tells the body where the limbs go. So, I mean, you can see on the internet like pictures of mice that have intentionally had their Hawk genes disrupted,
Damn.
and they just have like another leg where their ear should be, and an ear where their leg should be, and their mouth is on their side and stuff like that.
Damn.
And dude, like this is a single strand of DNA that replicates itself. These guys in a garage full of dust, smoke, no gloves, no PPE. Like these guys have zero lab safety standards. All they care about is chasing the bag. These are the most determined scientists. That no disregard for their personal safety. They're going to cross-contaminate themselves. They're somehow able to do perfect cloning in the worst conditions.
Yes. And these are our villains who are idiots.
Yeah.
They're not even doing anything wrong, technically, if you ask some people, according to some religions.
So they leave the lab, and the cloned mouse escapes its box, as does a cat.
Say there's like a little green goop on
Mhm.
the ocean
Well,
box.
yeah, so they knock over the vial that gets the goop on the box, and this is the box that gets shipped to Will.
Mm-hmm.
So Will gets his ocean box delivered to him, and he
Notably,
sets up
it's
his
just
tank.
like 4 drops of the substance.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it probably was more. We kind
But
of went.
regardless, it was outside of a sealed package.
Yeah.
It seeped into the
I was
cardboard.
gonna say,
Yeah.
and just leaving that vial open, dude. Anybody with a lab background, like this is where, like, I was, I was getting brought in so much because, like, like my inner child, like, I could really relate to this kid, and then I was yanked right the fuck back out when I was like, lab safety, where's the gloves? Your eyes? That's just open? You're open air? No containment? Where's your containment? You're cross-contaminating. Dude, you're gonna make like Lovecraft mouses.
The fact that this substance still works as intended at all times is insane.
Yeah.
This and the fact that, like, why is it stored in a vial if apparently it can just sit on like a fucking sea monkey grow it yourself kit for weeks? We know the postal system. It's not fast,
It's
and
not
it's
fast.
still active. These guys,
Crazy.
these guys practically created immortality.
Yeah.
This is basically the most insane invention of the millennium,
Yeah.
and it will never get public
No.
because of the whole events of this movie.
And that was their whole motivation. They didn't want to like get someone or do anything nefarious. They just wanted more money for a better lab. The fact that these guys aren't already working at CERN and like the Large Hadron Collider.
Here's the thing: all you would actually need to do is get a real
Any
researcher,
scientist.
any scientist, bring them and show them what you've done, and you immediately have millions, if not near billions,
No,
of
billions.
research.
Yeah.
You've got every world government begging you.
They don't need a finished product to already be making
Well,
them
what
money.
are they holding out for at this point?
It's a finished product.
Yeah, it's
Finished
done.
product.
Even if it wasn't a finished product, it was clearly showing enough promise that people
Yeah.
will invest a ton.
And I'm going to say, we're not just talking about cloning, folks. This is hyper cloning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I made to note that there's hyper cloning. It's I mean, because it is fast as hell. I'll give them that. But the fact that they are just like so nonchalant about creating life, they're just like, yeah, this is our hyper cloning goop. It can make any living organism if it touches the goop. That's terrifying.
It is. Alright, so we're getting to the cloning part. Will sets up his tank. He puts the eggs in, the ocean pup eggs.
Mm-hmm.
Well, where's the stirrer?
The stirrer.
Guess I'll just use my comb that has my hair on it.
Which says that out
I
loud.
was gonna say, I mean, if all it takes is like the introduction of some DNA,
The sea monkeys should have worked.
I was gonna say,
Yeah.
no, he would need gloves. Well, yeah, shit. More likely than not, he would have cloned a sea monkey, and this movie would have just been over, and he would have got a C on his science
Whoa,
project.
there's like double the amount of sea monkeys in there. That's crazy.
Oh my god, look, that one's like kind of green. But no, and I was gonna say, dude, the cross contamination. I mean, his sister's probably been in his room. Who knows how many
Used
people
his
have
comb.
used his comb? Dude, we're pulling out like a Lovecraft The Thing biomass monster. The fact that this goop is still active, so fast acting, so effective, and so insanely precise and selective for the genetic material that it replicates, I stopped treating it as science fiction. And this movie, like after Will clones himself, spoiler alert, sorry people, it's magic. It's magic
Yeah.
cloning. With how fast too? Like, cloning is a thing. Like, we were able to clone a sheep embryo after multiple world governments threw billions of dollars at it.
Yeah.
But then, like two guys in a garage, one of them who is questionably conscious, can just clone a fully grown human boy in 60 seconds.
Yeah, so
Presumably with a cheap goop too.
Yeah, it's goop.
it's cool. The second he puts his comb in there, it starts bubbling. It's
Mhm.
bubbling and glowing.
I was gonna say this brought me back in a little bit because gas production and color change are two hallmark signs of a chemical reaction.
Yeah. So Will goes to his closet. He's like, "Whoa, something funky's happening," and he calls customer service and he tells them what's happening. He's like, "It's glowing, it's bubbling. Like, what's happening?" And they're like, "I'm gonna put you on hold."
The receptionist, you guys remember when Beetlejuice went to wait at the DMV and
Yeah.
the receptionist was giving me hell DMV vibes. I like her.
Yeah.
She was just like, I don't give a fuck
Hey.
about this.
I work to live. I don't live to work.
So Will goes over to the mirror on the door. This was cool that they had the mirror,
Uh-huh.
and then he opens the door and his clone is standing there,
Mhm.
and they scream at each
They
other.
had him oiled up and covered in gelatin.
It was pretty nasty.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so they scream, they stare at each other. Oh, so he leaves and then he opens the door again later.
Mhm.
And they start mirroring each other,
Yep.
with their hands and stuff.
Which is I was like, is the clone trying to pretend that he's
He's a
just a
mirror.
mirror?
We don't.
He doesn't know what he's doing at all.
You don't look the same. You're covered in gelatin.
What's crazy
naked.
about this clone, in a lot of ways,
He wasn't naked, dude. He was. I noted this. He had jeans on. There's a shot where, his hips are there. He was cloned. He came out the test tube straight out the womb with jeans on, and I was like, thank God, because if the shot's gonna go that low, I really don't want to get put on a list for watching this DCOM.
But he was supposed to be naked. That's so funny. They put jeans on Andrew Lawrence. They couldn't put on some nude colored underwear.
He is visibly wearing denim jeans.
that's so funny.
That's so funny.
Yeah, it's just this clone. Why does he do this mirroring stuff? What does the clone know immediately? How does the clone know how to physically function?
Mm-hmm.
Or stuff like that, what memories he has? Because he has no knowledge of anything,
No.
but he has the knowledge and the capability to read, to
Speak.
talk.
To speak, he knows English.
He learns it so fast.
Mm-hmm.
And it's so interesting. I want to know what mental capacity thing is. Is it just all of the textual knowledge that you have is gone? Well, all the learning capabilities there, so she's just given a book and can immediately memorize it because there's infinite room in his brain.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Okay, so here is the first big question for you guys. We're going to start to talk a little bit about
Alright.
esoteric shit. Remember the signal. So, let's start secular. Is it ethical to clone a well, okay, let's get some things out of the way first. Just for the disclosure of biases, do either of you guys, like ascribe to, any religious beliefs or, say
No.
mostly like, atheist agnostic or whatever?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say the same. I describe myself as a hopeful agnostic. It'd be nice,
Yeah.
but,
Like, that's a good way of
Yeah.
putting it.
I'm right around there too.
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Because it would be really cool if there was like a nice like a loving God watching us, but I just don't have the faith to where I can say I believe in it. And I feel like if there is an omnipotent, all-knowing God, He would understand that
Yeah.
He wouldn't want me to lie.
That's what I like to think too. I like to think he just wants me to live my best life.
So, do you guys believe in a soul? Do you believe in the concept of people having a soul?
I don't.
You don't.
I was gonna lean no.
Now, I would like you both to tell me why.
It's hard to do. The way that as a kid, I don't fully prescribe to we're all living in a computer simulation
Yeah.
theory, but that's the closest I've got to what I can feel myself in a more way. Just kind of like the grand theological calculator of we're all the bunches of atoms that are working in a way that's theoretically predictable if you had all of the knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
If you had a perfect map of the infinite universe expanding world and a perfect knowledge of physics, you should know what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't mean we don't have necessarily free will, in quotes,
Mm-hmm.
but we also don't. We do because we have the ability to change stuff on there, but on a grand scheme, we don't. If that makes sense.
So you believe in free will?
I believe that you're able to do what you want to do. However, in the bigger out you zoom the picture,
Mm-hmm.
the less that is a free choice, and the
Mhm.
more that is just what always would be happening.
Okay.
And by that nature, like in the grand totality of scheme, I don't think we have free will. I
Okay.
think in a lot of ways we're just existence and not souls.
And so, Kelsey, you said no as well. And is it the same, or is there anything you wanted to add to that explanation of the belief in a soul or free will?
Yeah, I'll keep it way less in depth because where I was
Get in
coming
depth.
from,
Let's get wild.
where I was coming from, I'm like that feels a little like heebie-jeebie magic kind of like
Uh-huh.
soul, right? Where I'm like, I think it's more so just like we're a complex being,
Mm-hmm.
and then when we die, it's like, well, you're dead now,
That's true.
and that's kind of it.
So, Benji, what you were describing to me, someone in the philosophy department that I went to, that's known as teleology,
Okay.
which is for all things, phenomena, and systems, there is an endpoint, velocity, and direction of all things towards their ultimate end state. What the ultimate end state of something is depends on who you ask. Like, for example, Karl Marx famously believed that the ultimate end state of the economy, teleologically, was socialism.
Mhm.
So, teleologically, you believe in free will on an individual scale. Okay. So there's the soul in the religious sense where like the metaphysical, I've got this written down here. Where each instantiation of each subject that has its own trajectory, temporal consciousness has a soul, which is teleology. But there's also this colloquial secular idea of a soul where it's kind of just like, a unique human experience of like, there's like just like something special and individual about each people, which, people refer to as like, oh, your soul. Like, the soul of, Will. I like to cook, I like video games, I like relax. And it's, what makes each person unique. That's like the colloquialism of a soul. So, I would say like everybody believes in that.
Yeah.
Like just the uniqueness and value in each individual,
Mhm.
discrete human life. Does the clone, if you don't believe in a theological soul, does the clone have a materialist philosophical soul, like I just described to you.
Okay. Are we saying the clone in this movie?
The clone in this movie.
Then I would say yes. There is clear evidence, and again, we can get into arguments like nature versus nurture aspects of everything within here.
We will.
But like Tui and Will do not have the same personality.
Not
They
at
do
all.
not have the same taste in everything within there. They are distinct beings.
They're essentially like twins, right? So when you have identical twins, you have the same DNA. You came from the same,
Not exactly
but
the
almost,
same DNA.
right?
Very similar. Yeah.
Well, I guess the question is, do Will and Tui have exactly the same DNA too?
If they're clones, yes.
Yes.
Because twins are not clones. This is something I made sure to check biologically. There are markers in different DNA that do distinguish identical twins.
Okay.
So, because there have been, cases in history where identical twins have tried to frame for a crime, the way I learned this actually it was this one biology professor I had. He had like a weird example of like a set of identical twin girls married a set of identical twin boys,
Mm-hmm.
and one night I got like too stoned and I emailed him with like talking like a California surfer, being like, dude, what if like from that pair of married people, the twins in class that are identical, what if one of the guys kind of snuck around and cheated with the other girl and got her pregnant? Would the baby be the same? Could they even tell? And yes, because identical twins aren't genetically 100% identical, but a clone would be, because it's the exact replication from the same DNA. It's not an embryonic split in the womb. This is Will Browning?
Yep.
Yeah.
Let's go. I'm bad with names. Will Browning's DNA was replicated twice to create another Will Browning. So you're saying he does have a colloquial soul because
Right.
they're different
So this is so interesting
personalities.
because, like, okay, they have exactly the same DNA,
Mhm.
but are their thoughts the same? And that could be a nature versus nurture thing. But also, if you take me, Kelsey,
Uh-huh.
and you put me in a scenario
Which
where
scenario?
just like something happens, to
You're
me.
at the mall.
I'm at the mall and a stranger approaches me, whatever. Run this test 100 times where like my memory's wiped and we do it again. How many times am I doing exactly the same thing?
Mhm.
You know?
That's something I've always we can't test that, but I would
Mhm.
love to know.
That would be great. So it's like for these two beings to be the same thing, like are they acting the same? Or is it just like, I don't know, like do they have
I've
their own
always wanted to
autonomy?
run a test where it was just you'd wake up the same person 100 times in the room, you wipe their memory every single time, you give them two buttons. Would they press the same button every single
Mhm.
time?
So this is so before I'm gonna go over a couple of different perspectives on whether or not this clone has a soul. We've talked about
Yeah.
ours.
Mm-hmm.
So for those listening, the secular materialist perspective, which that seems like is what we all ascribe to, is that yes, it's a unique being. He has a soul, in a sense. As far as the Christian Orthodox perspective of if it's people do have a soul. It's an immaterial substance fused with life at the beginning of conception. A clone would not have a soul because the soul is independent of human action and agency. And in Christianity, in Christian Orthodoxy, according to the theologians I spoke with, the priest I spoke with, the mere act of cloning a human is wrong and blasphemous because it is transgressing the divine authority of a God as the creator of life and everything. So Christianity, cloning, big no-no. But my rabbi friend that I spoke with, had a different perspective in that. And so the Jewish Orthodox belief is that when a person is born, they are ethically, religiously, fully a person when they take their first breath, because God, the Jewish perspective is God breathed life into Adam. That's how they interpret, the Torah, the Old Testament. But like they've got a lot of different souls, and this is Jewish people, the whole religion is based on like debating, interpreting the meanings of different scriptures. So my friend told me that he this is how he interprets it, and he could say I could talk to 100 different rabbis and get 100 different opinions. And the question was, if I cloned myself, is my clone Jewish? Which was that's what he was going to ask, because it's considered heritable. He told me, am I their birth parent? Then yes, my clone is Jewish. If he's not the birth parent, he would have to go to the mikveh and make sure. I don't know what a mikveh is. I didn't have time to ask because I met with him today at 5:30. Uh, and then there's a whole lot more debate of clones and ethics in Christianity and Judaism.
It's really not an established, like, grounded debate
Mhm.
within all of these fields. It's still novel enough, new enough, that there's a lot of moral philosophy that's still being
Right.
debated within
And
there.
here's why I think we struck the perfect time to do it. Because I don't know if like you guys follow like science news too much. We can now. We can, from DNA samples and tissue samples, grow cloned human organs, not whole people, but cloned human organs in a lab. So that sparks this ethical debate of, there's a whole lot of philosophical and theological things going on there, which like, is this right? Is this ethical? Theologians like, is it right to, kind of play God, usurp the role of creator to save a life?
Mm-hmm.
That's all for that one. Back to the movie. This is gonna happen like 5 more times. So I'm
Right.
telling you, make me tap out because we're getting freaky. We're getting esoteric.
All right.
This may be a long podcast, but honestly, I'm here for it.
I'm
This
going
is
for
fascinating.
the record.
We're giving you a different vibe this week.
I'm going for the record. I want it.
It's funny because the record is held by just us two talking,
Mhm.
not a guest. It was
Guests usually add like an hour of length.
yes, it was High
But
School
it was
Musical.
High School Musical too, and we said we can't have a guest. We have a ton of shit to talk
We have
about.
too much to talk
Okay,
about.
okay. Brief aside, transitionary aside. Tui, what's your favorite song from High School Musical 2?
From High School Musical 2?
I mean,
I'm gonna say Bet on It.
I'm between Bet on It and Gotta Go My Own Way.
Okay, I don't remember the movie at all. Can you give me a little bet on it?
Bet on it, bet on it, bet.
I
It's when
remember
he's
that
around the
now.
golf course.
I remember that now. Yeah, yeah.
And
Oh, dude, that pool looked so sick. I've
I
never seen a
know.
cooler pool in my life.
Gotta Go Your Own Way
Give
is
me a
when he's
little of
like,
that.
what about us? What about everything we've been through? But what about trust? You know, I never wanted to hurt you.
I didn't know you were a good singer.
Oh, thank you. I also kazoo. The kazoo intro is all me.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, that was great. All right, so yeah, Will just got cloned. People at home, like, because I'm gonna be watching this shit like a hawk. Is it right? Is it for Tweedledee and Tweedledumbass in the lab who are like actually super geniuses? Are they ontologically evil? Are they theologically evil?
Are they just in it for the money?
Are they just in it for the money?
Are they
Will
even knowledgeable enough to be asking these ethical questions? Or did they just min-max so hard
They're
into
like,
the one specific skill of being able to clone humans?
are they
Yeah.
like Frankenstein, where they're just like fucking crazy? and
yeah,
doing shit?
I made this life, and then now let me like neglect and do terrible things about it. Oh, don't get me started on Frankenstein. That's a whole.
All right,
Have you read it?
No.
Okay, well, it's an allegory about women and feminism.
Good.
Frankenstein is a feminist masterpiece. Okay, back to the movie.
Back to the movie.
You gotta ground me.
Okay, there's a clone now. They go through some like shenanigans. He's like making a mess. They
They
hang up
get a
the
lot of
phone.
gooping.
They get goop. They hang up the phone with customer service. Will gives the clone a towel,
Mm-hmm.
He
and
says, "Put this on," and then he puts it on his head.
yeah, and then the clone can
What a
speak.
G.
He
Yeah.
like starts repeating what he's saying. He's like, "Oh my gosh, you can speak!" And then Will looks in his science book, and there's a whole section about cloning. I guess they learn about cloning in
I
middle
mean,
school.
If it's like a modern for the year 2000, like Dolly the Sheep was late 90s, right?
I mean, there would have been like maybe like a little blurb aside. But I was gonna say, dude, apparently there was an entire chapter in their science
In
book
this middle school science class.
about copper minerals.
No, you're right.
Yeah,
Why-
he comes back.
And he's like, "This is the chemical
And
compound."
he's talking about the difference between azurite and malachite, which, you guys, they're not that different. It's just one is the oxidized form of the other. They're both technically gemstones, but they're copper-based minerals. And if Tui's so smart, which he obviously is,
Mhm.
he would know that, because he's like, oh, they're very different. What? It's the same thing. Just oxidize
Oh,
it.
man.
It's a nail and a rusty nail. And then, so here is where I started. This for me, this movie was an emotional roller coaster. I went to deep waters and I found.
I would like to
myself-
point out you've gone like up and down like 3 times in 3 minutes of runtime.
I know. You should have seen me when I was watching it.
We should not anytime soon because we watched it recently, but sometime we should just put it on again. Just watch it together.
So imagine being Will Browning, this depressed, detached, checked out kid who's like struggling in life. He's getting bullied in middle school. He can't apply himself.
He's going to be sent to military.
He's going to be sent away to
camp.
military school. His sister's just better than him in everything. Feels like he's got no place in the world. His one hobby, doing the yo-yo. Everybody makes fun of him for it. He accidentally clones himself during the science project. And the first time he's like, oh my God, I finally did something this is incredible. This is amazing. This is insane. The clone is just so much better than him at everything. At everything.
It's so
His friends
funny.
like him more. He's smarter. He's cooler.
Is this just hell?
I would kill myself. If I were Will Browning and this happened to me, I was not seeing my 12th birthday.
Wait. A remake of The Other Me, where it's like an adult film now, and he clones himself, and the clone is better than him, and then he does kill himself.
Oh, dude.
What does the clone do?
A24, get on this now.
A24, please. I'm dead serious.
Hides the body and then just lives
Cries.
his life as Will.
Because this works because the clone didn't come in with any of the memories that Will had. It came in with the exact same physical body, but the brain is where they differ. We're going to talk about different types of cloning later, but
I'm genuinely like, this is a Black Mirror episode that would actually go so hard.
That's insane. I love Black Mirror shit.
I didn't plan on watching this one twice, but I did.
Yeah. Okay. Oh my gosh, we have to get back into the movie. So Will is ecstatic. He's like, "Oh my God, I made myself a clone. This is the greatest science project ever, right? I'm definitely getting an A
for sure."
And then the clone reads, and he's like, "Oh my God, I guess he can read." And then Will's parents get home, so he's like, "Oh, you stay here. I'm gonna go eat dinner." Right? Okay, and then we get a scene where the Ocean Pups secretary lady tries to tell the goons about Will's weird call. She's like, "I just wanted you guys to
I was
know."
gonna say there was another. That's another soundbite. It was a strange phone call. I mean, the kid, he sounded so strange.
It was a strange phone call. I mean, the kid, he sounded so strange. I thought it was worth saying something.
It sounded so strange.
That was receptionist lady to Tweedledum and Tweedledum.
Yeah. So she just like reports it to them, and then they're like, "Damn, we're toast.
Oh my God.
What if the kid cloned something? And like we don't have patents. You said we didn't need them yet. So like the kid's gonna steal our science, I guess. I don't know, I guess that's what they're worried about.
This should be the least of their worries. I noted they were drinking out of their glassware in the
They
last
were. They like
trailer.
took shots
They were
of
drinking out of their glass. Are you, dude? You're using biological material, dude. Hui is probably like 10% Like,
No, that is something else I was going to mention at some point.
Yeah.
We're talking about all the different ways that everything cross-contaminate. Are we confident that this is 100% Will cloned?
He looks the same.
Yeah, so like physically, it's gotta be at least 98% Will Brown.
Yeah.
Maybe clone Will got like Tweedledee and Tweedledum's genius from these irresponsible lack of regard for any life, including their own, drinking out of their own glassware where they're cloning. Dude, you're gonna have mini fetus yous crawling out of your shower drain. Don't drink out of glassware. Anybody who's been in the lab, that's like, aside from, they say no horseplay so much that it's almost a meme, but you don't drink from the glassware.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what's our next move? We're taking a road trip.
Yeah, this is the Ocean Pumps Company is several states away. We don't know where anything's taking place. I did see an Arizona Diamondbacks poster on Will's wall, which could be for something else, but I'm going to just take it as the fact that they're in Arizona.
Okay, so oh my God, his house is like does Arizona have trees like that? It looks like a.
That's what I'm like. It doesn't feel like Arizona.
I was gonna say like by like the soot, schmutz, and general uncleanliness and run down,
felt like Florida
of the garage. I was gonna say that the sea puppies, ocean
pups.
I get so confused with sea monkeys. I'm bad at names. I'm gonna say that those guys are in Hoboken, New Jersey.
New Jersey makes sense.
Yeah. I don't know where the hell Will is though. Dude, that could have been my house.
Yeah, they do a good job sometimes at DCOMs at just being very anywhere.
Yeah.
Really anywhere.
He's in Springfield with the Simpsons.
Yeah.
So at dinner, Will's parents asked him about a science project, and he's like, "I'd rather not say yet what it is."
His sister's like, "Oh, that means you haven't started yet."
He's like, "No."
Was like, "I have my clone upstairs."
I was gonna say if she was a real sibling, she'd be like, "Oh, he's cooking meth." I grew up with several siblings. Drugs. Right out the gate, drugs. That's what you're getting accused of.
Upstairs, the clone watches some TV, and he watches some sick dance moves, and he copies them.
The clone becomes a Backstreet Boy like that.
It's so good. He's like, "Oh, hell yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Get down."
Will doesn't know how to dance.
This is the thing.
This shit took me 30 seconds.
They don't fully explain the insane superpower of Tui just being able to immediately pick up on everything.
He's a savant, bro.
Yeah.
It's insane. He immediately, if he tries something, learns something, reads something one time, he knows it immediately for full.
Like a steel trap.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
All I will say though, Tui, the IUPAC is coming for your head. Because when he listed the formula for Azurite, he did that shit out of order. He does not know how to order the functional groups. The IUPAC will have your head, clone boy.
So then, the clone, he doesn't have a name yet, but he will be named Tui. He wanders around the room and he screams at a scary mask. And when this happens, Will also screams downstairs.
What I love about this is it's such a small little superpower that they only just bring up like 5 times throughout the movie. They don't drop it.
Yeah, they needed it for plot convenience so that they know where to go.
This is part of what I was talking about with the soul.
Yeah.
Because so we earlier we all agreed on the definition of a colloquial secular soul being each subject that has its own unique trajectory and temporal consciousness has a soul. These guys may have different trajectories, but it seems like they are sharing a soul.
Because they have a connection.
Their consciousness
is never fully delinked.
Is never fully separate. Yeah, their consciousness is never fully separate.
If Tui died at the end, how would have Will felt? Like physically?
I don't think they feel what each other feel physically.
Not physically, but there's it's something to do with their consciousness.
And they can sometimes see what each other see.
So it's a mental state thing. It's a brain thing.
Yeah.
And when you're dealing with death in the soul, that's when you have to go theological.
Yeah.
And I did. You saw the 40-page document. So according to uh by the way, like, dude, when I came in asking the priest, the rabbi, and these theologians about these subjects, they were like, oh, and eventually all of them got around to asking me why I was so curious. And you just see their face drops like this fucking dumb. And whenever the why came out, the interview kind of stopped the next 5 minutes. But if the clone dies in Christianity, the soul that is if the clone dies in Christianity, there is no soul in the clone. The clone is soulless. Maybe they're connected in some way spiritually, because the guy said that maybe the empty vessel that is the clone longs for the soul that is missing from him.
Mhm.
So if Tui dies, no, back to normal. In Judaism, when the clone does have a soul, but it's a duplicate soul. Like, soul isn't a finite resource. It's not like, Will had one glass of water and he poured half of his glass into Tui's glass. It's Will had a glass of water, then Tui came along, breathed, and got his own glass. So when Will dies, even though, these two would have maybe identical souls, because, souls don't work like genes. I guess
Yeah.
that's up for Jewish God to decide. He would die, and his soul, depending on, if, like my Rebbe said, if Will followed the Abrahamic covenant, his soul would go somewhere. But And then the secular materialist viewpoint is, dude, he just fucking dies.
That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, back to the movie. Will runs upstairs, finds his clone hiding under the bed, and he's like, "It's just a silly mask. It's not real." And he's like, "It scared me. I screamed." And he's like, "Yeah, I screamed too."
That's
Weird.
weird.
You know how
Whatever.
like twins kind of,
Yeah.
whatever. They drop it. They're like, how twins sometimes kind of
Whatever. And this kid, Tui again has never heard of
of twins. No,
Yeah.
but he probably just infers it because he learns
He's
everything
fucking
so
genius.
fast. Yeah.
Mhm. Dude, he knows Azurite and Malachite. How could he not?
Well, he mentions he already finished the whole science book.
I was gonna say they are called twin gemstones.
He read the science book probably within like 15 minutes.
Right.
The whole book.
So yeah, so Tui's a genius, and OG Will is a burnout.
Yes. Yeah.
Who's like massively depressed. Like, this kid
Yes.
needs
Yeah.
help.
He needs therapy.
He doesn't need a clone. He needs help.
Yeah, he's like, "You're a genius." And then Will goes to get the clone some food, and he tells him, like, "Stay here in the room." But he does not stay in the room. He goes out in the hallway, and he sees a portrait of the family, and he's like, "What's this? Oh, my family?" Um, so Tui's longing for a
The
family.
Tui plotline that we're
Say.
getting throughout, his moral code is just like longing for a family.
Yeah.
And that's another one I had in here. What does it mean to be family? Is this genetic? Are you related by blood? Is
Mhm.
it
I'm-
is it a marriage covenant? Is it any voluntary covenant?
Chosen
Is it has to
family.
be genetic? Like, what does family mean? And again, this one I ran around to the philosophers, the churchies. The scientists didn't have much to say in this one. They were more for the cloning stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
It's hard to define family because I think that's going to be different for everyone
Mhm.
and how they view it within there. For myself, it would be like, I totally believe in the concept of a found family. I totally believe in the concept of being able to choose your own family. Whereas the word to me typically does relate to relation by blood or
Mhm.
relation by marriage
Mhm.
or
Mhm.
relation which in the grand scheme of societal familial relationships. There's also people that I feel like I have familial bonds with that are not related to me in any way other than friendship.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Kelsey,
I would say baseline, it starts with who you're related with
genetically.
and then you can also easily do the people that are adopted into the family where the guardians say, "Yes, you are in this family now."
Mhm.
And then anyone else that like maybe needs that kind of community and family that you say, yes, you are also a part of this now, But then there's also like the marriage thing. And what about when like you have your step siblings, whatever, and then your parents get divorced? Are they still your family? It just kind of varies case by case of like family is ultimately what each person says is their family. Because then you can also disown your family. And you say, you're not my family anymore. I don't care that we share genes. I don't want you to be my family anymore. It's like social family and scientific family.
So, well, I was going to say, I agree similarly with the both of you, where I believe, in my definition of family, there is, there's the blood relations, there's genetics, and there's those voluntary covenants, which, that's marriage, that's adoption, that's, come on, you're just, it's Uncle Jonas. Uncle Jonas.
Yeah, Kelsey.
I'm going to have an Uncle Jonas. You guys know Jonas.
Yeah.
So, Uncle Jonas is on the way. But this is where I went out and talked to lawyers because there is.
You really got your interviews out for this film.
I know a lot of people, dude. I have a problem. I talk too much. This is why you're definitely breaking the record tonight. And so I talk to people, and if you talk to enough people, you'll find a priest, you'll find a rabbi, you'll find a lawyer, and they all walked into a bar. And then I asked the lawyers about the legal definition of family. And to answer an earlier question, the two fully divorced, separated individuals are no longer family. However, if those two people if the divorced couple has children, they are family to their parents, but the parents are not family to each other.
Wait, so like, okay, let's say my parents
Mhm.
got divorced,
Mhm.
and my dad married a woman who had a son.
Mhm.
So like that's my brother.
Mhm.
But then they got divorced.
Mhm.
So you're saying that boy who was my stepbrother is still my stepbrother?
Not legally, no.
Okay, it's only a blood thing.
So it's the presence of blood relation or the presence of
A covenant.
a voluntary covenant. So the second that divorce happened, he stopped being your family. You could still voluntarily call him your stepbrother.
Right.
You could still have a relationship with him. But in the eyes of the law, you're not family unless you guys like registered, yeah, we're gonna be family.
Or got married or something.
Ew.
Which, hey, no. Well, hey, that's cases. Well, technically they were siblings, but they're not at all biologically related. So
and they're no longer
yeah.
siblings legally.
Since we're not related, it'll be okay. And then so that's the legal perspective. There needs to be the presence of direct blood relationship or a voluntary covenant. The theological perspective gets way more vague, obscure, complicated, and way more niche to it. Like this I got different answers from the two different priests I talked to. So this depends on denomination, this depends on your religion, this depends on everything. Because I got one of the priests was a real hippie. He's like, oh, we're all family, we're all children of God. And fucking sure, dude.
Then you sleep with your sibling? With your You marry
like-
your sibling?
God, oh my God, have I been dating my sister for like almost 4 years and I haven't even known? That's kind of messed up, father. And he's like, God don't give a. No, but so yeah, in religion, it's like so muddy and niche and specific to the sect that I honestly can't even speak on it and give it a definition. But I will say that a lot of the more orthodox traditional religions don't recognize separation as the breaking of a familial bond. And even if you remarry after that, no.
Yeah, it is the thing where we're talking a lot about these both legally and religiously. It's really a recent thing that you're able to divorce at all.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, only God, even toward into the 70s, it had to be only the man could choose.
yeah. So that also has a lot of the legal precedents and theological precedents shifted.
Because separation of church and state in my ass. That's where it all came from. So then here comes the question for me: Is Tui how does Tui relate to the family, Will's family?
You saying what term does he have, or
What is he family with them? If so, is he a brother, a cousin, a son?
I think
The mom did
It's-
not birth
Right, but
Tui.
it's the same DNA as Will, which
Uh-huh.
means same DNA as the mom and dad of their,
Mhm.
like if you did
That's
DNA
true.
test and they're related.
But it didn't come from them.
Yeah.
if they did a parental
Well-
test on Tui,
But there's the thing, is that now we have the science where you can,
Oh,
make an egg in a test tube,
mhm.
and that's still the parent's baby because it was their DNA.
I
It's
mean,
basically the same thing. You don't have to grow the baby inside of you for it to be your baby, or even a surrogacy. That baby didn't grow inside of you, still your baby.
shit, they grew a baby in an ocean pup tank.
They grew a baby in an ocean pup tank, and now he's already 13 years old.
again, my take on the word family is that it is what the individual defines it as. The way that I would define it for Tui would be like obviously he would have his own takes on it all. The way I see it is he becomes a member of the family in like the final 5 minutes of the film.
I was gonna say,
Yeah.
he ends up, and they give him the family term, the last one I would have picked.
Cousin.
Okay, spoiler. Yeah, I didn't want to say spoilers.
If you anyone who's listened this far into the podcast, they've committed.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we'll
So-
talk about
So
the cousin thing later.
if you're still here, you're a real one because you're a curious soul like I am. Go out, talk to your rabbi, talk to your priest, talk to your lawyer,
We'll be back.
talk to your atheist theologian. Like that, I'm gonna be honest. I love my buddy Jackson, but that just did not make sense to me.
Okay. So we get a whole series of events of like clone shenanigans.
Get a montage.
Yeah, so like they go downstairs and they have to avoid the parents. They're avoiding the sister.
The doors.
Yeah, the door. Like they're on either side of the door. They're both talking to a
They have different shirts on, and every time
Mhm.
that they appear in front of the parents,
you
they like
say?
switch sides like 4 times,
Yep.
and they're like, "Huh?
You changed your clothes.
You got it, the classic shenanigans."
It reminded me of the Scooby Doo like chasing
Yeah.
through like the
Yeah,
hallway
yeah.
scene.
That's what
They're
it
kind of
was.
doing that, and they were just like playing around. But it's just like, dude, you're not gonna switch clothes and switch back like 3 times, and then like he's hiding under the bed. And I had a note about this scene that had nothing to do with any of that. It was big ass calculator with a receipt printer. Because I don't. If you're watching the
He
movie,
was like,
along
"Honey,
at home-
where are the batteries for my calculator?"
yeah. Okay. First off, dude, the brick that calculator had to weigh at least 3 pounds. And what in the love? That's a printer, buddy. Why is there a roll of receipt paper on your calculator?
What is he doing?
Is he an accountant?
That was my
Maybe.
guess, is that he's some sort of accountant.
Yeah.
That's the only thing that really makes sense to me. But I feel like he should just be on a computer. We see in Will's room,
Mhm.
Will has a computer.
Came out in 2000.
Will has a computer in
But
his room.
But that doesn't mean he has a computer.
The dad
The breadwinner.
who would be an
He
accountant
doesn't believe in that. He likes his old fashioned calculator with a receipt.
with the receipt print. I'm gonna be honest, dude. I've seen antique technology like that. Used to be like a niche interest of mine. I've never seen a fucking calculator with a receipt printer, except for in a Felix the Cat cartoon from a newspaper strip from the 60s.
I feel like I've seen it in like other TV shows and movies and stuff.
I
And that's it. I've never seen one in person.
That was it. So it's right in my notes, right in between. The IUPAC would have this kid's ass for listing the formula for azurate in the improper order. An entire Encyclopedia Britannica article/debate on the ethics of cloning, sandwiching big ass calculator with receipt printer? Question mark, question mark, question mark.
This
Yeah.
movie.
This movie, dude, this movie
And
took
we haven't-
places.
Here's the thing. We haven't even gotten to the point where, in my opinion, where this movie shines the most is like the 30-minute stretch starting with Tui going to school.
Yeah, and it takes a bit to get there. I was
Mhm.
surprised on this rewatch. I'm like, dang, we're like half hour into this movie and he still hasn't gone to school yet. Because that's when it
Mhm.
picks up. That's when it gets interesting.
And this is where, if I were Will Norton?
Brown.
I was gonna say bok choy. I would fucking kill myself.
But we're not there yet. We got other stuff before he
So
goes.
on to the mom. Also,
No, well, first Will grabs some food for the clone and
mhm.
clone eats it, and then Will yo-yos some more, and he's like, "Well, what's that?"
The
And
dad
then-
was sneaking food away from the mom.
Yeah, it's like this is my only time to eat
Sweet cholesterol. And then he drinks
barbecue.
like a
chips.
bag of chips that looks like it's straight out of a 40s bomb shelter.
Real, yeah. Yeah, and then the clone burps, and Will's like, "Yeah, that's totally normal.
Mhm.
Burps are cool." Anyway, what am I gonna call you? The other
Oh
me?
my god, that's the name of the
I was
film.
gonna say I had it the other me title drop, and I had this before, so I'm gonna be honest, I can't remember what it's from, but the note says removing the spleen massively increases your risk of infections because it's a big part
Oh,
of the immune system.
so they mentioned that he had his tonsils out, and
Ah.
Tui's like, "That's the only organ you can remove. It doesn't do anything."
It's like
And he
that
says
and the
adding the
spleen are
spleen.
the only things.
Tui, you're fucking lying.
Well, here's the thing. All Tui knows is what was printed in that textbook.
No,
Yeah,
just
so the
from
textbook is
2000.
lying.
So
Okay.
like we have to understand not all of his information is going to be right. He has some misleading sources.
Mm.
Yeah.
See, and genuinely, I think this is like part of me getting like too involved in the movie. Like I put myself in the shoes of Will Browning, and I was like, oh shit, this guy's just better than me. This is all I have. My life is falling apart. You're wrong about the spleen. You're wrong about the spleen. Enough so that I took the time to look it up and write it down because I was like, I know that's not right. I gotta prove this imaginary clone of my like childhood insecurity proxy war character wrong.
I immediately was like, "What about your appendix? Like, you can just take that out."
That's true. Why didn't he say that? What a fucking dumb.
I know.
Yeah, Tui haters. We're eating tonight.
All right. So then he names him Tui. This is where Tui gets his name.
Sometime in the next like minute or two, like there is the most Ferris Bueller camera look I've ever seen in my life. I had that noted down. Timestamp.
Okay.
I think I know. I think it comes right after the kiss goodnight.
Yeah.
Oh,
you're
yep,
right,
yep, yep. I know exactly. what
In the
you're talking
bed.
about. Yeah. Yes. Yep, so he names him Tui. Tui falls asleep. The mom knocks on the door, so Will hides under the bed, and she sees sleeping Tui, and she kisses him goodnight. And then Will kind of appears from under the bed with this Ferris Bueller look,
Mhm.
and he's like, "No one can tell us apart. Come Monday, you're not going to school as my science project. You're going to school as me."
Mhm.
We get just a short little scene of the goons rolling up to Will's house. They're gonna try and figure out what he cloned because they don't know yet.
They drive up to Will's house and go, "Cool, this is the house. We're gonna go get breakfast."
Yeah, because they're gonna stake out. Yeah, so they drove, assuming like
Multiple
states.
states.
Yeah,
Is-
states away.
We don't. It probably says somewhere like what they showed the advertisement for the place.
Yeah.
It's not important
Yeah.
enough.
So new day. Will has to visit Grandpa Mordecai in the nursing home, and Tui's like, "Whoa, he's family? Family's good. I learned about it in the books." And
This had the religious allegory of something about placing it was about dude. Okay, so I'm sorry. You're gonna get a lot of this. The entire basis of Christianity is founded on the second Abrahamic covenant, aka the New Testament, which is that all who kind of want to be a part of God, Jesus's family can be. That's like the core of Christianity.
Mhm.
Like you're accepted, all are welcome. You're tired, you're hungry. Immediately preceded by visiting Vietnam vet grandpa in dementia who like is struggling with consciousness. Like this guy's like
It's crazy that all he ever watches on TV is just gunshots. We don't see
Yeah.
what's on there, but
he's in a vegetative state too,
Mhm.
struggling with consciousness. So like I was saying, like this movie like has so many
many details right on the surface.
Yeah, it'll just like flick you on the nose with like a theme of a on the nose religious allegory. What it means to be conscious, the existence of the soul,
Yeah.
the meaning of family. And then I was so disappointed when the message ended up being, you gotta go to school and do your homework if you want to hang out with your friends and eat pizza.
Yeah. Okay, so Will tells Tui to just stay here and watch TV. So Will leaves as Tui looks out the window and he longs for a family. He can see a family in their driveway and he's like, "Oh, gotta get out there." He wanders outside. Like the grizzly bear, I must explore the world around me.
Soldier
So
Boy
he
tell him.
leaves. So then we get to the nursing home, and Grandpa Mordecai is watching TV, gunshots. And the family says hi, but he doesn't engage with any of them again. Oh, he's
am,
in the zone again, is what they say.
am I misremembering or does he?
He might go like, huh.
He doesn't react to them
Okay.
Yeah.
really.
They're like, hey, Grandpa. And he's like,
Uh,
he's just watching TV. He's in the zone.
mhm.
I always thought he was just fully ignoring them because he hates them.
I mean,
Like-
shit, it could be, and then like
he comes
yeah.
to consciousness and he's like, oh, hey.
The
Yeah.
charismatic, lovable, smart, charming, athletic, coordinated powerhouse that is Tui just fully cures Grandpa's dementia. I think,
What can't Tui do?
honestly,
Exist without a substance for more than a month?
yeah, have a soul, according to Christian. So
That's about it.
that you know what? That's the sad truth. Anybody out there who went to church last Sunday, Tui's in hell. Tui is.
Oh my
bro.
God.
If we did episode titles, I think that would be it. Tui's out.
Tui's
Tui's in
hell.
hell. Hey, never too late to start.
All right. So they get back home. Will looks for Tui, right?
Uh-huh.
But he's not there. So Tui made his way to a park. This town is the most picturesque town you've ever seen in your life.
It's so.
Everyone is so happy. There's a picnic. They're throwing a frisbee. Like
We've seen this film multiple times because it's a favorite of ours, and it's
Yep.
really easy to just throw on. But we always would throw it on right when Tui would get to school because
Yeah,
'Cause
that's,
that's
that's
fine.
again,
that's
we
the
haven't gotten
bread and
that
butter.
there. So seeing this again, it was like crazy because I'm like, I don't remember them just going through this town that is like the most town you've ever seen.
It's like
Yeah.
what tourists imagine when they think
It's a
of small
brochure.
town. Yeah,
Will's depressed in this beautiful
Yeah.
town.
no, he hates his fucking life. And I have this timestamp: 32 minutes and 23 seconds. 32 minutes and 23 seconds. This is right when I was like really starting to like go off the rails,
Uh-huh.
like thinking about crazy shit with this movie, and it just says they made the clone catch a fucking frisbee in his mouth. I feel like a dumbass for trying to read into anything going on. LMAO.
Yeah, so he saw a dog do it, so he does it too.
Man, oh, can I play? I thought he was gonna play catch, and then they had this motherfucker go woof woof and jump and catch it in his mouth. And I felt this was the second time I wanted to just punch the movie right in the fucking face.
What's the point of this? And Will can hear him say, "Can I play?" Because they have the psychic connection, and that's how he knows he's in the park. So he goes and he watches his clone catch a frisbee in his mouth.
Which I'm gonna say, Will is a fake gamer, bro, because he spends his whole time at home like watching TV and playing video games, and when he hears "Can I play?" he doesn't go to the arcade; he goes to a park.
So
Will,
true.
OG Will is a naff. And we can see it, you guys. Come on.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
this is my evidence that OG Will already knows that Tui is superior to him in every way.
Yeah.
And I'll share this at the end, but I have a personal headcanon about what happens after, roll credits, and it's not pretty.
So Will goes up to Tui. He's like, "What the heck? I told you not to leave." And then Tui just goes, "Do I have a family?" And he says, "No, I have a family. You're just a clone."
So Will
Will-
is ontologically denying the existence of Tui's soul.
Yes.
Yes.
And so
We know Will's opinion on these questions.
Will is an Orthodox Christian, hardline Orthodox Christian. Like he like the type of Christian you find in like St. Petersburg, Russia. Yeah, I was gonna say they talk about exactly what family means. So like this is what I'm saying. Like, why does it bring up these themes of what family means? And then you've also got earlier, like with Grandpa Vegetable Wheelchair Man. Is that even? It talks about consciousness and the soul. Is he even there? He's just like stuck in like a Vietnam veteran K-hole watching MASH and reliving probably the most horrific years of
Yeah.
his life. And his family comes there and is just, is that a human being or is that just a organism kept alive by nursing home and power? And then Tui, the reincarnation of Jesus Christ, of virgin birth. Let's make clear,
Is Tui the second coming of Jesus?
heals the sick with his touch. Spoiler alert.
Wait,
It doesn't hurt
Yeah.
being old
No.
anymore.
hold up. I'm now just
No.
realizing Tui is Jesus.
There's more. There's so much more. You have no, dude. You think I talked to multiple priests, rabbis, lawyers, and
You're like,
theologians for fun? No.
I found him.
I had questions. I found him, and he was in probably Toronto in 2000, wherever the Disney Channel was filming. His name is Tui, and he's in Ocean Pup.
His name is Tui.
His name is Tui, and he's in Ocean Pup. Which, like, hey, Tui, second coming, it works.
Oh my god.
Oh my
It's all
god.
there.
Wow. Okay, so now we get a montage of
Yes.
Tui learning how to be Will. Right? He teaches him how to walk normally because apparently Tui can't walk normally,
Mhm.
and he teaches him how to yo-yo. And they look through the yearbook to go through all the classmates because
He
Tui's
has to
gonna go to
know-
school.
Yeah, he's gonna go to school pretending to be Will, so he has to know
Mhm.
who everyone is.
And then Alana rolls up and Will hides. So Tui does not hide. So Alana sees him and she goes, "What's your malfunction, Toad?" And Tui says, "Dark."
These are direct quotes.
Yep.
And Alana goes, "What?" And Tui, this is a direct quote, "You are multi all the way to the peak kicker. You are one kankin' little Bigby all the way to fabled edition."
Soldier Boy, fucking tell him.
And Alana just laughs at him and leaves.
I had for this montage, I had a thing written down. It was, am I supposed to read into themes here, or is this a bit? I'm getting my philosophical ankles shattered by a DCOM. How do I ever come back from this?
He teaches him how to yo-yo.
I was gonna say the next thing in all caps. I will never respect Will or clone Will's yo-yo game. What the fuck are you throwing a responsive? If you're a yo-yo kid and you don't throw a responsive yo-yo, you can get a legit budget unresponsive for like $20 of 2025 money. So this kid could have found 2 quarters on the street and bought any A1 unresponsive. The second and then line break. The second I try to get into the ethical and philosophical questions this movie is clearly prompting me to, I get Clone Will chomping at the water fountain like his life depends on it. I'm so fucked.
Yeah, no, this movie is definitely whiplash of
Yeah.
bringing up questions and then doing little
Ignoring
bits.
him. He just oh my, like this could have been like a serious like theatrical movie if just every time there was a decision they made the other choice.
Yeah. Yeah. So Alana laughed at him for his line delivery, and Will's like, "What the heck was that?" And Tui's like, "I got that from the music video." He was just spitting bars.
He was.
And Will's like, "Keep that stuff to yourself." She laughed at you. That's the worst. And Tui just like doesn't understand. what
It's like,
to be
why?
embarrassed.
He is
Yeah,
a nonchalant king, bro.
He doesn't know what embarrassment is.
Yeah, that wasn't in the science textbook.
He invented aura farming.
Exactly.
So now it's school day. Tui is all prepped to go by himself, and Will's like, "All right, just go downstairs. They gotta go kiss out the door." And Tui says those things to the mom. Gotta go kiss out the door. And he just smiles at her and he leaves.
There was a whole I almost read into this theme of the experience of life as an autistic person, but there just wasn't enough there. But they flashed it, but they flashed a bunch of other things a million more times. This movie could have been everything to me. This movie
kind of is everything to you anyway.
is a lot of things to me, and a lot. This movie,
I don't think you're forgetting this movie.
I'm not, but I'm not okay with this movie. This movie made so many This movie is the X that I just can't get over already. And it's been 2 days since I watched it.
Mm-hmm.
What's funny is I feel like this is exactly how I feel about the only movie that like we as a house rated higher than this.
Which was?
Pixel
Pixel
Perfect, where they
Perfect.
make the hologram woman, and we say, do holograms deserve rights?
Do
It's
holograms have a soul?
They go through these questions.
Pixel
They
Perfect says
actually
yes.
talk about them.
Pixel Perfect says yes.
Yeah.
Pixel Perfect is getting mocked by secular philosophers, Christians, Jews, and I couldn't meet with a mufti, but I don't think Islam would see eye to eye with them either. Pixel Perfect is getting dog walked in the free marketplace of ideas.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
But you know what? Maybe I'll have to watch it, and I'll come on. We'll do. You guys have shorts. I've seen the minisodes.
hmm
I will watch Pixel Perfect, and I will do a minisode about do holograms.
Okay, good. Because
Just-
we do have
Because
someone
it's
else
interesting.
coming
It's a
to Pittsburgh.
hologram who is given sentience.
I was gonna say,
Yeah.
I'll pose the same questions for holograms that I do in this episode for clones. If you guys want to do like a half-hour minisode.
All right. Yeah, that sounds good. Okay. So Tubby gets to school. He sees Chucky. Chucky notices he's acting a little weird. And then, yeah, we get another montage. Tubby loves school.
Hmm.
He chomps at the water fountain. Chucky's looking at
He
him
finishes
like he's
his
crazy.
test in like 10 seconds.
10 seconds, he's done with the test.
And that dude, that is so real to the middle school experience. Being loudly being the first one to turn
flip
over your
it.
paper and just
I feel like sometimes I would like wait and see if anyone else finished because I didn't really want to be the first one to be like,
Yeah.
I'm done. I would like kind of just like check my answers again and be
Yeah.
like, I don't want to be the first one to turn the page.
There was a distinct point in like middle school, high school history where before the point, person who turned it in first was the smartest because they knew everything the easiest. And then after the point, the person who turned it in first
Was the worst.
didn't know that
Yeah.
much and probably skipped some questions. And I remember, like, before that point, people were rushing to the stool on the front of the room to slam their papers down. And after that point, after one person put their paper down, like 10 other kids
Yep.
would get up
Yeah.
and slowly walk
I
forwards.
never want to be the first one to turn it. I think
There
I
was a
ever
whole
did.
different thing putting it on the stool if you felt good or not, based on the social dynamics of when you're
Yeah.
walking up.
I would wait. I want to be like third.
See, this is embarrassing for me, but like life as an autism boy, I didn't get that shit in middle school, so I just turned it in whenever. And when I asked somebody, why does everybody turn in the test like that? They were like, oh, everybody thinks, like the timing on when you turn the test in has to do with, whether you did good or bad. And I didn't get why. So
I mean, realistically,
Well,
it doesn't
To me,
make
it was
sense.
just like socialness of like
Yeah.
being the first one to stand up, and then because everybody's gonna notice.
no,
right?
okay, but I didn't care about that. But I
Mhm.
figured that everybody was broadcasting how they felt. So it's a shame we were never in a math class together because I would put my test down on the stool and then turn around and give the whole class 2 thumbs up and a smiley face or like 2 thumbs down and shake my head every time. And I thought, all right, I am fitting in perfectly.
That's so fun.
Oh.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, and you know what? This is where it's like, I kind of fuck with Dewey. I wish I was Dewey. He's just better at everything.
Well, yeah, no, I think Tui's the best of us.
Dewey's the best
So
of
he
us.
is okay. So now
Dewey is without sin.
we're getting now to like my favorite string of scenes. This is where the movie now is the best movie I've ever seen in my life.
Is this the lunch
It's
table?
the lunchroom scene. So they all have their trays. Their trays have a single slice of pizza and a milk. Where are the vegetables? Where's the fruit?
This is terrible.
I'll be
My
honest,
school
man.
would never.
On pizza day, like
They counted
I-
pizza as the vegetable.
I was gonna say I would just like throw the fruit away because I just wanted to. Yeah, let me get 2 extra slices. Punch in my lunch code and just like ham 3 lukewarm slices of Domino's pizza.
You guys have Domino's?
It was like bootleg Domino's. It
Uh,
looked similar to Domino's.
I think once a month they would get
Yeah, it
Domino's.
was.
You
It was
fucking
no,
rich.
But
I
it was
remember-
like pretty
and then
shitty
I
Domino's.
figured out why because when I worked at Domino's over COVID back in our hometown, the orders that went to the school didn't have like the garlic Parmesan oil on the
That makes
crust.
sense.
So
So
they
it was
were
just shitty crust.
Yeah, it was just shitty Domino's. It was Domino's without the
Oh.
flavorful, salty, flaky,
That's
garlicky, buttery
crazy.
crust.
Y'all
This is
rich
n-
asses getting Domino's.
This is not an
Dumbass.
ad for Domino's. Their pizza sucks ass. I do not. I am Domino's #1 op now. I'm sorry, Brady. I love you. You were a great boss. He dude. Yeah, I was about to go on like the stupidest tangent. Unnamed Domino's manager brought a bong for people and just kept it in the manager's office and let the underage employees hit it at will. Unnamed Domino's employee. If I said a name earlier, I was probably thinking of that old TV show, The Brady Bunch. Okay, back to.
Okay.
I have a note for this. Why did they make him hit the Backstreet Boys Black Swan Dance Moms routine to a router boot up sound? So I remember the dance being fire.
That's a great question.
That's a
We'll get
great
there in a
The
second.
but the
So-
music was awful.
Yeah, so okay. Chewie looks at his pizza for the first time. He's like, "Oh, this is pizza." I read about it in books. And Chucky's like, "Okay, bro, you've been acting weird all day.
Mhm.
If you're trying to pull something like getting your grades changed on account of being crazy, just let me know.
Like
so
it's
I'll
a
back
court
you
case.
up." Yeah, he's like, "I'm your homie. I'll
Like,
back you up."
Dude,
Just
Chucky's the only like real secure, fully formed motherfucker in this whole movie. Like when I was talking, it's like
Chucky is the one straight man in this movie, and they
And-
try to tell you at points like the parents are like reacting normally. So no, Chucky's the only one who will be like making the right expressions.
I had a whole like note about this where I feel like in DCOMs, an entire prerequisite to the movie even functioning is a complete and utter lack of parental competence and oversight. If the parents were involved in anything at all, this shit would get like railroaded at the PTA. Stat.
A few episodes ago, like probably 10 at this point or something, we kind of had an epiphany where it was like, wow, this one decom that we watched, the parents were great. Also, it was boring.
Yeah.
And it was just like, wait a second. All these shitty ass parents, the movies don't work if they're not
No,
shitty.
it's a plot. Parental neglect is a plot necessity. And think back to your own childhoods. Like, when did you get up to some cool ass shit? It's when your parents were watching.
yeah. All right. So Tui's like, "Why are you angry? Are we still friends?" And he's like, "Yeah, we're still friends. You just have to tell me when you're like being a bonehead, whatever."
Mm.
Yeah. Okay. So he's like, so we're good friends." And Chucky's like, "Yeah, we are good friends." Like he's touched.
Yeah.
He's like, "We are good friends."
And this is what I was saying, dude. Will is gonna fucking blow his brains out. Chewie is better than everything. Chewie's own Will's best friends love Chewie more than Will.
Yep.
Within 2 days, he's been to school twice.
No, I think this is still day one.
All right, here's my alternate Black Mirror episode. So there's the one where Will kills himself and the clone takes over his life.
Uh-huh.
The second one is that we get like basically to the end of the movie where they both exist now,
Mhm.
but then Will has to live in the reality face to face that, oh, everyone's kind of treating Tui better than me
Mhm.
because he is cooler,
Mhm.
and I'm seeing that firsthand, and then he kills him.
I was gonna say third Black Mirror episode was Will sees what Tui's getting up to, gets jealous, kills Tui to take his spot, and then falls from grace and like goes back to being check out the yo-yo.
Mhm.
What the dork?
He doesn't understand, couldn't
Yeah.
recreate the magic.
And he realizes that it's not that it's just he's flawed as a person and he just isn't good enough and he has to live with it. And this movie is fucking tragic for me, bro.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Huh.
So then Tui tries pizza for the first time.
And he
And
says,
he
this
says-
is the best thing I've ever had
No,
in my
he's,
entire
the
life.
way he says, he goes, "This is delicious."
I'll get that soundbite.
This is delicious. It's only a frozen pizza.
Never tasted anything believably delicious. Frozen pizza rocks. And then he gets up and he starts dancing, and it is like the dial-up internet.
Yeah,
kind
it
of
is
sound
a
like-
modem noise.
Yeah.
Boo-ba-doo-boo-ba-doo-boo-boo-boo. And everybody is staring at him. So, like, in real life in the movie, it's silent. And he's just dancing around.
It's like you ever seen those edits where it's like High School Musical without the music and it's just like
Yes.
cleats squeaking on
Yeah,
the gym floor?
I guess in editing, they're like, it's so weird that it's quiet. Let's add little boopity boops, boop boops,
Yeah.
and that'll make it better.
But like everyone's just staring at him awkwardly because this is admittedly super cringe. And he just gets through his whole dance, and then, as we mentioned, one random frosted tip kid
Boombox kid.
not in the film
Hey.
a single bit outside of this.
And that young boy grew up to be Guy Fieri.
He says, "All right," and he pulls out,
He's all right.
he says, "All right." He pulls out like the biggest boom box you've ever seen. It was
If
under
this
the
kid-
table.
If this kid wasn't here, Louis like immediately ostracized.
Tui social suicide.
Yeah.
8 D batteries for
This
That
one
kid-
unnamed kid is the
Is the
whole
real hero.
pinnacle of this
He
entire
picks
movie.
his vibe immediately.
That's the apostle. That's Tui's apostle.
Yeah.
There are too many plot lines going on. Is Tui Jesus? Do clones have souls? Does Tui have a family? Does Will just suck? Is Will doomed? See, okay, so this is like a thing in storytelling. Doomed by the narrative. Do you guys is Will Norton? Browning? Why do I keep thinking Norton?
You got it right once.
I know. I'm just never gonna get it right again. I can remember B. I'll just think of something with a B. Will B.
Will be.
Is he doomed by the narrative?
Well, he will be.
Oh my gosh. So I'm thinking about what you just said, and there's 3 or 4 different ways that can go. So I really can't wait for you to explain that. It's bookmark it because you're completing that thought when the time comes.
I will, and I don't think you're gonna like it.
You're probably right.
Yeah, no, keep it quiet.
So Guy Fieri making his first film debut as the Boombox Kid, which, hey man, I'll tell you what, D batteries were expensive, and you're right, that was a big ass boombox.
It's huge.
Where the hell was he carrying that thing?
Table.
So
Again, this kid needs explanation. We get none. We don't see him in the rest of the film.
No, but Will, he starts playing music and Will just is like, oh, no, sorry, it's not Will, it's Tui.
Tui.
Tui's busting it down.
There it is. Will just is replaced by Tui.
Yeah.
Which is, again, this is thematic parallels to cloning in the Christian deontological sense, where man usurps God's role as the creator, usurps the instantiation, where man usurps the instantiation of the soul in a life. Hui is usurping Will Buntcake's soul as he perfectly does Backstreet Boys choreography on Pizza Day, just because Will wanted to stay home. So now this is Will is doomed by the narrative. He tried to play God, and he is getting cast out of heaven. Biblical parallels to the fallen angel Lucifer. Satan is Will Bombaclot Satan. Keep it going.
Tui starts a dance party. He's dancing on the tables. He brings Guy Fieri on the table.
Mhm.
And
He teaches him the dance by just moving his hands for
Well, he does it. He does the dance and he's like, all right, you copy me.
and
keep it going.
he gets it immediately. This kid knew the
Immediately.
dance.
This kid can groove. And then other kids get pulled up. They're all on the
Yep.
tables. Their food disappeared. They're not eating food anymore. They're dancing on the tables.
Pizza time was over.
Pizza time's over. And then Tui gets on the table. Actually, he gets a piece of pizza, and Heather's dancing with him, and she's like, "I thought you didn't dance," and he says, "I moved to the group," and then Heather is like, "Well, do you want to go to the dance with me?" And he's like, "Will there be pizza there?" And she's like, "I can bring pizza," and he's like, "Well, then yes, I will go to the dance party. I love pizza."
I love pizza.
Yeah. Also, Alana sees this is happening, and she's like, "What's going on? My brother's cool now."
Uh-huh. No, dude, this whole scene, I had another big note here. It was, my disbelief is fully suspended again. I'm 100% in. Fuck it. Dance on the lunch table. Break it down, Clone Will. Alana head shaped like an egg. That's why she's deontologically evil. Clone Will got the test tube riz for nerd girl Heather. Good for him. IDK if this is Disney Channel magic. but these guys actually look like teenagers. Not middle schoolers, but like high schoolers, maybe? Young high schoolers? Flo and Will really just killing it everywhere. Aced the test, rizzed up Heather, clowned around with unnamed best friend, maybe I missed his name in parentheses.
Chucky.
Yep. And this is coming next, but patched it up with
Oh my
DeSoto.
God. That's the thing about this scene is that it leads into the next best scene.
The piece of dance scene is iconic in of itself.
Mhm.
And what follows, because he gets caught by the principals,
Yeah, at the
Mhm.
end
They're-
of the scene, he gets caught by the teachers.
Yeah.
and it just leads into the most ludicrous 1-2 punch of scenes.
Just okay, but just really quick to wrap up the pizza scene. Watching this for the first time, I remember they totally just subvert your expectations because what you think is going to happen is he's dancing around, everyone's going to go, "What, you fucking loser? What are you doing?" But everyone's into it. Everyone starts dancing with him. They pick up his vibe and they think he's like the coolest person in school now. This is when this movie became my favorite movie.
Mhm.
Okay? We're all dancing because he loves pizza.
That's I had a similar take on it, but I think in almost in the completely opposite way. I was like, okay, Huey is untethered Will. Huey is
Mhm.
all the potential that Will had and
Mhm.
squandered, and Tui is, victory incarnate. I am cringe, but I am free, and Tui is living his best life. And I was like, oh shit, he's dancing well. This ends well for him. So that whole time when he was awkwardly dancing, I was excited because I knew it was only gonna get better because Tui is without sin. He's perfect.
Mhm.
Tui is just perfect. And then it is. And oh my god, I wish I were him so bad.
Okay, so moving on to the next big scene. This movie now is just
DeSoto.
banger after banger after banger, right?
Banger after betrayal after banger after betrayal. I'm haggard. Do you guys see the bags under my eyes?
So Will's sitting outside the principal's office, and Scotty gets put there too. Scotty's bad
Scotty's
news.
the bully.
DeSoto.
That's his only.
Yeah, Scotty goes, "Well, look what we got here. Brownie, butt in the flesh. Isn't that nice?" And Tui's like, "Is it nice? I was told I was in trouble." "Not as much trouble as you'll be in when I get you alone one of these days." And Tui's like, "Oh, you're still mad that I got you suspended. It wasn't right of you to take my lunch money. I should have talked to you myself instead of telling the teacher. I mean, there's nothing to be afraid of, right? I'm sorry. I should have been braver."
He's just better. He's just better. Dude, Will gets no diffed by Tui. Will just gets hog walked by Tui every day of the week. And this kid has to go home and live with the fact.
Imagine being Scotty in this situation, and this kid who you're like annoyed at because he got you suspended and shit.
He's a
and stuff.
Because you stole his lunch.
He's-
money.
And then he
He's
just drops this on you. Like, what are you supposed to do?
And he just fully opens up and he's like, he's not angry. He's just
Yeah.
saying it very matter of fact of like, "Oh yeah, well you were wrong, but you know what? I
coulda
was
handled
wrong
that better.
too."
The
Yeah.
most emotionally mature,
Yeah.
respectful, and thoughtful way to diffuse a tense situation. And Tui's also supposed to be like 12 or however old
Yeah.
Will La Bamba is. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know.
And then Scotty's just like, okay. So what did you do to get in here?" And he's like, "I started a riot in the lunchroom."
like,
And
"That
I was
was
like,
you?"
"Oh, that was you?
Mm,
Man, I bet your old man's gonna go medieval on you, huh?" And Tui's like, "What? Old man?" And he's like, "Your dad? Your
what's
father?"
a father?
Yeah, he's like, "You do have a father, don't you?"
Tui
Tui's,
says.
"I don't really know what it means to have a father."
Again, what does what do the bonds between humans mean? What does the family mean? Does Tui have a soul? Is Tui human?
Mm-hmm.
They keep just barely it's like if you dip your fingers into water and flick it, it's nothing. You just get a little flick of these tough questions.
"I don't know what it means to have a father." And Scotty says, my dad left me and my mom when I was 2.
Mhm.
I don't really know what it means to have a father either. You're all right, man.
Yes.
He just opens up.
It's so
And it's so crazy because he's the one who brought up, like, oh, your dad's gonna be so pissed at you. And it's because he doesn't have a father figure. He's like desperate to hear about other people's father's figures. Like, oh man, your dad must be mad. That was crazy having a dad. And he's like, no, I don't have a dad. And so I was like, oh my God, me neither. Let's be best friends.
If these two can commiserate, and here's another Jesus parallel of like, bringing in and sheltering the outcasts of society.
And he also doesn't really have a dad. He doesn't know what it's like to have a father.
Oh, he's got a rocky relationship. Jesus, his dad made him get like nailed up on like a cross.
Yeah.
The whole thing. That was the whole thing he did.
Yeah. Also, okay, so like, at what point? Because him and Scotty kind of become friends now. At
Yeah.
what point is he like, you do have a dad?
I mean,
the
well,
fuck?
I learned about the clone before they would eventually.
Yeah.
I've known friends, with like who like have dads in quotation marks who is like, like there's a guy married to your mom that lives in the house, but like he's never around. He doesn't do anything.
But he thinks this is Will Browning, who just definitely has a dad.
I mean, dude, with how much time he must spend with that calculator.
Does he really have a father?
Does he have a father, or is his
Does
dad...
he know what it means to have a father?
No, I mean, but his father knows what it means to balance an invoice sheet.
Yeah,
That's for sure.
This just leads into a great trope because every time we see Scotty for the rest of the film, he's just fully on Tui's side.
Yeah.
I love the redeemed bully that took nothing to get on the team
I
side.
love reformed bullies.
Dude, I as an archetype, the redeemed bully, they like that. I've got such a soft spot for that.
So
It's
fun.
my favorite thing ever, and it happens in another DCOM. It's called the swap,
Uh-huh.
where it's fully just like, oh, because what happens in the swap is that
It's a body swap.
they
film.
swap bodies.
Oh, Freaky Friday situation.
Yeah, and so and then they like reform the bully, right? And all of a sudden the bully's like, I will kick anyone's ass who looks at you funny. Like, I am going to ends of the earth for you. Like, I love that. Where all of a sudden they will do anything to defend you. You are their purpose now.
I know you guys aren't. I don't know if you guys are huge gamers. Just one for the new kids out there. Deltarune has one.
I
Deltarune?
have been saving myself to wait to play Deltarune.
Now's the time, bro. 4 chapters.
I know.
Other half's coming out. It's great. It's great. But yeah, dude, like the tough on the exterior, but just needs some love to get through. Like they're not mean because they're angry or hateful. They're mean because they've been in a tough spot, and they have to have thick skin.
They got it. Yeah, they've got that rocky outside.
Mike DeSoto. His name's Mike, right?
Scotty.
Why did I think Mike? Is Mike DeSoto a person?
I
don't know.
vaguely think
Can
so.
someone Google Mike
will.
DeSoto? I meant to bring my laptop because that's where my 40-page document was.
He's a COO and vice president at Michigan Windows and Doors.
Okay, that is not the
No.
Mike DeSoto that I would know. But no, I love DeSoto.
Yeah.
And then
I know.
another one of my favorite lines at the start was, "And DeSoto, he hates you." Like Harley, Chucky.
Chucky, they barely say his name.
Yeah.
I was gonna say. I feel like I had him. He's unnamed best friend. Maybe I missed it in parentheses everywhere in my notes because I think they said it once at the start.
They say it like, a couple times, but you miss it. Like,
It's a blink and you miss name.
Mm-hmm.
all right. So Tui gets home. Will sees Tui high five Chucky from his window, and he's like, "Oh, what the heck?" So he's like, "How did it go?" And Tui loves school, and Will's like, "That's right." And then Tui starts doing the homework immediately. He's like, "Boy, am I good or what?"
Mm-hmm.
Got myself a clone that's gonna get me A's. And then Heather calls and is like, "When are you gonna wear?" And Will's like, "What?
What are you wearing, Will?
What are you gonna wear to the dance?" And he's like, "What? Or it's the social, right?"
The social.
Yeah.
Which that's why I pegged it as middle school.
Yeah.
High school, it's a
middle
dance.
school
It's a middle
social.
school.
Middle school, they gotta say social, and they look like real middle schoolers.
They do.
I like that a lot. So many of like the kids movies, like okay, that guy's just fucking 20.
Yeah.
It's so 50-50 on DCOM. Sometimes they definitely get kids, and sometimes they definitely get 30-year-olds.
And the kids are. I want to just say too, for all like, the stilted acting moments, the corny lines, these kids felt like kids throughout the movie.
They do.
And that was something that I think like really allowed me to kind of get into the movie and care as much as I did. But honestly, I wish I cared too much about this stupid fucking movie from the year 2000.
Sorry to drag you down with
No,
us.
you've ruined me. You've ruined me.
So Will freaks out on Tui that they're going to the social with Heather, and Tui's like, but she's gonna bring pizza.
He loves pizza.
Yeah. He's like, 6 years of avoiding Heather, gone in a day. And then the doorbell rings, so Will goes down to answer it, and it's Scotty, and he opens the door and he goes, ah! And Tui also screams right after, which I love that. The little like
They got their link, the psychic link.
yeah. And Scotty's like, hey, you left this at the principal's office, so I thought I'd stop by and bring it to you.
Which I feel like implies that I felt like, I don't know if they said anything to support this. I feel like Scotty and Will used to be friends in the past.
I don't think so.
This was my headcanon. Scotty and Will were friends in the past, and then Scotty stole Will's lunch money and got him in trouble, and then they like had a friend breakup. But how would Scotty know where Will's house is?
He was
How would-
stalking him.
Sometimes there's
beat him up.
directories.
Oh, remember those?
Yeah.
Dude. Oh my god, in elementary school, I would just be hauling motherfuckers.
You know, this is really soon after Tui got home. I bet he tailed him.
Yeah.
Because he's like,
He wanted to talk
this
to
is
him.
my new friend.
I'm sticking with my headcanon that
Alright.
they were friends.
It could be.
Because of like how he said you're still mad, like something about the way that they reconciled and the way that Mike so easily went with it made it feel like that, oh, this was a friendship that was there and a grudge that was just waiting to be dealt with. I felt like like they and after that they're immediately chummy, like they fall right back into being
Well,
chummy.
I think Scotty was just so desperate for any friendship at all,
Mhm.
and that Tui just said yes. Here's friendship.
Which would you not be desperate for, like the sweet nectar of friendship if you had it and then lost it over something so petty as like pinching your boy's lunch money?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Hey, speaking of which, you guys hear I got my money? They stole the money on my wallet at my party.
What?
My wallet. Someone at my party. Someone
At your party.
At my
that
party,
sucks.
yeah.
Someone stole your money?
$140 right out my wallet at my party.
The
Yeah,
fuck?
okay, but hey, if I ever see him in the streets, back to the DCOM.
Okay.
That was just, I had Scotty had the sweet nectar of friendship. I had the sweet nectar of money until someone stole it. But like, I'd really like my money back the same way that Scotty just wanted his friend back.
Great tie.
Like I'm saying, like, no, this is how I can empathize with these people. Like, there's parallels. There are like too many parallels to, like things that I've thought about and felt where it's like, BenG, he probably followed me home and suggested this movie. Or did you suggest this movie?
I suggested it because it's my favorite.
BenG, she's stalking me. Your wife is stalking me.
We're not married.
You're not married.
Oh my God! Everybody's getting married. Sorry,
We will, but not yet.
I'm bad at keeping track. All my friends are getting married now, dude. Like all of a sudden, you turn 25 and everybody's like fucking married.
Yeah.
That checks out.
Yeah, we'll be married eventually.
Eventually. All right. Well, BenG, your future wife / current girlfriend is stalking me.
What are you doing, Kelsey?
Kelsey, what the hell? So that's why I'm saying, like, dude, I feel like they had to be former friends.
Maybe. I don't know.
That,
Oh, okay.
that's an appeasement, maybe.
So, he's like, yeah, it was cool talking to you today, man. Catch you tomorrow.
I swear he said again. I was cool talking to you again today.
I think it was just, it was cool talking to you today.
Maybe I misheard that. I don't know.
And then Alana comes home and she's like, what was with lunch?
Hmm.
You have to teach me that dance. Like,
Right.
she's being nice to Will now. And Will's like, what is happening?
He's a better student, a better friend, a better brother, a better son.
Yeah.
Tui
Better dancer.
Tui's so better
Wor-
dancer.
somehow though, worse
Smarter.
yo-yoer.
Worse than
Are you? I didn't know it was possible. See, maybe Will's talent is being so shit at yo-yo that Tui's even better at being shit at yo-yo. Like
Correct.
because I saw the throws, dude. Is he just trying to be ass? No tricks, no slack, no string, no nothing.
Why?
Just a tug bind.
So, like, what definitely happened is that they said, all right, Andrew Lawrence, you have to learn how to yo-yo for this role because it's integral to the plot, obviously. Why? Why did they make him learn how to yo-yo?
Couldn't have been.
They couldn't come up with a better dance move to teach at the end.
Yeah, because he uses it later to dance.
Oh my god, the shittiest dance I've ever seen. It's like those stories you hear about. Dude, oh my god, I don't know if you ever noticed, but like there were guys at like high school dances, like the nerd guys, who very obviously didn't know how to dance, and I would just like see them kind of bobbing their knees and doing like gun reload animations from like video games.
I didn't go to dances.
Oh, okay. I got dragged. But yeah, no, like there were guys that just did that, and it felt like, dude, are you like really gonna? First off, his grip is awful, but we can get to that scene when we come to it.
So then the goons come up to the house and they're like, "Hey, we're from Ocean Pups. We're responding to the call they made. Any weird things happening?" And Will's like, "Oh no, it's all good, but I will take a refund."
He's just like, "Give me money."
Yeah,
And they're like, "Oh, we'll get back to you on that."
it's 2000. How much could like bootleg sea monkeys really cost?
It's wrong.
50 cents.
Money was nothing back
Some
then.
stamps.
Yeah, so they leave, or Will like shuts the door, and the goons they're like, "I don't know, we don't know if he's telling the truth." Well, the clones only live for 3 weeks anyway, and then they disappear, which is something that they like put in the DNA somehow.
So, okay, but that's like actually when you really think about the ramifications of unlimited cloning, some form of kill switch is kind of permanent. Because I mean, imagine that some megalomaniac tyrannical dictator comes in, and then you do have a Star Wars clone army where you just you like make some like beefed up super soldier, let him swim around in like a little kiddie pool of goop, and all of a sudden you've got like an army of 1 million combat ready, like battle hardened veterans that are just like trained and designed to kill. So yeah, they're kind of which is why I'm saying these guys are low key kind of fucking geniuses. Like it's presented like it's a flaw in their cloning design.
No, they say explicitly like, "Oh, why did you add in the kill switch? Like, why did you add in the safety precaution? Because of safety."
Yeah,
it actually makes sense.
These guys are geniuses wasting away in a garage in Hoboken.
Yeah. And then the tall guy's like, "If we want to continue the stakeout, we're going to need to blend in more." Because they gave away to Will that they're like around. And then this is the scene where Will and Tui are watching the goons, each with one eye in a binocular. And it looks.
Which is so funny. You cannot look in a binocular both having one eye in the wrong eye.
Funny.
Sometimes I struggle looking through a binocular with two eyes. Like it'll hit like the black and the. And so apparently you guys told me that's when you knew it was a Jack and Jill.
If you take a look back at that scene, it's really funny because physically one of them is turned at a 45-degree angle and the other is turned at a 90-degree angle.
Yeah.
So you're just looking at the back of one of their head and the other person's looking at not the other person.
Like they are clearly not looking into each other's eyes at all. And like most of the movie, I think it does look pretty good.
But this scene is so bad.
But it's when they put them exactly next to each other is when you're like, "Oh, this looks fucked up." You can tell it's the same person twice.
When they're talking to each other, it's normally like a reverse shot kind of thing.
Exactly. Because it's easy to do that. You just have a stunt double to be the back of the head of the other.
Yeah.
And then boom.
But no, see, I think, I didn't even realize that at all. Because like I spent like the first 40, 50 minutes constantly pausing and like furiously scribbling down notes all while like sipping drinks. So like I think I lost the
visual.
I lost the sharpness to visually pick up on it, but like I was still like just I was enraptured at this point. I can't remember the last time I was like this like pulled in to a movie other than like Parasite, like Bong Joon-ho Parasite, which I fucking hate. Because why did the other me, circa 2000, from
why is that on a comparable level to Parasite on anything?
Why did this like hit me in my soul? I'm like upset about it. Why did I type
Hilarious.
like Solo before I even started keeping track? I typed out 10 pages of notes and comments, timestamped, asking questions.
Incredible. I
And
think that's more
then
than I did. I didn't
I
even
was
do
gonna say,
that much.
you guys said you kept meticulous notes, and then I got 10 pages, and I met with a rabbi, 2 priests, 2 lawyers, and an atheist theologian.
Sorry to give you such like
Oh, you know
a
what?
brain melting experience.
I did do, like-
so
I did-
bro.
I did do like 12 pages.
Okay, what needs to happen to close the loop is you just got to give me like the biggest like piece of ass. Like I don't know, Zombies 1 looked kind of annoying. Like throw me Zombies 4 so I can just like have a shitty movie to just like close this chapter in my.
If you need shitty movies, we can give you
Or-
I can
plenty.
One,
Like, if something doesn't happen, like I'm gonna write a dissertation about this, and then I'm gonna become like a philosopher.
okay. Yeah, so the boys are like, I got a feeling they're into a lot more than ocean pups. We got to be careful around them. We can't be seen together by anyone, especially them.
Was that not already obvious?
I
The
know.
moment you realized you were clones.
Especially you're trying to get him to live your life for you, so you definitely
Yeah.
don't want to be seen with him.
He was chilling at home watching TV and playing like video games the whole time.
Yeah. So now we get another montage.
Like
DCOMs,
Will doing exactly that.
yeah, DCOMs love montages.
Right?
So Tui goes to school, Will stays home in his room, the grades are improving. Will kind of starts getting tired of doing the same things at home.
He's starting to get depressed from doing
Which
doing the
is
depression activities.
So true.
Yeah.
Where it's like something I learned about myself is like, God, well, I would love to just like, I wish I could just be home and play games and do what I want. But then I get depressed
Yeah.
because that's all I do. So it's like I do need like a job or something to
Right.
like
A purpose. Like
purpose.
you need.
Yeah.
We are built to toil at something.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I had a whole paragraph about this where it was 48 minutes when everyone was visiting Will at the door. This is such a bummer. Like, is it just going to be you have to take the bad things of life so you can deal with the good things? I really hope not. Montage of clone Will succeeding and OG Will rotting at home. Dude, does this kid just have depression or something? Like, he just wants to stay home and do nothing except for play video games and read comics and not even hang with his friends. I'm starting to feel bad for OG Will, but like in a pity way. This is where
Yeah.
the humanity and ethics debate starts back up again. Clone Will has essentially usurped OG Will's life and is giving him everything he wanted, except for OG Will's short-sighted dreams are completely superficial and only give him hollow pleasures, and this kid clearly doesn't like what he's got himself into, but now he's resigned to be a victim of his own perfect success by getting everything he ever wanted, only to have it let him down and make him feel even worse than the life he previously had, which is so tragic because he clearly hated the shit he was doing before, and now, after finally parting from his constant toiling, he finds the Sisyphean task of living and working, which he detested before, was the only thing that ever gave his life meaning, and the real torment is to sit idle and do nothing like he wish he could. Hellish.
You summed that up perfectly.
You know what? No,
This
here's the thing.
movie, bro, like, this movie fucked me up so bad.
For a lot of the other stuff, I could say with exceptions for stuff in here, you're like stretching on concepts, which is part of the fun of the whole
Yeah.
thing of how deep you can read into everything with this movie, how much it allows as a
Mhm.
playground. Everything you said there, I genuinely feel was intended.
Yeah.
Which is kind of crazy.
The ethics of cloning, the religious allegories, those are reaches, and it's fun to overanalyze. But this
This is intentional.
that's
Yeah.
true. Like, this kid is depressed, and he's had his life replaced by someone just better than him.
And that's the thing is like he thinks, oh, he's gonna make my life better. He's gonna get my grades up, whatever.
Mhm.
He doesn't get to live.
It's
the
not his life
benefits.
anymore.
It's not his
Yeah.
life anymore. He doesn't get to reap the benefits
No.
of that at all.
I was saying too, like, it's so sad because what does he do? Just go back to the life he hated? Can Will Browning be happy ever?
I think you need to teach a college course purely about this movie and the questions it asks.
Well, I mean, there's a reason I had to like organize meetings with university professors to like talk about this shit. Like, you know, I came into this ready to overanalyze as a bit,
Yeah.
and then it actually gave like the whole section of, you know, OG Will being replaced by Clone Will, and you know what it means to be human and what it means to live your life, what makes a human you life unique, and what, if anything, gives the life we have value. Those things are all real questions that the movie kind of poses as, like, you know, baby's first like philosophical, like, you know, rambling. You know, the cloning ethics, the religious allegories, that's over analysis, which I like. No tinfoil hat, full sincerity. You know, there's inklings. It's there.
It's there, and the
Yeah.
movie explicitly chooses to not explore it.
Because like maybe it's not. Maybe it's not even intentional.
Yeah, some of its stuff probably is. Some of it's like, yeah, these questions would arise, but we're gonna lampshade it because that's not the story we want to
'Cause
tell.
we're making a decon.
Yes.
But like,
Well, like, yeah, I want to know. I want to see this plot overwritten, not because I think it would be a better movie, but I'm curious where it would go.
like if this were given to a director and cast and the full freedom to explore like the kind of deeper, more mature themes, even the one that they legitimately present, like, was kind of harrowing to me
Yeah.
as an adult. Like, what does it mean to live your life? What gives my life value? What do I do to be happy if I hate doing all these like menial tasks? It's tragic, and like, you know, this is where, if I'm gonna like, I'm just, you know, I'm a pseudo intellectual. I haven't read Camus, but like, you know, Camus' whole thing about, you know, one must imagine Sisyphus happy. One must imagine Will Browning going to school and doing his science project happy,
Mhm.
because if he's not, then it's all pointless.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And this is a decomp that came out in 2000. Like,
This movie got made for probably under $1 million budget.
I will be wholly honest. Like, I would like, there were tears. Like, this part of the movie for me, there were tears.
No, this is harrowing.
Yeah, for real. And in the middle of this montage, the goons are running an ice cream.
I think I called them like, what? Why are they doing Inspector Gadget schemes?
It's fun. It's another reason I love this movie, because the goons could have so easily been written off, but no, they do an ice cream truck like to blend in so they can spy, except they don't park the ice cream truck by the house. They don't get any spying done. They just run an ice cream truck for like a week.
And they're terrible at it.
They're terrible at it. And then
There's this great line after.
afterwards, one of them's like complaining, like, God, I can't believe how much money we spent on that ice cream truck. We didn't even get any spying done. And the tall one's like, I mean, in a few months we would have broke even.
See, okay, that's George, or is it Lenny? Who's the big dumb simple one?
That's Lenny.
Yeah.
Well, Lenny,
So
but
Lenny
this one
actually
he's
is the-
shorter in your example
But
for
like,
these
okay,
guys,
but like
yeah.
archetypally, they're Lenny and George.
Yeah.
That's not. Is that
I think that is
the
there.
Grapes of Wrath?
No,
No, I
it's
think it's
Mice and
Mice and
Men.
Mice and Men. I don't know. I'm not well read. I'm a fake smart guy. Dude, he genuinely has to be like Rain Man, because like during this montage, this is where you see him like stumbling, falling over himself, and like, he's not Rain Man the actor, he's Rain Man the archetype. Where like this guy has some sort of developmental disability, but he's just fucking cracked at like biogenetics and bioengineering. Like,
And it's one tall front. It's like, I'm gonna use this.
it's just like over and over. I'm like, get out of the fucking ice cream truck and go to Cambridge. My God. If you
These goons could have so easily just done anything else and won for their end goal, but they take the stupidest path.
the path is, well, kidnapping's a crime, but you know what isn't? Clone making.
these people who are very well established as absolute geniuses acting as complete
But hey,
dumbasses.
they would have turned a profit on that truck if they just kept going.
Yeah, which like okay, so not only are they scientific geniuses,
Their business.
but yeah, bumbling Columbo, George who gets to tend the rabbits. Right, George? That was George?
I mean, Lenny kills the rabbit.
Oh, it's Lenny. Fuck. I'm terrible with names. Lenny, he can run an ice cream truck and clone. I'm going to tell you what, I don't think I could do either.
Yeah. Okay. So back to Will and Tui. So Will is just really bored now with his mundane life. Tui gets home and Will is resenting him now.
Yeah.
Tui mentions that he's going to go to the arcade with Chucky and Heather. And Will's like, no, I'm going. I deserve to have some fun too. And Tui says, why? That's all you do here is have fun. You eat junk
From
food.
Tui's perspective, he's like, this is a trade deal you set up.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I've got notes on it.
Yeah. And he says, I'm the one doing all the work here.
Mm-hmm.
So I deserve to go to the arcade.
Yeah.
And that's the question of like, who deserves to go to the arcade?
Yeah. Well, I was saying when OG Will and Clone Will had their heart to heart, I honestly sided with Clone Will. Like, I know there are issues with the whole human ethics side of that argument, but getting along with everyone great and having a blast and still feeling like you don't belong with people because of some inherent alienating reason really resonated with me. This is like this is where I still had the idea that like Tui could be an allegory for like life with autism, like just be like self-otherment. But where was I? Still feeling like you don't belong with people because of some inherent alienating reason. What the fuck is this dude supposed to do? Become some kind of like, straight to TV? What the fuck is this dude supposed to do, man? And
Like-
why is a straight to TV DCOM like hurting me this bad?
And that's the thing is like, what does Will think is going to happen? That he can go to school for you and then you put him away in your closet
Yeah.
and you can go out and live your life? Like,
It really is such a depressing movie that does talk about it being depressing, but like anytime you think about it more, it's like, holy shit.
Yes.
yeah.
And it's like maybe I had this out of order, but right before this, I've got a note where saying it was like his parents were being like, "You're so special."
That's later.
Yeah,
It's later.
it's very
Okay.
soon.
Well,
I'm out of
it's
order.
not.
I'm out of order.
Yeah.
And this is where Tui heals the sick.
Yes.
We're gonna get there.
Yeah.
But yeah,
No.
yeah, so Will's like, fine, go. And Tui says, like, I thought staying home all day, like eating junk food, not going to school was your dream. And he says, it was my dream. My dream stinks.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
Tui leaves.
And like I don't even mind that they just spell out that there because it's like he needs to
Yeah,
know it.
Well, and the fact that OG Will has to realize it too. That's what that whole rant was
Yeah.
before. Like that big thing. I typed it all out verbatim. Like you could see like the paragraphs upon paragraphs of text I was writing for this. Like, dude, this kid needs help. I
Yeah.
was
Yeah.
this kid for a long time, and I didn't even have a clone. So he's really going through it.
Yeah.
Imagine if you did have a clone.
Oh, I wouldn't have seen 22.
So yeah, then the goons roll up and argue about the ice cream truck. And then they see Tui leave and they look up and they see Will's looking out the window. So they realize that he's hypercloned himself. This is the first time they realized that it was a human clone, and that's what happened.
They're like, holy shit, we had a successful human clone. That's cool.
Yeah.
Also, what?
So we just need a run test on Tui. We need to figure out which one's the clone. Well, we can't take both. That's kidnapping. But there's no rules on clone.
napping.
Rules on clone
And I
nap.
would say, as two like scientists who apparently care about ethics and legality of crime and kidnapping,
hmm
not a single thought was given to cloning.
They never wanted to
To be
clone
fair, yeah,
humans.
they never intended to clone humans,
Yeah.
even though their
Not yet.
contamination certainly could have.
Yeah.
Which I refuse to believe that you're smart enough to make a universal cloning goop and don't think of the human
You
application.
think they just weren't there yet?
I think their plan was probably try and let other people take the fall blame.
They're like, we're gonna start
Questions,
mine
like we have the technology.
of mice and men. Am I right? They started on a mouse.
Yeah, Jordan Lenny. Oh my God. Was this intentional?
Flowers for Algernon.
Oh,
love that.
Was it true? Which, Mr. Flower from Algernon famously invented ice cream trucks when he tried to ice cream and truck at the same time.
What?
I apologize. No, but I was saying, I think these guys did think of the human angle for cloning, but the way that scientific tests, especially biological medical tests, go is the first stage is testing on bacteria,
Mhm.
and the next life stage is usually mice or small rodents and monkeys, then humans in clinical trials. So I feel like they definitely did know about the potential for humans, but they were still too early in their development.
Yeah.
Whereas two ethical fucking super science geniuses, they weren't jumping ahead of themselves. They were doing
Yeah.
the mice, then they were going to do the monkeys, then they were going to
Exactly.
do the humans. But you can't clone something and not think of humans. Back to Dolly we mentioned earlier. The immediate question in everybody's mind was, what about humans?
Yep.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so it's a new day.
Now
Will's
for a new elite scene of the movie.
Elite.
the other best scene of this whole movie. Will sends Tui to visit Grandpa Mordecai because he's like, that's another thing I don't want to do. So they go to the nursing home.
Again, he's giving up his family.
Yep.
Yep.
Tui sees an old woman and he's like,
It's a lot like Click in a way. The Adam
Dude,
Sandler.
which is unexpectedly
Just
tragic.
unironically, this
I
movie's
haven't
a
seen
lot
it.
like Click.
Okay, neither have I, but I have scrolled through at least 30 minutes of Click on TikTok. So I've stolen valor seen Click through TikTok clips.
Yeah. It's
Um,
giving it all up.
yeah, so they get to the nursing home. Tui sees an old woman and he says, "Is this what old looks like?"
Which I would fucking punt you into space if you ever said that
I
to me.
get off my wheelchair and I say, "What the fuck did you just say to me?"
Because I'll tell you what, no one, hell hath no fury like a recently 70-year-old woman being called old.
They go in. Grandpa Mordecai is still just watching TV, and
Still
they're like,
gunshot show.
"Hey,
Mhm.
hey, Grandpa, come on, Will, say hi." And Tui is just mesmerized, and he blocks the view of
Blocks
the
the
TV,
TV
and he touches Grandpa Mordecai's face,
so tenderly.
and he says, "Does it hurt being old?"
Not today.
Not today.
The first words
Oh
Grandpa Mordecai
my
has said in
God.
months.
And I mean, he obviously got way better too
Yep.
with what follows in the movie.
He is genuinely so touched right to his heart by
Mhm.
his grandson asking if it hurts being old.
And there's okay, so not to be like, oh, the curtains are blue means this, but is it not kind of on the nose that Tui blocking out the sounds and sights of war and connecting with this guy personally, which I don't know how weird. I was weirdly obsessed with the Bible as a child. It is the exact Jesus would touch people the same way, on the chin, stroke them by the
I
chin.
have slowly come around to the
This-
idea that Tui is Jesus.
There are religious allegories in this movie, intentional or not. I overanalyze them for a bit, but it's there. You can't tell me it's not there, and you can't tell me the human cloning ethics thing isn't there.
It is.
I'll read into it too much. It's all there.
It is.
Why is it there?
It is
Why
fundamentally there.
Why do they just flash it out? Oh, hey, check this
It's
out,
like,
and then
Here
fucking
it
throw
is
away.
for one frame. All right, we're moving on.
Yeah. Dude, this movie could have been 3 hours made by Stanley Kubrick, and it would have been a masterpiece.
Oh,
I hate that I'm saying this about a DCOM. I get lost and I have to ground myself and remember that this movie was made for $50 and half a PBJ on Studio Lot 7 in Disney in 2000. And it's maddening. It's maddening to me. This is my telltale heart.
I'm look at how much you're reading into this. Look at how much you're feeling this vibe about the Grandpa Mordecai touching scene. And then remember the line that it is, does it hurt being old?
Not today.
What the fuck is that line?
Well, no, okay. Does it hurt? Because what the Notebook's coming open again. What does it mean to be old for you guys? So, if you had to describe, Benji, you've started every other time. Kelsey, what does it mean to be old?
I mean, I guess my instinct was to say you hit a certain age. So the question is, what is that age?
Just
What age
temporally?
is old? 50?
It's interesting because it's such a shifting range where I think there's studies of people being asked that question, and the response of what age is old
Mhm.
just is a continuously shifting upward
Because
number.
people live longer.
No. Just
no?
based on like the generation that you are,
Yeah.
people continuously assign old as older than them. You don't give yourself the designation of old.
Yeah.
Interesting.
It's always, and the idea of old in age has always been a societal construct.
Yeah.
That doesn't make it any less real. The same way time is a societal construct, but time is still real.
Yeah.
I mean, come on. But is 50, 60, 70, 80 old?
Somewhere around there.
Average life expectancy of a man right now is 72. Average life expectancy of a woman is 76. But beyond just that. The temporal magnitude of having lived that many years, what does it mean to you as a person to be old? What do you think it's going to be like when you are old and you know it? Like you're old, not, oh my God, I just turned 30.
Oh my God, I feel old because
Yeah.
my nephew is a teenager now.
My back hurts in the morning. I'm so old.
Old.
What does it mean when you're old? Like the end of your life is likely to come within the next 10 years.
Yeah, I feel like
What does that mean to you?
I'm like, I can. You probably know what you're looking for. I'm like, I can say whatever shit I want. I've lived so much life that, like, at this point, I'm like playing with house money, right? Where it's like my life could end at any moment. I'm just gonna do whatever.
I remember in psychology, I wish I remember everything. It was some guy's name that was like Peter Peterson or something. Morality or like stage of development. That's probably not his name, but it was something like that. And it was like at different stages of development, what's the biggest question that you're facing in your life? And there was like in the last age span, it's just about like regrets. Because you're not going to have the capacity to fix the vast majority parts about it. And it's like the main internal struggle you are you satisfied with your story as it is, or are you trying to make amends and trying to like ratify everything that's going on with you?
You no longer have the chance to start again.
Yeah.
You have to either learn to live with what you've done and who you've been, or kind of fix the issues you've caused, which
are difficult to fix within
that
the
sounds
standards.
Painful to look back on a life of things you've done, which Grandpa Mordecai is obviously a veteran of some kind.
Yes.
Based on his age and the time the movie was out, I'm putting him in Nam or Korea.
Yeah.
Both of which were Korea, especially. This is way under discussed. Were brutal, bloody, terrible wars to existence. And Grandpa just being stuck tunnel visioned on his past and that all day. Grandpa is, like you said, I think it's Peterson or like Petrikov, living with that regret, living with the pain of Grandpa Mordecai has killed. In the 2000 DCOM, the other me, Grandpa Mordecai has killed. He has killed and he has seen his friends killed. And it's fucking wild to say that. It's like comedically absurd to say that. But
it's there.
It's just true, right?
Yeah.
That's not a big seriously, am I overreading into it?
No, I don't think you are.
That's just regular. Grandpa was a war veteran.
And that's the stuff that type of war veteran, based on the context clues that we were given, I would assume that is the case.
I'm leaning towards Nam because there was Korea, we still won there goes that war. Nam
was such a utterly
that
pointless.
yeah, it was just bloodshed for bloodshed. Watching like some of your closest friends die, and then coming back to a country that hates you. It feels like Grandpa Mordecai is too jaded to have had a happy home reception, and I can't believe this is a fucking DCOM. Like this, I'll start. It just interrupts the train of thought every time. We're like, I'm like, wow, this is like this really serious thing. I can't believe that the director and the actor they were able to do this. And then I was like, oh wait, yeah, this was on Disney Channel in 2000.
Yeah, and they said
It's
doesn't hurt
in
being
the
old.
quirky clone movie.
It's so jarring. And then like the question of does it hurt being old is so dumb. So cheesy. And you know what pisses me off the most is that it's honest.
I was like, is he asking it on a deeper level? Does it hurt having all of these life experiences and now you're living out the rest of your days in this nursing home?
But it also just is stupid.
It is stupid because I think he means
stupid.
physically.
Well, and then there's that too. I mean, but imagine being old. Imagine like we're pretty right now. Between the ages of 17 and 29 is the peak of physical fitness that our bodies will be at.
Mhm.
Right now, we're the strongest, fastest, most mobile, most flexible, most resilient we'll ever be. And as the years go on, we're going to become more fragile, more sore, more achy, slower, more sluggish. And to be so old and to remember a time where, if Grandpa Mordecai did in fact serve in Nam, he would have had to have been fucking jacked and really on it to serve in Nam and get out alive.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it hurts. It's gotta hurt every day being old, waking up like I mean, what, like kneeling in front of a mortar? Maybe he like caught some shrapnel, maybe he was a tunnel rat, but it's a So I mean, okay, yeah, old people have muscle pain, and I gotta close the book again because if like the second I start to realize that I'm like actually really seriously and trying to like this challenges me so much because like my art house addled brain like really wants to seriously engage with this movie, but it's supposed to be like a fun, goofy movie for kids, and it's designed that way.
But why
So
can't
is
it be
all
both?
there?
No,
And that's what's maddening to me. But like, aren't those like two just like paradoxically opposed to each other? Fun, goofy movie for kids with a lesson, and serious think piece about real, deep, philosophical, moral, religious, ethical questions and concerns about humanity and the human experience. I don't think you can marry those two concepts together without being like a generational masterpiece. And I love this movie, but this is not a generational masterpiece. When people talk about the best movies of all time, I hadn't heard about The Other Me until you guys told me to watch it for the podcast. So is this really just like
what's crazy?
What's crazy?
This is like we see rankings of DCOMs. They're not all too common, but people who have watched them all, this is consistently in the bottom half. People don't like this one.
This is the rise of anti-intellectualism in America.
They're wrong. They're just wrong.
I know, and I like, dude. I say that as a joke. But
There's so much to chew on with this, and what's annoying about it is a lot of the time it will like give you the food and then throw it away. But at the same time, I appreciate the fact that it dared to give me the food. I appreciate the fact that this movie dared ask the questions, even if it didn't have the ability to answer it. And I also appreciate the fact that he goes up to this clone human being, goes up to his grandpa, touches his chin, and says, "Does it hurt being old?"
Well, again, is it his grandpa? Well, you know what? Okay, in your opinion right now, Did I already ask if you considered Tui to be family with everybody?
Yeah.
Okay, so what label did you put it on?
At this point now, he's been living with the family.
Yeah.
He's been interacting with his friends. He just
Is-
met Grandpa Mordecai.
Yeah.
Is he family? Or is he the imposter?
Right now,
Will.
I view him as an imposter. Will is still the family member. However, if I think Tui has to be living as himself in
Yeah.
some sort to be part of the family, and he does that at the end.
I agree in a sense, but like, just to probe that thought deeper, I would argue that Tui is Will now.
That is also a valid.
Will has abandoned his role
Will has
as
lost his life.
as a son, brother, grandson, and willingly handed it over to Tui, who is filling that role with so much energy and zeal and passion that the family likes it better. And there was that one occasion, like we were saying, where the family was telling Will, "Oh, you've been so special and nice." Is that
That
coming
scene is
up?
next.
That
You want
is-
to talk about
Yes.
that now? Let's talk about it now because it's literally the
Bring it
next
up.
scene.
Bring it up.
So Tui gets home. Will's like, "What took you so long?" And he's like, "Oh, you were right about Grandpa Mordecai. He was fun. We had a long talk." It's like Grandpa Mordecai doesn't talk to anyone though.
Wait, talk to me.
Then Will's parents come in, right? Interrupt the conversation. Tui hides, so it's actual Will talking to his parents.
Which is a very interesting switch up there.
Yes. So the parents come in and they say, "We just wanted you to know that was the sweetest thing you've ever done.
Ever.
Ever. You're a very special person. Don't forget that." And then like the other parents like, "Yeah, we're just so impressed with you. Your grades, your attitude have improved so much. And so you know what? No more summer boot camp. The summer is yours. You deserve it." And Wills asks, "What if the new me was only temporary? What if I went back to the way I was? You would still love me, right?" And Mom says, "Loving you wasn't the question." And the dad hugs him like, "Of course not. Like, we loved you. We always loved you."
Mhm.
And they hug him and they leave. So that's the scene.
Which, because I had fully regressed to being like 12 at this point in the movie. That seems like almost a non-answer. It's like, yeah, okay, well, that's just like a thing you take for granted that like, okay, yeah, your parents love you, but what does that mean? If he dropped it all today, they'd be disappointed in him, and he'd be right back to square one where he
They
was
would send
hurting.
him-
He asked
They
the
would
wrong
send him to-
question.
They
Yeah.
would send him to military camp.
Because that question isn't going to help him in the way that
Yeah.
he wanted it to. He needed to be like, I don't know what type of question he needs to ask, but the unconditional love isn't the question
Yeah.
that he's looking for. It's like the pride.
Because his
Yeah,
parents,
would you still be proud of me?
his parents always loved him, but they were just disappointed with him. So if the perfect Tui, who has now usurped Will as a son, brother, grandson, and has outshined him in every way in a matter of days. And I'm saying, like, for a kid who was clearly already struggling and depressed, this has to sting. This has to kill.
Mhm.
In the A24 movie, this is where Will fucking kills him.
Yeah.
No, it is.
Yeah. Imagine your clone is going out living your life better than you, and then your parents say, "Wow,
You're so
you're
special.
so special. That was the sweetest thing you've ever done in your life."
Ever. Which, like, the use of ever, like, not that was one of the sweetest things I've ever seen you do. You've been doing so great. Like, if he was just like, a kid who, used to be smart and then like kind of burnt out and started to slip. No, he's been like a terminal underachiever. And now, like, this clone who's unburdened by, like, any of Will's, like, sadness or regrets is just excelling. Oh, I like the pain in that. This was tears for me in the moment. This was
Yeah.
silent tears. Just
Will is not himself anymore.
no. Will is no longer.
And that just only gets over accentuated by the next scene, which is Will deciding to go back to school. Something that has to happen. No matter what, if you do this plot, it's going to happen.
Yeah,
Every single time.
and it's
And
it's
it's
just
just-
as painful as I thought it was going to be.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
Will.
devastating.
It's morning. Will's like, "Where are you? Where do you think you're going?" And Tui's like, "I'm going to school." And he's like, "No, not today. He's had it. He's like, I'm going to school this time. This is my life. And Tui's like, maybe I should fill you in. Like, things are different now. And he's like, I know how to talk to my friends.
Which, excuse me, no the fuck you don't.
Yeah.
Because
Why
you've
hasn't
been neglecting your friends.
Why hasn't Tui been filling him in anyway?
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, well,
They just don't talk about it.
so I kind of always felt like up until their first confrontation we talked about earlier, where Tui was like, "I'm the one doing all the work." Like, Will and Tui kind of almost had like a master-servant relationship,
Yeah.
almost a parental relationship.
Yeah.
It really is
That's
only when
what-
Tui first fights back that it's
Yeah.
just like
That's when
he
it's
can
a
do
balance
something
shifts.
different.
Yeah.
Because Will the whole time was treating him like you're my slave.
Yeah, or
And
like,
you're gonna go do what I tell you to do. And then Tui fights back with, no, actually I'm gonna go to the arcade.
well, I wouldn't even almost like a son, but a neglected. Like, Will was a shitty dad to Tui.
Yeah.
Which again, like, there's complicated dynamics of what is family. Like, is Tui Will's twin? Is he? But it feels like he was his son until now, when they had that heart to heart, and Tui kind of first stood up for himself. Then they were equals. They were on equal footing,
Mhm.
and Tui was his twin. And Will chose to stay home, and Tui went to the arcade. And now it feels like Will has lost himself, and Will honestly isn't even a part of his family anymore.
Yeah. No, at this point you could fully
Yeah.
argue Will is not a person.
Will, no, he's
No, he sits in his room and he hides.
which. This was another big question from the priest, the rabbi, and the theologian. Can you lose your soul?
Mm.
That's interesting.
So we've agreed on the definition of, like, the colloquialism of a soul being a unique individual being with their own a unique instantiation of each subject that has its own trajectory, temporal experiences, and consciousness. That is the colloquial definition of a soul. Basically, a unique person. Has Will lost that?
I think what I would argue is probably this is more generic
Mhm.
than anything else. And the whole aspect of like the clone literally replacing his life, I could either view that as a metaphor or as like a literal ramification of him losing everything. But I feel like that flame of a soul can dim,
Mhm.
and it can dim very dark,
But it's not.
but it's never.
But it's not out.
Okay.
Yeah. Where it's like, for all intents and purposes, he's lost his identity. But he is still a person with his own autonomy and his own thoughts.
Mhm.
It's just like he's not doing anything with it right now.
Yeah, I would agree. And then I guess like then it asks that begs the question of, is being human and being conscious what gives us that soul, or is it doing the things we do that gives us a soul? What gives us that soul? If it's not something divinely put into you at birth, what is it that gives you a soul?
Mm-hmm. It's a good question.
Well, I'm asking, like, your opinion.
I think
Open ended.
I think it's a little bit of both. Where like, I think it's just what you said with the dimming, where it's like it gets to the dimmest where it's like, okay, I am a person that still has thoughts. That's the dimmest you can go. And the only way to have a bright light of a soul is to go out and live your life as yourself. Human interaction, relationships, purpose.
If you lost consciousness of thought, that's where your soul would probably be gone.
So if
that may be not the right way.
I was gonna say, if would you argue someone who's in a coma doesn't have a soul? That colloquial soul? Which, I mean, it might be harsh to say, but personally,
I would think they don't have it can revive itself if the person is, but if you're not able to express any sort of individuality, that's like the life force of a soul.
So I see, by the definition we set out, I would agree too. Like, this is just a question for the sake of exploring it. is it the act of expressing that individuality, or is it having that individuality? Because, like, for example, we don't know a ton about what goes on when people are in a coma, or at least I don't. Maybe a doctor does better. But, what if that person in a coma is, like, still thinking and dreaming?
What
And
then
if
I would
what if
think-
they hear
what if
everything
they're
happening?
if they're in like a trance state rather than like a full
There I
coma?
would say the metaphysical soul is still intact.
But if the full vegetative state, no soul, but like dreaming in a coma has a soul, so it's not necessarily the expression.
yes,
of-
you don't have to physically express it, but if the
It's the
fact that you
possession.
are the possession of the ability to create independent thought.
Mhm. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
I feel like
that
we
was
got a
fucking
good
excellent.
answer.
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
see, that was perfect.
Yeah.
I think that was the best non sequitur we did yet.
All right. So, Will gets to school. Everyone is saying hi to him.
Right?
All the people who called him dork at the beginning.
The dork with the yo-yo, they didn't say. I can't remember what they said. Maybe I noted it down, but I can tell you sure as hell wasn't what the dork.
He's just popular now.
Yeah.
And the teacher comes up and says, "Thank you so much for staying after school and helping me clean the desk."
Did I do that? I don't know. I thought of Urkel when like he asked.
Yeah, he's
Chucky,
like, "Chucky, did I really stay and
He's
help?"
like, yeah, you love doing new
would you
things.
not remember?
He's like, "Why would I do that?" And Chucky's like, "That's just who you are, bruh. You're
Which,
just doing shit
again,
like that all the time."
That's gotta hurt.
That's what I heard so
Dude,
much.
I would cry.
Yeah, he's like, "That's just who you are. You're this amazing person, Will."
Hmm.
And it's like, and inside, Will's just like, "That wasn't me. That was the other me."
And he did well. This is like I can't tell if it was like non-acting or if it was like perfect acting, but like the deadpan face after it,
Uh huh.
I don't know. Like fucking if I had an Oscar that I could give for like 2 seconds of a
Hey,
movie,
we got a Young Actor Award. Or
yeah, sure. And you know what? Shit, maybe he did deserve it. I think I was ragging on this movie at the start, but I honestly, it's embarrassing. I care so much about this. Like this touched me.
It's
Yeah.
it's something.
It's
Oh my gosh.
awesome.
And this is the reform bully moment where Scotty comes up. He's like, "Hey, man." And then a random kid like accidentally bumps into Will, knocks his stuff out. And Scotty says,
Don't.
"Hey, say you're sorry. Pick it up."
You don't disrespect my friend like that. It doesn't pick up on the microphone, but I was pointing so aggressively
I
with
knew.
each line.
And it's just
Oh my
like, so
God.
you want to go to the baseball game on Sunday?
And he's like, "You want to go to the
Oh,
game?"
got tickets.
And like right behind,
The
like,
tickets. Like, and Scotty doesn't come from money.
no,
No.
that's why he steals lunch money.
I was gonna say, look at the way
Nah,
he
he
dresses.
does it for sport.
just for the love of the game.
Yeah. Yeah, Will is just flabbergasted that all this is happening.
Mm-hmm.
And then Heather comes over and mentions the junior socialist tonight.
Mm-hmm.
And she says, "See you later, William."
Which, okay, so this was I hated this part, and it's like this. Okay, the fact that the character had a name that is literally my name
Uh-huh.
was always really weird for me. 'Cause it's almost
We completely forgot his name was Will.
Until
Yeah,
we started
that's what
watching
it's
it
like.
I was
again,
gonna
yeah.
say it's almost I'd say for 95% of the people I know, my friends call me Will.
Mhm.
My family and longtime lover / partner call me William. So here, like getting that cue for him, it's like, oh, Will Brockhampton, you're in it deep.
William. She says it's so flirty.
Yeah. Oh, you should hear. Okay, but dude, this movie. Oh my God!
Yeah.
I don't know if this has happened yet, but I'm looking at my notes, and I was really mad that it's Lenny who breaks the rabbits. That's
Yeah.
true. Dude, why was he was drinking out of 2 straws? Pissed me off.
All right,
So mad.
We're
What
we're
the
gonna
hell?
zoom. We're gonna zoom ahead because we are close to that, but not there right now. This is Will and Tui. Well, Will gets home from school.
Yeah. So this is when they have their huge heart-to-heart, actually heart-to-heart, and not just arguing. Will gets home. Tui reorganizes the whole room in class. Tui is more
a graph to show it.
Yeah, he's like, here's the graph of your organization.
And again, I felt that so much. I make graphs for everything in my life. BenG, you've seen them.
I love the graphs.
I love the graphs too, and they help me.
Even staying at home, Tui is better than Will is.
Yes.
Because he reorganized his whole room.
This was like, dude, okay, fuck it. I'm filling in. Okay, Tui, autism icon. We claim him. We claim him. That's our boy.
Will's just mad, right? He's frustrated. He says, how come Tui, you, gets A's and can talk to Grandpa Mordecai, and it never happened to me? I mean, you're me, aren't you?
And that's a whole part that we've honestly been glossing over a little bit. We keep talking about how it's sad to have someone stealing his life and everything. It's literally a clone. It's not like someone he found that looks like him to replace his life.
It's not Princess Switch.
Yeah. It's literally a clone. It's literally his DNA. It's showing that
you are me. So how is this happening for you and not for me? And he says, like, Tui's like, yeah, I am you. Like, no better or worse than you. And Will says, well, everybody else thinks that you're better. And he says, no, they think you're better. No one knows about me.
Which is brutal for several reasons. Because, this is I feel like this is the first time we kind of see like a real crack in Tui.
Yeah,
like,
where
Tui
he's like,
suffering.
he doesn't have his own identity.
We've been focused so much on the philosophy and psychology of Will because I think there's a lot of intrigue and aspects here. And this is where I'm like, again, I'm happy the film mentions the fact that, no, this is also a shitty deal in a lot of ways for Tui.
Yeah. This is, like, what you think about ethics, what you think about humanity. This Tui that we've seen is a conscious, unique, individual being
who's not allowed to live as themselves.
With that, secular, colloquial definition of a soul. Tui's got a soul.
Yeah.
And he's not, you're right, he's not allowed to live as himself.
He's pretending to be Will. And so Will asks, what makes you better? And Tui says, I try hard and I'm not afraid of anything. I think you're afraid to try hard, so you won't fail. If I want to dance, I don't care if people make fun of me, I just dance. And if people don't like me for me, then there's going to be other people out there who will. And Will says, all I know is you've messed up my life. It's like, wait, you didn't like school? You didn't like school? And he says, I did. That's the problem. Everyone is going to expect you. I should have just gotten the better grades, then taken you to the mall and dumped you. Yikes. What do you think? You're gonna leave a child at a mall? And what was Tui gonna do at the mall? Get found by the cops or something?
And then
what?
Get brought back to the house?
Is this Will Browning?
Yeah. So I mean, well, and that's so heavy because, not only does OG Will have to kind of reconcile with the fact that all of his shortcomings are only his own fault.
Yep.
And stem from his own insecurity and fear. And this is the first time we kind of have to see Tui have an emotional reckoning of, you're kind of not a person in the eyes of anybody else. You're just a substitute for this guy that you've been serving. Yeah. You don't get to have your own identity.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you know what Tui says? He says, you're right. I don't belong here. This is your family, not mine. And so he plans, he says, I'm going to go to New York City and see if it really is black and white. So something we didn't mention is that he thought New York was, Well, no, the TV, because he saw an old movie where New York was black and white on TV.
And then Will's like, New York's not black and white, you idiot.
So he's going to go see if it really is black and white. He's going to leave tonight. He's going to leave.
It's crazy.
The night
Which
of
is
the
a whole.
It's the night of the social. And Will says, you know what? You should go to the junior social and say goodbye to everybody before you go.
Will was just fighting with him, but it was always clear that it's like he's not fighting Tui because he's mad at Tui. He's fighting Tui because he's mad at himself.
And Tui is himself.
Yeah.
And again, this was like tears for me. I was deep in it, and I kind of read. Maybe again, this might be me reading into it too much. I kind of read like the Will Tui running away allegory as like, That was like a soft lob of like suicidal ideation for this deeply troubled and depressed kid.
I mean, like, I don't belong here.
I don't belong here. I don't have a family. I don't have anything.
No,
I
you're
need,
not incorrect.
I need to go away forever to New York City to see if it's black and white, just like on the TV. So they kind of like, put the rainbow filter over
Which,
it.
Yeah.
for this, you got to do that. But
Yeah.
like, yeah, and it's a whole interesting thing that Tui's the one that's like, I gotta leave.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh my
Tui's the
god.
one with the emotional maturity to be like,
it's
we
'cause-
can't both be here. We
It's-
can't do this double
Again,
life.
Yeah, it's because he's like, you're right. This isn't my life. This is your life, and I just took
Mhm.
it, and so I should go.
the ability to recognize that after doing it's
He's been alive for 3
it's
weeks.
Tui supremacy, dude. Tui has been like
Tui's incredible.
Tui fucking mogs OG Will at every opportunity.
Yeah, I'm just saying there's multiple versions of this Black Mirror where like Tui kills Will or Will kills Tui or Will kills himself. Like something needs to happen in this Black Mirror episode, I'm gonna make 5 versions.
Mhm.
That's something as well that I think is very interesting about this plot design. We've talked about like 6 different ways this could end darkly, and it would make complete sense.
And I mean, like not to put the cart before the horse, the way that it ends lightly did not satisfy me whatsoever.
We'll talk about
We'll get there when we get
We'll talk about that.
Yeah. So
I love it just for the fact that it makes no sense.
For
Yeah.
the mournful gravitas that has defined the past half hour of The Other Me 2000.
Gotta have the year, otherwise you might wrong.
Or you might watch that one about like, banging the poet in the woods over like vodka and sexual intercourse. Hey, it happened to me for half an hour. And that movie sucked ass. It was nowhere near the DCOM. Whoever that director is from 2018 who made that art house film, you got mogged by a DCOM. And you have to live with that forever.
so back to the movie. We love. This is another line that we love.
Yeah, it's
that
such
we
a
quote all the
minor
time.
line.
I'll soundbite it.
All right, so mom gets Tui ready for the dance, and she says, "This is such a big night for all of us. You at your dance, us taking Grandpa Mordecai to a movie."
This is a big night for all of us. You at your dance, us taking Grandpa Mordecai to a movie.
Okay. How about a big smile for posterity, huh?
The mom getting ready and being like, "No,
She's like teary-eyed.
She's
It's like,
teary-eyed?
This is such a big day for us.
we're taking Grandpa Mordecai to a movie."
Which, like, yeah, it's a big step, sure.
But
But,
you're
but it's
saying
really funny.
You're saying that's just as big as your son's like school dance?
I'll put money on it. They're taking him to see like Apocalypse Now, or like Saving Private Ryan or some shit.
I can't believe we're taking him to a movie. And see, I wasn't reading into the whole like he's a war veteran, his mental state's deteriorating. In my mind, he was just a grumpy asshole who was ignoring his family
Mhm.
until his grandson said, "Does it hurt being old?" And he's like, "You know what? Not today." And then he decides, "I'll go to a movie with my son,
Nah,
his wife,
might as well.
or maybe it was his daughter and her
I
husband."
think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's like, "Sure, I'll go to a movie." And she's like, "This
Yeah.
is such a big deal."
Oh, well, I mean, back at the nursing home, gunshot noises and war footage has been all reruns lately. So might as well go to the theater.
I love my favorite show.
It's time for my program.
Babe,
Oh, man.
can you restart the footage? My 10-hour YouTube loop of gun noises is gone off.
Gun noises and soldier die. Dude, okay, I'll tell you what. The fucking Grandpa Mordecai's like gun noises needed a Wilhelm scream. I would have died. I would have died. I would have bought this on Blu-ray, VHS, DVD,
Oh my gosh.
Laserdisc, everything. If they put a Wilhelm scream
Do you
in the
think?
war noises.
Do you think there's like a 10-hour loop of like calming war noises?
Oh, no, I don't know about calming, but I think you could definitely get like 10-hour like World War II battlefield ambience.
It's like this is the only way Grandpa can sleep.
Dude, the people that run D&D campaigns, especially
Yeah.
those set in modern scenarios. I mean, they
They like their ambiance.
gotta be on a list for something.
Okay.
On to the
goons.
On to the goons. They're spying from outside. They have a listening device.
This is where he has the double straw.
Oh my god, that pissed me off beyond belief.
2 straws?
No, because he's losing suction. So okay, think about 2 circles next to each other.
Yeah.
Right? So that space in the middle where the 2 circles have the contact point, your lips don't fully seal that thing. You have better suction and flow on one straw than you do on 2. Chelsea, I don't know if you fuck with fluid dynamics, but I know you know shapes, and I know that those 2 circles leaving that contact point.
It ain't a Venn diagram.
2 straw person. I used
Eventually.
movies, and
What a reveal 4 hours in.
You're a 2 straw person?
Like, not really of late, because now the movie theater, like, hands you the straw. They're like, here's your 1 straw. But when they were, like, free-flowing, I was like, 2 straws for me, please.
Why?
Because it was fun.
It
was fun having 2 straws.
Why is it fun? Why is it fun? Just to be different?
It was fun.
Is it just to be different?
2 straws. And then one time, me and my best friend, we were running late to a movie. Like, there was a snowstorm, and we're like, shit, we're barely making it to this movie. We, like, miraculously, the trailers are, like, half an hour, so we made it, right? And we sit down, and she goes, fuck, forgot a straw. And I turn over and say, do you want one of mine? I grabbed 2.
And the loss of suction doesn't concern you at all?
I don't, honestly, no.
Okay, so
it feels like you're getting twice as much.
You're not. You're actually getting. So this when I was serving drinks, I looked into this actually, and there's published research that shows 1 straw of a small diameter.
Yes, this is still the podcast on the other me.
Okay. Long story short, a drink tastes better through 1 straw, not 2, because of the way the liquid is dispersed across your tongue. 2 straws, you lose suction.
But here's the thing: if I'm at a bar, and
you just want to be special.
No, if I'm at a bar and they have those tiny little straws, the tiny little ones, and I get 2 of those, serotonin through the roof.
That's fine. The tiny ones are different. I'm talking standard straw size. Standard straw size. It's just something you do to be special. The same way I always turn my can to the side. On to the junior social.
But then I always know which one's mine. Okay, done.
Well, yeah, I always know which one's mine too.
Yeah.
But I swear if you ever put 2 straws in your drink at my house, you're not coming back. On to the junior social.
Okay, so yeah. So we're taking Grandpa Mordecai to a movie. The parents are so proud of him. The goons are spying out the window. Will watches Tui leave. So the goons are like, okay, the one leaving is probably the real Will, right? And they're kind of tailing him. Will sees that the goons are going after Tui. But Chucky comes along, so the goons back off. They're like, we can't have any witnesses. And then, so Will sneaks out and he hears them talking about a special serum that the clone needs to drink, or he'll be ocean pup eggs by the end of the night, right? And then Will runs in and steals the vial from their hands. And this is when they go, the clone!
They just start running after Will, who they think is the clone, and he just goes in a bush, and they go, well, we lost him.
We lost him. He ran in the woods like, fuck, we lost him.
Metal Gear Solid 1 AI.
So they're like, let's go to the dance and get the real Will and interrogate him. So they still think that, like, Tui's Will and Will is Tui right now. Because they're like, why would the clone go to the dance?
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, they have no idea.
The
tragedy and the heartbreak that has been going on.
They have no idea.
They don't know the story they've caused.
In the Bolton house. You know what? He's Will Bolton now. They're cousins.
So then at the dance, Heather brings...
Brownie. Got it.
Yes. Heather brings Tui pizza, like she promised, and then...
What a lovely girl. Well, she's
done nothing wrong.
She is just a sweet and nice girl with a crush, and that demonic guitar sting at the start of the movie tried to paint her out as some undesirable nerd. She was just a nice young woman with a crush.
She's like, I finally get to go on a date with Will, and all he wants is pizza. I'll give him pizza if it means he goes out with me.
Yeah. Honey, just wait till he hits the floor.
Yeah, and so
you're
he's
gonna
like,
be mesmerized.
Tui's like, why is somebody dancing? And they're like, nobody wants to be the first one out. And also, like, Scotty's there, and he's like, nobody wants to be the first one out.
And
or maybe
Will
Chucky says it.
Is not afraid.
No, Tui.
It's
Tui.
Wait.
I wrote.
Tui's Will.
Okay, here's the thing. In
Tui
this section, I did write Will. instead of Tui.
Because he's taken over.
I literally wrote Heather brings Will pizza. Will takes Heather and goes to the dance floor, but it's Tui.
Has taken
It's
over.
Tui.
I
It's Tui.
stopped saying OG Will and Clone Will.
Just Will.
Yeah,
It mends together.
It became in my notes. It became just Will and OG Will because Tui has taken over.
That's the thing. And it must have like psychologically for me happened too because I wrote Will.
Because we're not like we are two different people. We're distinct.
Yeah.
They widen. Oh, it's a teacher. Oh.
Yeah, so nobody wants to be the first geek on the dance floor. So then Tui takes Heather, goes on the dance floor, and they start busting a move, right? They're doing the same choreography that they did at the pizza lunchtime party. And then Scotty's like, Brownie needs some backup.
Yeah.
Oh,
So I had it down, which the random DCOM middle school dance looked better than my senior prom in high school. And dude, Clone Will has the hottest white boy choreography since High School Musical, which furthers my theory that he is related to Troy
Makes
Bolton.
sense.
hell yeah,
Makes
hell
sense.
yeah.
Oh, and then I don't know why the fuck I wrote this, but fun fact, the uncle of the actor that played egg-faced head Alana actually invented the whippin' nene. It's true, Google it. That's just a lie, but I wrote it. I guess that was like a joke.
Funny because that's
Yeah.
Allison Pill.
Yeah,
She's like, actually that.
it was a joke to me, like for myself in the future. So I'm glad you enjoyed it.
Okay, so then actual Will, runs into the school. He sees Tui dancing from up in the balcony. And then Tui kind of starts to feel funny. So he's like, I'm going to go to the bathroom.
His face with
Yeah.
like the weird
It
ends,
flows.
bro.
Yeah. So
Yucca Tui.
Will like heads down once Tui's in the bathroom. And Chucky's like, he does a double take. He's like,
Why'd you change?
why did you change your clothes? How did you do it so fast? And Will, he's like kind of just like deadpan staring ahead. He's like, I didn't change. It wasn't me. It never was. That was my clone.
This is how he breaks the news.
Yeah. And Chucky's like, yeah, right. And Will's like, nope,
obviously.
it's true. It's true. And I need your help to find him.
This is if I ever did, I would change. I would learn to change really quick and lie to one of my friends. And this is the exact line I
You would use that exactly.
This is exactly what I would say.
Yeah. And then the goons come in, they spot Will. Meanwhile, Tui's in the bathroom and his face is starting to fade and he just
Do you
looks.
think Tui felt the day of this whole thing like he was going to die?
I think he like kind of felt something happening. And he looks in the mirror and he goes, time to go.
And because this was one of the deleted scenes from the movie where he gathers his 12 best friends at this like really long dinner table and they all sat on one side of it. He's like, one of you will betray me. I'm dying later today. No, I feel like, dude, okay, like, yeah, 'cause this is what I was saying earlier, where like, dude, the sheer speed and accuracy of Tui's cloning, it's not science. He's a magic clone.
Yeah.
It's magic. This is a magic movie.
Yeah.
So I feel like Tui is, in some sense, a loosely mystical being. Like their twin telepathy, like like I looked into this in like real studies too. Twins are very good at picking up on the other twins, like really subtle emotional cues, but not when they're separated.
Yeah.
They're just
They're not in the same room.
yeah. That's just not a thing.
Yeah.
But no, Tui is a slightly mystical being.
Oh yeah.
One could say he's half man, half divine. If you wanted to be like a wacko conspiracy theorist, catch me on the street wearing a tinfoil hat, pointing at like 3 like really big poster boards that just say like the other me. In a month.
You're like one of those people at a big congression with a speakerphone. Jesus has returned. His name is Tui.
Watch the Disney Channel original movie, The Other Me from 2000. The truth will be revealed. The second coming already happened. They raptured them.
Not available on Disney Plus.
What is Disney Plus trying to hide?
Dude, this movie's gonna be a death of me. I swear to God.
Oh my god. Okay, so then Heather brings Will a drink, actual Will, brings him a drink and compliments his clothes. She's like, oh, I like your clothes much more you.
It is notable. Heather's like the one person who says something nice about Will that was not said about Tui.
Yeah.
Because she cares.
She's the only one who does it.
Almost more than, like, which is surprising, because Chucky, like, spends... Chucky Charlie?
Yeah.
Okay, well, every Chuck I've ever known has been real named Charlie. Chuck / Chucky has always felt derogatory to me. Like, you're not E-Cheese. I don't know.
Okay. No, Heather's the only one who like actually says something nice about him because yeah, Chucky, you're right. Chucky said
Spends
like
every day with him.
he spends every day with him, but he's like, you helped after class. That's just who you are. You're so cool. And then the
You've
parents
known
were
this kid
like,
for
oh,
years.
we've all loved you blanket statement. Like, of
Mhm.
course we love you, but you're so special right now, is what they were saying. Heather's the only one who says, like, I've always liked you.
This feels like you, and she really likes him. Heather is the true
Uh-huh.
hero in the story, dude.
Heather's the beacon of light, and I'm happy that Will can finally see that.
I think she is the person that really just hit it home for Will of like, I can be my own
Yeah.
person
Yeah.
again. Yeah.
It took a lot of energy.
small roles that like it's very critical to the plot
Yeah.
to have this small
Yeah.
moment.
I was this close to leaning into the mic and whispering like Mary Magdalene. Like this movie, just like it's like tailor made for conspiracy brain.
This is a very conspiratorial movie.
Okay.
So show us another dance, Will.
Oh my god.
Will sends Chucky to find Tui, and then he gets on the dance floor, and he's like, "All right, everyone, come in close for the new dance, yo-yo." And he like does some yo-yo dances, and it kind of works.
Yeah,
and
he
then they just start
notices all
doing
the
it.
goons are like looking
Mhm.
for him, so he gets everyone bundled up, so he hides
Mhm.
himself
Oh.
a bit.
See, I didn't even think of that. Because I'm gonna be honest, this is the one section where I have no words other than
Nothing's really going on other
the-
than shitty dancing.
the way he's even pretending to yo-yo sucks.
Mhm.
That's it.
Yeah.
You guys, run, keep it going. I have plenty to say when they get to the warehouse.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, Heather compliments him. She's like, I've known you're best for years. And he says, you don't think I'm better now than before? And she says, no, I knew you'd come around.
What a sweetie.
And then Will says, I gotta run, but I'll call you. And he kisses her.
DCOMs rarely have kisses like this.
Yeah,
I forgot
It's
about
weird.
that.
they kiss.
Dang.
I
okay.
know.
So OG Will's moving fast.
He kissed her.
So I was gonna say he went from what I recall first interaction. He's trying to duck her immediately.
oh, yeah.
Second interaction, he is off put by how friendly she is with him. Third interaction, come here, baby, let me give you a smooch. Just because you're the one person. Well,
That's the one
Yeah,
person
it's
who
the
said
one
I
person
like
that,
he,
he knew liked him for him,
Yeah.
not for Tui.
the finally love at first sight. I guess it makes sense, but still, damn.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
He's
know.
moving fast for a
I
middle
know.
schooler.
So Will disappears in the crowd. The goons try to find him, and the sequence of them like dancing through the crowd, trying to find him, is so
It's
funny
fun
to
and
me.
silly.
Like the way they kind of just bop and dance, and
Yeah.
they're like so much taller than all the kids because they're literally like middle schoolers. It's hard to say in a podcast, but I found the scene
It's
funny.
good physical humor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So then Will runs into Chucky. They can't find Tui. Will tries to use the psychic connection, but it's not really working right now. So they're gonna split up and try to find him. And as soon as they split up, the goons like put a bag over Will.
Yeah, they're like, all right, let's split up, and then the goons are just immediately get to Will.
They think he's the clone.
Right?
So Tui is about. We see Tui. He's about to board a bus to New York City. And then he like kind of senses something, and the goons take Will to a garage, and like Tui can kind of sense that Will's in trouble. So the goons are like, "All right, let's take some DNA." But Will's like, "No, I'm not the clone. This is kidnapping."
It would be kind
then
of
they're
fun
like,
to see Tui use this defense because it would be like
Yeah.
really smart and intelligent, but it's kind of stupider when Will's doing it when he
Exactly.
literally isn't the clone.
Yeah.
And the goons are like, "Shit."
That's illegal. We talked about that earlier.
Yeah, they're like, "We need to figure out which one's the clone. Like he could be lying."
Now they're like, okay, we'll kidnap both of them, so we'll for sure at least do one illegal.
Yeah. So they gag Will and have him tied up, and then they drive off in the van and they shut the garage door. So then Will gets the gag off like immediately, and he starts yelling for help. And then he has this like little realization of like, oh my god, Tui was right. I miss my family. I miss my friends. I need to live my life. I don't know.
Yeah, I was gonna say, and like obviously, for The absolute super geniuses that these two scientists are. They can't tie a knot.
Good point.
Well,
These are some of the most incompetent super geniuses you can ever
right?
find.
It's like
But they are super geniuses.
how can you be so far ahead of all of humanity, but I wouldn't trust you to go to the store?
I mean, we've talked about how good Tui is, but he thought realistically New York was black and white.
Fair play. Fair play. I mean, but hey, give him another book that shows New York in color.
would be better.
And, he could tell you anything.
Yeah, so Will's like, Tui was right. And then Tui appears. He's like, I'm here. And Will's like, you came back for me? You should be mad at me. And he says, if it wasn't for you, never would have tasted pizza.
Which is, I mean, I guess correct, but a really superficial reason to live.
And then Will tells him about the special goo that he needs to drink, or he'll turn into ocean pup eggs. But they need to get it back. And then the goons come back because they didn't
Of
have
course.
gas.
Again, why are these? And I remember you said it could go 3 miles on empty. Where were you going? That's like
They were just going
3
to the
miles
school,
away.
maybe?
Like, how small is this town? And if this town is really that small, then how does nobody notice the chemical warehouse that is the Ocean Pups lab?
Well, that's in a different state.
They're in a different state.
They drove states to get here.
Yes.
So
yeah.
okay, so do they live on the border of 2 states? Because now I'm confused. Because 3 miles?
No. The warehouse that they have is like an abandoned warehouse where they're being held.
Yeah, that's not the same warehouse they were doing the Ocean Pup stuff.
Oh, really?
It's just
Yeah.
a different
It's a
random
different warehouse.
garage.
Like an auto warehouse.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right, yep.
I mean, maybe it was the same movie set, but canonically, in the
Canonically,
movie-
it's different.
Yeah.
Okay, got you.
Okay. So the goons come back. The boys are hiding. They're like, well, he's got to be in here somewhere. There's no way out.
Mhm.
How did Tui get in? They actually explain this later.
Do they?
They
yeah,
do.
they do.
Shockingly.
They shockingly do.
I had a note about that, being pissed about it.
I know. I was pissed about it too, but we'll get there. So the goons start looking around the
Dude,
garage.
Tracy, I have a note, dude. 1 hour and 17 minutes. Nastiest squelch soundbite when the goon picks up the sandwich and chomps it in the middle of his pursuit.
It's bad.
They did not need to add a squelching sloppy
Gross.
sandwich.
Yeah, I know. It's just silly chasing stuff. And yeah,
And then they just basically
get-
home alone him for a bit.
yeah, they home alone them for a bit. The goon finds Tui
Mhm.
and can tell that he's a clone. He's like, "No, I'm not the clone." He's like, "Yeah,
They're literally
you are."
glowing in your face.
And then Tui pushes the goon
What's
on
wild
a
is both
scooter.
the evil people and the good people want the same thing at this exact moment.
Right.
Not obviously the same end goal.
Yeah.
They all
They
wanted
wanna
to
save
take
the clone.
serum.
So why don't they just say okay, yeah,
Okay,
give him the serum?
Pause. Well, you'll take the serum, and then we'll get back to fighting.
Yeah, hold on, chug. All right, now let's.
I was
Home
gonna say
Alone.
here was another thing I noticed about the serum. I don't know if you guys picked up on this, but the MacGuffin make you not turn into sea monkey eggs juice is in a conical 500 milliliter centrifuge tube, which is only ever used for 2 things: Schedule 1 drugs and colloidal fluids, aka stool samples and blood samples. So, for the love of
I hope that
God,
was watched.
these guys need to stop drinking out of their glassware. Dude, they got Tui drinking the doo-doo cure. Yeah, maybe he won't turn into Ocean Pups, but he's got E. coli now.
Yeah, not much better.
Yeah, so Tui pushes the goon on a wheeled scooter thing that Will put behind him, and then they push him, and he rolls into a bunch of oil or something. It's a goop moment.
Yeah.
DCOMs love their goop
DCOMs love their
moments.
goop.
I laughed at the goop moment. I was like, why is there oil in the floor?
And then the other goon is on a lift, so the boys slowly lift him up, and he doesn't really realize until he's up there, and he's like,
Y'all
"Let's
gonna have to
try."
do better than that, and then he hits
Dude,
his head.
And I feel like we got robbed because you're right. I literally have it say, you can see, I said Home Alone shenaniganers. I thought he was gonna crack down on
Yeah.
the concrete floor.
Or they
But he
land him on some
almost
tires.
falls into tires.
Yeah.
Do a pratfall on foam concrete.
Yeah.
Cracking noise. Come on.
Yeah.
You had they had the opportunity.
Yeah. And then the boys can't get the garage all the way open, so like Will makes it out, but then Tui's trying to get out, and then they play like tug of war with Tui.
Well, okay, I was gonna say that I don't know if we've gotten there yet, but this is my favorite soundbite in the whole thing. It's when Goon number 1 is wrestling with the rack. We there?
Not yet.
Okay,
Almost.
I'll hold.
So then the goons get Tui and the garage closes. This is where they solve it. Will is like, how do I get in? And like Tui, it's so subtle. He like gives him the psychic connection that he got in through the bathroom window. Because Will says the bathroom window. And so he goes around.
Figured out how Tui got in.
Because Tui like sent him a image.
See, this is why we all need to believe that all of these like, little niche overanalysis things were put into there on purpose.
Because this is...
They trust the audience to infer that the bathroom window to do the phone connection. Yeah, so they're trusting us to read into it. So
this movie doesn't doubt its audience,
which I like a lot, and
which is rare for a DCOM.
Like low key, I think it honestly might even overestimate its audience because I studied this shit. I got a minor in art history and stuff, and I'm confused.
Yeah.
Yeah. So then the goons are like, you gotta take this serum. And Tui's like, why? So you can experiment on me? And they're like, yeah, we made you so we can experiment on you.
This is like the one time they actually like open up the question of ownership and stuff like with this.
Well, again, so that's a big question that if it wasn't 1147, we would have a long talk about autonomy.
We need a bonus episode.
I was gonna say,
companion piece.
I'll right when we're about to cut, I'll tell you the 3 long non sequiturs we didn't get to.
So then Will knocks him out. Scotty and Chucky
this is the moment where he knocks the tall one onto the grate.
And he goes, Mommy. Oh, that's smart.
Mommy. Oh, that's smart.
That's my favorite fucking soundbite in the whole movie, and I'm gonna put that in. I'm putting that in so much.
Yeah. So Will knocks him out. Scotty and Chucky show up, and Scotty pushes the other goon in the trunk of a car and just sits on it. And he's like, "Any questions?"
I'm a youthful delinquent. I can do whatever I want. I'm from New York, right?
In fact, like we didn't see Scotty team up with Chucky. He was just like, what happened to my boy?
Yeah.
We gotta go find him.
Oh.
And then he ran into Chucky and he's like, is Will okay? I gotta help. Who's Tui? Yeah. So the other goon was still knocked down. Will has Tui drink the serum and they're like, oh my god, is it too late? No, he's fine.
Yeah. Totally
he drank it.
There's no issue at all.
And then the other boys see Will and the clone next to each other. They're like, whoa. And they're like, well, how did you guys get here? And Tui's like, oh, I ran into them on the way here and had them send for help. And the cops show up. And they arrest the goons. And then Alana and the parents roll up and they see Will and Tui together. And they're like, whoa, what the fuck? And the goons are like, that's a clone. We made him. He's a clone. And Will's like, guys, I know this is but please cover for me.
I have Belgium mentioned with like 30 Belgium flag emojis.
Yeah. So what they tell the cops is that this isn't a clone. This is my cousin from Belgium.
Belgium mentioned. Let's fucking go.
His name is Gil.
The most Belgian name. Gil Ocean Pup.
Yeah, and Alana's like, yeah, we could tell them apart. So the family just backs them up.
They say they're identical cousins because that's the thing.
Yep. And
it's not. I looked into that too. And then I also got a shout out to Alana who like randomly got teenager goth scene girl like pearls.
Yeah, where it's like just random strips of her hair are crimped. Also, we haven't talked about how her hair, she like dipped it in Kool-Aid.
Yeah, like she got the Kool-Aid tips. Yeah.
It's like just the bottom is red.
She had extensions of a different color.
Dude, she became a scene girl in it. Well, it's Kool-Aid, like genuinely dipping it in Kool-Aid.
Yeah.
She like became a scene girl off screen in the last 15 minutes, and that's actually the long-awaited sequel where Alana becomes a scene girl.
Yeah.
The other side of me. If you even care.
The other side of
Yeah.
so good. Yeah, so Will's like, Gil, let's go home. And he says, Will, I think this is the beginning of a beautiful friendship.
So they weren't friends before.
They weren't friends before.
No, they were like master
Yeah.
servants.
All right.
So his name's Gil now.
Now for
The
like
worst.
weird.
This off beyond belief. I hate
So,
it.
okay, let's just end it. So, at home, Will explains that he's had a clone here for the last month. He's like, he changed me, even while he was being me. Can Gil stay? And the mom's like, what do you want, Gil?
Which is
and-
nice that they're respecting his
Yeah.
autonomy.
And Gil says, a family. And so they're like, well, as long as you're living under this roof, you'll have to maintain those excellent grades. Ha ha. And Alana's like, this is cool. Weird, but cool. But we
I'm
can't
emo
tell
now.
anyone.
I'm emo now.
But we can't tell anyone. Gil is a cousin who now lives with us.
And
Sure.
you know who else has an opinion on this?
Mordecai, Grandpa Mordecai is also
Yeah,
there. And he's like, I
he's been
agree.
healed. Grandpa Mordecai has been healed by the presence of
PTSD God.
our savior.
Yeah.
Well, he just, someone just. Who would have thought that the way to cure Grandpa Mordecai's PTSD is to maybe not have him be watching war footage and gunshot noises 24/7 for his entire life since he was abandoned by his family in
Yeah.
a nursing home?
Anyway, welcome to the family, Gil. Let's eat pizza.
Yeah.
That's the movie. Let's talk about this.
In fact, we pitched this movie to people before and just told them the quote, all right, this is a movie about a kid who clones himself. The clone goes to school as him and becomes more popular than him. In the end, they keep the clone.
They
I
keep
was
the
just saying-
clone.
In the end, I would have ditched the OG. What are you doing?
I know. Well, that's what like sold me on this movie before I even watched it, because we were watching this girl who had seen all the DCOMs, and she mentioned, she was like, at the end they keep the clone, and it's like, they do. You look at the synopsis for this movie and you think like, oh, then the clone will disappear and he'll be like,
He'll
oh,
die, it's sad, but
and
like
I-
we'll learn a lesson about
yeah,
life.
I learned a lesson from the clone and I'll remember him and we'll move on with our lives. No, we keep him.
Mhm.
And he's part of the family now. His name's Gil.
And he was so now he's going to have a full life. He's going to grow into an adult.
Yeah.
And then what?
And then
And then what?
So yeah,
he's gonna cure cancer.
If he had a kid, would that kid have a soul?
Can he have kids?
Why couldn't he?
in a secular Christian or Jewish perspective, because I can tell you,
How much of his kids are ocean pup DNA?
oh my god, well, yeah, that's a problem. Because like, why was he going to turn back into Ocean Pup? Because I'll tell you one thing, I don't think he was at all Ocean Pup before.
Well, that's the thing. Are ocean pups required to make a human hyperclone?
No,
I don't think so.
They're brine shrimp. See, because
It was a mixing with the hair.
it wasn't even the ocean pups were cloned. It was the clone goop got into the ocean pup brine shrimp
Tank.
tank, and he stirred it with his comb with his hair.
So, what is he made out of? Does he have blood?
Yes, he's human, and I feel like maybe the writers of this movie in 2000s just didn't really understand genetics, which, I mean, that's the obvious answer.
Yeah.
And like he would, what if he came out boy, he would have been boy. If he came out like half horrific, like
That's a different movie.
I did an
ocean pup clone.
and just like, oh my god.
It's like the 13th year meets
Yeah.
the other me, where he's like a mermaid.
I was saying, dude, the happy feely ending of Will and Gil. He's just it's still just OG Will and Tui.
You mentioned you think there's a dark ending beyond this.
Yeah, well, I mean, we kind of already like
Describe.
touched it, because I was gonna say, I think one of those motherfuckers is not seeing their next birthday. One of them
I don't think they can live with each other.
No.
What is the reality of them now going to school together?
Yeah.
Well, now they're just going to say, oh, this is my cousin. Yeah. Who looks like me.
And who acts? Hey, yeah, this is my cousin who acts like the cool guy that you've grown to love over the past week or
Month.
so.
Yeah.
And I suck again now.
Yeah,
I'm
suck again.
horrendously jealous. Or oh, I do everything. I'm the only one here that succeeds, and this bum ass Will gets to ride off my coattails. Those guys, one of them's gonna kill the other. They're Cain enabling each other somehow.
Yeah, as if Will's not gonna resent Gil now.
Yeah, no, they're not
Like,
gonna get along.
even though Will gets his life back, it's now in the shadow of his clone who's right next to him.
His clone who's still there, but hey, maybe that Heather is going to be worth it.
And I was gonna say, this is 2000s. If you like, they still got like, racism was still like in vogue. You think they're not gonna be clone racist? The family?
Oh my god, like,
The family's gonna be clone racist.
you gonna play favoritism? Which one are you playing
Absolutely.
favoritism
Dude,
for?
Imagine if this led into a TV show. Imagine if this was the pilot to
Like some HBO
no.
Sopranos
I'm
reality
saying like
show.
a Disney Channel show.
Oh,
Like
I
a
don't know if
sitcom?
Disney. I don't know if Disney. I love Drake and Josh. I love Sweet Life of Zach and Cody. Where this goes, I don't think Disney Channel follows.
No. Well, anyway, that's the other me.
We just had a couple of thoughts.
Thanks for listening to our 4-hour episode.
Here's the ones that we didn't touch on or only mentioned briefly. I had like 5 pages minimum for these. The purpose of human life. The meaning of humanity as a concept that we ascribe to ourselves.
Mhm.
And we briefly touched on the perceived sanctity of human life. The question being, is human life like, what's the word? Like sanctified? Is human life
Sacred.
Sacred. Yeah.
Mhm.
And why? And I had a couple of pages for each of those that this movie all kind of teased at, but it was pizza day in the cafeteria. And Guy Fieri brought his boombox, so
I love this movie.
and
Thank you, Will, for coming on.
Thank you. I really appreciate.
You made me think about this movie way deeper than I ever did before, and like I knew that it
This
was
is
like
this was a
fucking crazy.
revolutionary podcast. I'm
Yeah.
not just saying that. This was felt the most meaningful one of these we've done, even
Yeah.
if it was potentially all over the place.
before we sign off, I would like to thank my rabbi friend Levi,
Mhm.
my theologian atheist friend Jackson, my seminarian priest in training friend Sam, my 2 philosophy professors, Zolt, ZSOLT. So
Sick-ass name.
you know he's a real one. East Block Soviet motherfucker, and the very nice lady from philosophy, Dr. Amadi.
Dr. Ahmad.
Shout out all you guys. And also Mr. Idness for giving me the legal perspective. I forgot about him. Shout out Mr. Idness. What a great lawyer. And yeah, this was fun.
Oh yeah. So
Really great time.
we go over our rankings. So in our college house, we all got together and ranked these
Mhm.
in our collective thoughts. So final Jang House ranking for the other me was 2.
Behind.
Pixel perfect. So
Is that the one with the hologram?
yep. So like it was absolutely insane that I couldn't believe that everyone agreed that we could push this one so high, because I was like it should be way up there,
Mhm.
and everyone's like, yeah, it should, and we put it at 2.
It's the type of movie that if you accept it for what it is, you can get so much out of it.
Yeah.
That's how I came into this one. I came into this one thinking it was going to be a goofy romp that I was going to try and overanalyze shit for fun,
Mhm.
and then it just threw so many.
It had so many tricks up
Oh
its
my
sleeve,
god!
Benji, you had it at 4.
which is still very,
Mhm.
very high.
I have it at 3.
Can I ask, what do you guys have ahead of it?
Yeah.
You
So
two individually have ahead of this one?
I have Descendants 2 and Descendants 1 because my favorite DCOM like thing is actually just the Descendants franchise as a whole. And so I put 2 of the movies above the other me.
And Descendants 2 is number 1,
Yeah.
the sequel.
Yes.
That's a thing. I feel like the second movie there's a pretty good track record of the second movie being the hitter.
That's when like they really hit their stride.
Yeah.
Like High School Musical 2, it's like, oh, like, you're established. I mean, I'm not gonna argue which of High School Musical 1 or 2 is better right now. But So, like, as a franchise, Descendants is my favorite thing. But if you ask me, like, my fun answer for what my favorite DCOM is, it's this one. Nobody's heard of this.
No.
And I love this movie so fucking much. Like,
It's not even the first The Other Me on Google.
yeah, you take away my musical bias because I just love
I
musicals.
love musicals.
Yeah, that's like the rest of my top 10 are musicals except for like The Other Me and Phineas and Ferb. But no, that is a
Phineas and
musical.
Ferb is a
Just
musical.
kidding, that is a musical. Literally the rest of my top 10. Oh, and Pixel Perfect.
Pixel Perfect
It's
is
a
a
musical. They sing in that one. This is the
Okay.
only non-musical.
It's a performance
It's
musical.
a performance.
Gotcha.
They have like musical performances.
Like a Pitch Perfect type deal?
Yeah,
like
they're
what
all
they-
they're all like diegetic song performances. So
you.
they all know that they're singing. So yeah, it's not like a musical. There are songs.
For me, the 3 that I have above it, kind of weird. Some of these I'm like, I need to see again to feel this, but Pixel Perfect, genuinely probably in my top 10 films of all time. Very much my opinions on this is a lot of what I was talking about with The Other Me. I also have The Other Me ranked very high. It's just it's such a trip of a movie that always goes in a different direction than I feel like it should and like you would expect
Yeah,
it to.
and the questions it opens up morally, ethically.
And the visuals that they decide to go with and the line delivery, everything is so bad it's good in like a consistent cycle where it's just like I love it for the end product that it ended up being. And I don't think I would change a thing about it, even if there's so much about it that's like not good.
Mhm.
And that's like a similar stuff I would say to The Other Me.
Yeah.
But like Pixel Perfect to me is the pinnacle example of that. It's just when I watched it, I'm like, this is so fascinating to think about, even if it's like part of my thoughts are, why was that so stupid?
Yeah, we should just get you on a little bonus. Like,
I was gonna say, I'll watch Pixel Perfect, and if you want to go through like the ethical question,
yeah, we'll make it like a bonus episode because we do have a guest for Pixel Perfect, one of our roommates who also loves the movie. So we'll like do the full episode with him.
that could be like a half hour that turns into a 1 hour because
Yeah.
And then
because I do have an imam friend that I was hooked up through my buddy Hassan. Shout out King of Wizards. He makes really cool plushies on Twitter. But I just couldn't meet with him in time. So I can bring the full 3 Abrahamic religion perspectives to. Does a hologram have a soul?
All right, now hear me out. We made a hologram and she's sentient.
Oh,
it's just
consciousness was a big part of the colloquial definition.
it's just Hakuni Mitsu. That's it.
Hatsune
Miku. Yeah.
Hatsune Miku.
Except instead of anime waifu, it's sentient human being who can do exactly one more flip than is humanly possible.
You're gonna love Pixel Perfect.
All right.
The other ones that I have above it are Teen Beach Movie.
Yep.
That is a movie that 90% of the runtime I just have a smile on my face.
I've seen clips and it seems just like fun satire.
It's so
And I
fun.
love a good satire.
It is so. It's just fun.
It's goofy and they're
It's
trying.
fun in the same way like someone I once heard saying Mamma Mia as a film, you don't rate Mamma Mia, it's just a vibe. And Teen Beach Movie is very similar to me. It's like a kid's Mamma Mia.
Yeah.
Just from the title, it tells you.
Yeah. And also Christmas Again.
Which was it's like a new DCOM, like 2022.
It came out very recently.
And it was the Groundhog Day, but Christmas.
Huh?
And I really liked
loved it.
I love
It was,
time loops.
you know, it wasn't really good. I'm really excited to watch it again because I've only watched it the one time when it came
I don't know.
out.
If right now it feels weird that I had it that high, but at the same time, I really liked it. I don't really like that many Christmas films, and I really liked that one. So I'm curious if that holds up.
I say, I mean, you know, I'll tell you my DCOM ranking. I got The Other Me at 1, Phineas Ferb at 2, High School Musical at 3, which is blasphemy, and I don't remember any other ones now. This movie changed me. I'm still kind of in shell shock, and I might write a book about it.
You need to teach a class.
You know what? If you guys went to bed right now, this episode, and just like left me with this mic, this episode would be 3 hours longer.
All right, everyone, stay tuned for Will's new podcast that just talks about The Other Me.
The Other Me. What the fuck is going on?
Lessons from The Other Me.
Yeah.
Okay.
The other podcast.
Now we're gonna figure out what we're watching for the next episode.
Is there a wheel?
There
Yeah,
is.
so I have a wheel.
Why don't you spin the wheel? Coming over.
We have to bet
Yeah.
on what we think it's gonna be.
If you get the bet right, we'll each pay you $1, but you owe us $1 if we get the bet right.
So I'm gonna say Cloud9 because I love Cloud9 and no one else does.
Show me Cheetah Girls, because I feel like I've seen it before.
Yeah, so we've done Cheetah Girls 1, but you can say Cheetah Girls 2.
I'm gonna say Princess Protection Program
Nice.
because we deserve a bad one. We've had it too good.
Right, let's spin the wheel.
Twas the night.
All right.
Bryan Cranston one.
It's Twas the Night. Yeah.
He was.
I was right. We were due for.
We're due
Bad
for a bad one. Merry Christmas in July. This movie has Bryan Cranston in it, and it sucks ass.
Well, I mean, Christmas in July is a thing, and I don't know. Maybe people have heard of this, but he was really big in Breaking Bad.
Yeah, this was pre-Breaking Bad. It was a
Yeah.
Malcolm in the Middle era.
Oh, well, he got his start in the X-Files.
Yeah, like he's a big actor.
Oh, yeah.
We'll
What's
talk.
he doing in a Christmas decom?
What the fuck is he doing in a decom in general?
What the fuck was anything that happened over the past 4 hours doing in a decom?
That's a great
guys,
point.
I'm
Thank you
trouble.
for watching. Thank you for
Yes.
listening.
Thank you, Will, for being here.
Thanks for having me on.
Do you want to shout out anything?
Holla holla if you hear me. I just really need to get that off my chest.
That's
You
valid.
want to plug your Twitch or anything?
I've said what I need to.
Alright. Yeah, so tune in 2 weeks for us to talk about Twas the Night. Let's go to bed.
Yeah.
Mhm.
We're done with the other me. Longest podcast episode we have.
Right.
Congrats.
Record breaker.
Good job. Maybe we'll need to have you back to break it again.
Oh, I'd be happy.
Maybe on a weekend though.
Yeah.
Alright, Shabbat. Scenes from our next episode.
Man, Bryan Cranston sure is in a decom.
Oh, he killed Santa?
He did kill Santa.
And now he's pretending to be Santa, but like stealing people's
This
shit.
is just the Santa Claus, but like not funny.
It's not funny at all. You're right.
Also, why did he just drag along like his nephew?
The nephew's like, yeah, we'll be Santa and it'll be a good thing. But
But
Bryan-
he's just robbing houses.
he's just an asshole.
Say my name. Santa Claus. You're goddamn right.
I'm the one who owes.
That's so good.